Chapter 56-61. Master Dongfang secretly twitched the corner of his mouth. He coughed lightly and said seriously, "Everyone, I see that everyone has been digging for nearly half an incense's time. Until now, we still haven't found anything, right? If we continue digging like this, we will only waste more and more time." Just now, young Master Imo must have been lucky to dig out a small bag of frigid void sand under the tiles in the front hall. Our time is limited. If everyone continues to waste time here, we won't have enough time to enter the main hall later. Everyone, think about it. Usually, good things are mostly in the main hall. What do you think? When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Master Dongfang's words were reasonable. Zhang Jing nodded and immediately stopped digging. She quickly returned to Arbor's side. Master Dongfang was right. If they wasted more than an hour here, even if they dug out a little bit of frigid void sand, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. It was better to listen to Master Dongfang's words and hurry to the main hall. He Weiping also calmed down at this time. He nodded and said to the big-bellied man beside him, "Brother Fong, let's go over too. Instead of wasting time here, why don't we hurry to the main hall?" "Yes, yes." The group of people immediately threw away the half-dug floor tiles in their hands and ran over in unison, gathering around Master Dongfang. "Master, we'll listen to you. Master, thank you for reminding us. Otherwise, we would have to do some useless work again." Master Dongfang smiled and nodded at everyone. It's fine. Everyone, then let's set off quickly." The front hall was empty. There was nothing to look at. If Baby Imo hadn't suddenly found frigid void sand hidden under a floor tile, they wouldn't have stopped. They would have already passed by. But speaking of which, that young Master Imo really deserved to be called the person with the best luck. He actually got a god-level refining material just by randomly digging up a tile. It was simply people couldn't be compared to each other. It couldn't be compared. Everyone followed Master Dongfang for a while and stopped in the corridor between the front hall and the middle hall. 3 forks appeared in front of them. Each one looked exactly the same. Everyone stopped and discussed which path to take. Their small eyes frequently looked at Master Dongfang, who was frowning and deep in thought. "In my opinion, we should walk in the middle." No. Doesn't the path in the middle look a little darker than the other two? I think we should take the left. Take the right. I don't think we can take any of these paths. They should all be traps. I remember that in the past, there were only 2 paths leading from the front hall to the middle hall. Why are there 3 paths today? The Western Master and the others have already passed by. I wonder which path they took. As he spoke, a loud noise came from the left fork. Not long after, the Western Master's face was extremely dark as he led over 100 people out of the fork. At the same time, on the right side of the fork, the Master of the South and the Master of the North had also brought their people back. Everyone covered their noses with their sleeves and kept waving the turbid air in front of them. The 800 people from the sanctuary gathered once more, exchanging glances with each other. The Southern Master's enchanting red dress was now stained with black clumps of something unknown. It emitted a thick stench, causing the Master of the North and the others to roll their eyes. So smelly. Baby Imo pinched his nose and buried his head in his father's arms. Chapter 56-62. Master Dongfang and the others quickly held back their laughter. If they dared to laugh at this moment, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. Look at how tragic the 2 teams were. The Western Master's sleeve was torn by an unknown object, and the bottom of his pants was also torn. The robe on his body was full of holes, as if it had been bitten by a dog. His entire body was in a low pressure of dark clouds. The Southern Master screamed and asked a water spirit master to quickly spray water on her body. With a spray, her translucent red soft robe stuck to her body. Other than revealing her curves, everything else was exposed for everyone to see. She was so angry that she took out a blanket from her inner world to cover her body while screaming angrily, Look, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen your mother before?" Everyone chuckled as their gazes swept over her body a few times. Compared to the other 2 masters, the Northern Master was considered a luckier person. His clothes were slightly messy during the fight, but other than that, he was fine. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but envy Master Dongfang and the others who had arrived late. Zhang Jing, He Weiping, and the others were also rejoicing in their hearts. If the child hadn't dug the floor tiles on a whim, they would have been in trouble with him. But it was hard to say. Think about it. The Northern Master and the Southern Master chose the right fork, and the Western Master chose the left. The path in the middle might have been taken by them. Since both the left and right paths were traps, the middle one must be the real one. Just as they were thinking this, they saw the Western Master suddenly shake off the pockmarked robe on his body and throw it to the ground. "Let's go." He led his people and walked directly to the middle path without saying anything to the others. Seeing this, the Southern Master wrapped himself in a blanket and said with a haggard face, "Northern Master, let's follow." This guy looked as if he had been abused by something. His entire body was wet. There were many water droplets on his hair, and it was still dripping. Arbor looked at them and felt that these people looked really tragic. He Weiping and the others silently gave themselves a thumbs up in their hearts. See, to them, following the right team was such a wonderful thing. So, don't be in a hurry. Perhaps the best meal would be left for last. Seeing that the hundreds of people had left, the big-bellied man hurriedly turned to Arbor and the others and said, "Madame Amo, young Master Amo, let's follow them." Yes, yes. Don't fall far behind them. When the time comes, all the good stuff will be taken away by them. Yes, yes, yes. Let's hurry up and leave. Let's go. The group of people were all talking at once. Just as they were about to move forward, they realized that Madame Amo was looking at them as if they were idiots. "Master Dongfang, Madame Amo, please speak your mind." Baby Emo jumped down from his father's arms. "Wait for me." This sentence sounded strangely familiar. "Uft. Young Master Emo, are you going to dig the floor tiles again?" The big-bellied man's spirits were lifted. Baby Emo shook his little head and ran to the pillar at the side. He floated up and reached out to press a protruding button, slamming it heavily. Everyone could only hear the sound of Ga, Ga, Ga. He turned his head around in confusion. After a few creaking sounds, a transparent path appeared on the rightmost side of the three forked roads. Chapter 5663. Master Dongfang, Zhang Jing, and He Weiping. What were they supposed to say? This kind of overwhelming IQ advantage was not something that could be achieved just because they said so. So, the fork in the middle that Master Dongfang and the rest had taken was actually not the right path. Everyone could not help but want to cover their faces with their hands. This was really too strange. Master Dongfang and the rest would probably have to return the way they came in a while. This was such a sad thing. Thinking about it now, they felt that there was a faint sadness among them. One of the people from the sanctuary coughed softly and could not help but ask in a low voice, "Young Master Amo, how did you know that there was a mechanism up there? Didn't you all look?" Baby Amo looked at them with a puzzled expression. "When I walked in, my eyes and ears were on all sides, and I observed everything. Such an obvious mechanism button, and none of you saw it?" Baby Amo looked at everyone in shock. Everyone. "Sorry, child. It was uncles and aunties who were blind and held you back." Feng Zhangqing could not help but burst into laughter. The little guy floated up and followed beside his mother, tilting his little head. "Mother, isn't little Dumpling very smart?" His mother nodded vigorously, expressing her agreement. Just like Mother. Everyone. Fine, if they were boasting, then so be it. This mother and daughter pair were constantly boasting about themselves. Actually, they had already gotten used to it as they listened. Arbor lifted his leg and walked towards the transparent path at the side. "Everyone, follow me." Everyone nodded and followed Arbor onto the path. They followed the path forward. The surroundings looked empty, and there was nothing blocking the way. Everyone was able to walk very smoothly. After a while, He Weiping heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally back on the right path. Ever since they entered the Holy Palace, nothing had happened peacefully along the way. Everyone felt that it wasn't easy for them to walk all the way here. One had to know that there were not so many troublesome things in the Holy Palace in the past. After entering the Sacred Palace, almost everyone had more or less gained something. But this time, from the moment they stepped into the Holy Palace, they had been tricked and tricked and tricked again and again if female cultivator Zhang had not asked for compensation. At this moment, they might not even be able to obtain those heaven-grade medicinal herbs. Thinking about it this way, compared to the miserable southern and western masters, they were much luckier. Wait for me for a moment. Baby Imo suddenly spoke, causing everyone to be stunned. Wait again. Everyone silently took out their hammers and awls from their inner worlds and automatically followed behind Baby Imo. Young Master Imo Jr. Are you digging for something? Young Master Imo, is there something you want to pick along the road? We'll help you. These uncles and aunties were inexplicably enthusiastic. Baby Imo looked at them in confusion and moved his small body slightly. Little Dumpling wants to poop. Everyone was speechless. Feng Zhangqing and his party couldn't hold it in for a moment and burst out laughing wildly. Stoic Xiao expressionlessly handed her son into her husband's arms and waved her hand like a boss. Go ahead. Emollient. Was it because fate was playing tricks on people? Ever since he was young, his son had always been rather aloof towards him. His wife had long since handed over this great undertaking to him to manage. Chapter 56-64. Emollient accepted her fate and carried her son to the side to poop. Everyone stayed where they were and waited for orders, chatting with each other. Baby Imo had been eating, drinking, and sleeping well since he was young, so in less than 2 minutes, Father Imo carried his son back to meet everyone. Baby Imo held something that looked like a small sunflower in his hand and waved it in front of everyone. There are quite a few helianthus seeds at the side that can be used to make seasoning. Aren't you going to pick some, Uncle and Annie? I've already picked a basket full of them. Everyone immediately ran towards the place where he pooped. There was indeed a large field of helianthus seeds nearby. Arbor. His son's luck was a little too heaven-defying. He could pick up a field of helianthus seeds just because he pooped for no reason. What kind of bullshit luck was this? Everyone happily picked more than half of the field, leaving behind a small handful, and then ran back joyfully. Most of the people here were from the eastern region, and only a few were from the western and northern U. At this moment, these western and northern U cultivators couldn't help but want to give themselves a few more thumbs up. Back then, he had really hit the jackpot. That was why he was able to follow such an invincible team. If they had followed their original team, wouldn't they all be unlucky? Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but secretly rejoice in their hearts. At the same time, the Western and Southern U Masters teams of several hundred people were being attacked and bombarded by inhumane mechanisms in the Middle Fork. More than 10 people were injured before they were able to escape in a sorry state. The Western U Master's robe was full of holes after being hit by the mechanisms, and his entire person was a little listless. The blanket that the Southern U Master was originally wrapped in had been thrown on the ground when they were escaping. Although her entire body was dry now, her appearance was even worse than before. Not only was her wet hair stuck to her body, her face was pale, and the skirt below her knees was torn by the mechanisms. She was leaning against the wall, panting heavily, and her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! The Western U Master panted heavily and took out a new set of robes from his inner world. Following the original method, he once again shattered his robe, leaving only his inner robe, and put on the new outer robe. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Where are Master Dongfang and the others? Hearing this, everyone immediately came back to their senses. That's right, where the fuck is Master Dongfang and the others? Now, they were nowhere to be seen outside the fork. However, they didn't meet them when they were on the path in the middle. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be that stupid. We have been defeated by both the left and right paths. Don't tell me that they don't believe in evil and insist on walking the same path as us? A Western region cultivator frowned. Even he did not quite believe the words that came out of his mouth. The Western Master sneered, "Impossible. Master Dongfang is an old fox. It's impossible for him to do such a stupid thing." Look around. The Western Master's expression changed slightly. They must have found another way. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately moved to search the vicinity of the 3 forks in the road. No, I don't have it here either. Could it be that these people really entered the left and right forks? Wait, someone suddenly exclaimed. There's a path here. Chapter 56-65. Where? Everyone's spirits couldn't help but be lifted. Fuck, could it be that Master Dongfang and his group had found a correct path, and then they had secretly pulled their own group in? What? The Western Master fiercely pushed away the person in front of him and quickly rushed over. He saw that the cultivator was standing on the right side of the fork. Look! When he sat down as an example, everyone could clearly see that the air where he sat was fluctuating slightly, and a transparent path appeared behind him. If they didn't walk there and sit down or step into the path, they wouldn't be able to see that there was a path here at all. In particular, the two sides of the path were completely white. This transparent path could almost be said to have completely blended into the background around them. If this young man hadn't walked here and sat down to rest and noticed something strange, who knew how much time they would have to spend here to find the correct path? Damn it! The Western Master was so angry that his scalp was about to explode. He originally thought that his group was faster than the others and would definitely be the first to arrive at the middle hall. Who knew that they were the ones who were fooled? How hateful! Master Dongfang and his group must have already passed by. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, It's over! They must be the first to arrive. There are only so many things. If the people from the eastern region got more than half, then the remaining things would definitely not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Thinking of this, everyone's mood became even lower. They could only blame themselves for following the Western Master. They were really unlucky to have come all the way here. The Southern Master's expression wasn't very good at this time. Brother Dongfang is really too mean. He clearly knew that we took the wrong path, but he wasn't willing to greet us. Brother Northern, you've always been on good terms with him. Look, in front of benefits, he doesn't even care about you. Isn't that hateful? The Northern Master smiled awkwardly and politely. You can't say that. He led the people from the eastern region, so naturally, he had to consider all aspects of the eastern region's cultivators. Besides, at that time, we had already followed Brother Dongfang into the Middle Fork. They only found the right path later, so it's impossible for them to take the wrong path to find us. If it were you, Master of the South, you wouldn't be able to do this. To put it bluntly, they were all competitors. How could they give up on the right path and go down the wrong path for the sake of their enemy? That would be hilarious. The Southern Master didn't even feel embarrassed when he said this. Master Nanfang nodded with a fake smile. Brother Beifong is indeed a close friend of Brother Dongfang. Why do the two of you have different paths? The Master of the North sighed and cursed in his heart. He also wanted to go the same way, but he made the wrong decision just now. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped at the fork in the road and simply walked with Brother Dongfang. The Western Master's face darkened. All right, cut the crap. Now, even if he didn't want to, he was still wrong. He had to leave quickly. If you don't leave now, not to mention the meat soup, I don't think even a strand of hair will be left. The Southern Master took out a red veil from her inner world and put it on. She smiled seductively. Let me lead the way. Brother Dongfang, you're always in a hurry to lead me to the wrong place. It's really unbearable. We don't want to waste any more time. Chapter 56-66. The Western Master's face was as black as charcoal, but at this time, he did not continue to fight with the Southern Master. Instead, he silently walked to the side, allowing the Southern Master to lead the people in first. Don't look at how the Southern Master was swaying with every step. His walking speed was actually not slow. After a short while, he led the group to the place where baby Mo pooped. The Western Master's dog nose was very sensitive. He sniffed hard. There's the scent of their activities here. I can feel it too. The Southern Master's face was slightly happy. Could it be that they are still here and have not left? Everyone look around. If we can find Brother Dongfang and the others to gather together and reorganize into a team, it will be fine. The Southern Master giggled. Unexpectedly, the Western Master was the first to speak out against her. Who will lead the team if we reorganize into a team? Who will be the boss? You or me? Or do you think that Dongfang you will let you lead his team? That was simply wishful thinking. Take the Western Master, for example. He would not bow down to anyone. Dongfang Yu was also not easy to get along with. It was even more impossible for him to let them lead his people. When the time came, who would be able to bear the responsibility if they died or got injured? The Southern Master sneered. I just knew that you old fart liked to find trouble with me. All right, the two masters should stop arguing. Let's first see if there are any figures of Dongfang Yu and the others nearby. They are back. As they spoke, a few hundred shoujo ran back, but everyone's expression was a little strange. Why are you so smelly? The Southern Master pinched her nose and shouted at a tall and sturdy male shoujo who ran to her side. She subconsciously took a step back, and her expression was a little unsightly. This shoujo was called Zhou Ping. He was a married man. He could be considered as her guest. Usually, the two of them hooked up behind his honest wife's back. The Southern Master had always enjoyed the pleasure of seducing her husband. Therefore, most of the guests who entered her room were married men. This could be considered as one of her special fetishes. She admired those women the most. The feeling of being in so much pain that they wish they were dead. The feeling of being unable to get rid of themselves. This Zhou Ping had always lived a good life and was always able to please her. But at this moment, her body was stinky, which made her feel disgusted. Zhou Ping, on the other hand, had an awkward look on his face. He explained to the Southern Master in a low voice, I'm sorry, Naner. Just now Zhou Ping stepped on shit just now, ha. A wanton and arrogant laughter caused Zhou Ping's expression to change. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was his nemesis, Zhao Jia. This Zhao Jia, relying on the fact that he was the Southern Master's new pet, he was somewhat undisciplined and out of control. He did not put him in his eyes all day long. How hateful. Zhao Jia, don't talk nonsense. What nonsense am I spouting? Are you saying that you didn't step on shit? Or did you almost trip over a pile of shit? Aha. The Southern Master immediately took a few steps back and glared at Zhou Ping in disgust. Go clean yourself up first. The smell was simply unbearable. Zhou Ping knew that he was in the wrong, so he quickly retreated, leaving Zhao Jia alone to stand beside the Southern Master with a smile. Master, there's nothing around here. We've checked everywhere. There's really nothing here. Other than a pile of shit, there's only a small handful of heavenly sunflower seeds left. Chapter 56-67. Damn it. The Master of the South was so angry that his eyes turned red. The Master of the West also stomped his feet and roared angrily. It must be those people's doing. Leaving behind a pile of poop was probably to mock them. If baby Emon knew what these uncles and aunties were thinking, he would definitely laugh himself to death. These people were really used to turning everything into a conspiracy. Little Furball really didn't have any other thoughts when he left behind that pile of poop. Chase, we must catch up with them as soon as possible. The Master of the West stomped his feet and roared angrily. These people have been ahead of us all along the way. They must have gotten a lot of good things. If it really didn't work, they could only resort to robbing. A fierce look flashed across the Master of the West's eyes. Master of the North, I know that you have always been on good terms with Master of the East, but this time it concerns the resources of our 3 territories. You must not stand on the wrong side. The Master of the South agreed with the Master of the West's words. He nodded and said, Exactly, Master of the North. The Master of the North couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You all think too highly of me, but what you all said makes some sense. Since it concerns the welfare of the cultivators of the North, I can't blindly stand on Brother Dongfang's side unconditionally. Sigh, no matter what I do, it's difficult. The cultivators of the North were very grateful when they heard this. Master, you don't have to be difficult. Yes, Master, when the time comes, we will do it ourselves. We will settle the matter between us and the brothers of the East. There is no need for Master to be difficult. Yes. Everyone was talking at once. It seemed that they had already made up their minds. When they saw the people of the East later, they would ignore everything and rob them. First, the Master of the West nodded in satisfaction. The people of the Northern Divine region were not completely useless. They were a little hot-blooded after being provoked. That's good. He was afraid that the Master of the North would turn around and stand on the side of the East. It would be difficult to evaluate the situation of 2 against 2. Now, if it was 3 against 1, Master of the East would definitely lose. At this point, the Master of the West could not help but smile. When he turned to look at the Master of the South, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. "Oh, South, with our 3 territories working together, there's no need to worry about what can't be accomplished." The Southern Master giggled. She covered her mouth and twisted her body. "Actually, I only want that treasure." Hearing this, their expressions changed slightly. This was especially true for the Master of the West. His face contorted as if he had just heard a fairy tale. The warmth that filled his heart instantly turned into ice and snow as he stared coldly at the Master of the South. The Master of the North smiled. "Everyone came here together because of fate. We're all here for the treasure. Anyway, how should I put it? Let's just rely on our own abilities." The Master of the North tried to smooth things over and harmonize with the current atmosphere. "It's fine if we have the same goal. Just treat it as a competition. Don't harm the harmony between us for the sake of competing for the treasure." The Master of the North is right. He. The Master of the West laughed with a hint of malevolence. The Master of the South could not be bothered to look at his hypocrisy. He snorted and turned to look at the Master of the North with a smile. "Brother North, then why are you here?" The Master of the North shook his head and smiled very warmly. "I'm here to accompany the people of the North to gain experience." Chapter 5668. The most important thing is for everyone to improve their cultivation. Everything else is secondary. Brother South, Brother West, we've been cultivating together in the Holy Region for at least a few decades. There's always some brotherly love. I only hope that everyone can live in harmony and peace. I don't ask for anything else." When the Master of the North said this, the group of hotheads from a northern region were immediately moved. The Master of the West chuckled. The Master of the South looked at him meaningfully. This Brother North speech was always a little meaningful. He was quite good at it. With just a few words, he could satisfy and mobilize people's hearts. People from the Holy Region were always so easy to satisfy. While they were talking, a few more groups of people who were investigating nearby rushed back. They shook their heads without finding anything. "Looks like there should have been a sunflower field here before. They should have all been plucked clean by them. Let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and chase after them." If they didn't chase after them, it would really be too late. They were always half a beat slower than the others. It really made them feel a little unwilling to let others get everything first. The Master of the South and his group hurriedly chased after Arbor and the others. In fact, Arbor and the others were not as hurried as the Master of the West and Master of the South thought. They walked over leisurely. Everyone ran to Little Furball's side from time to time and asked with a fawning expression, "Young Master Mo Jr., do you feel it here? Young Master Mo Jr., do you feel the aura of a treasure there?" Young Master Mo Jr.'s little stoic face was tense as he glanced at everyone without batting an eyelid. He really wanted to tell these uncles and aunties that Little Furball was not a human-shaped treasure hunting device. Really, don't put all your hopes on Little Furball because you'll be disappointed. However, everyone's confidence in Baby Mo was greater than his. Along the way, they finally knew that this child, young Master Mo Jr., was a child who could hit the jackpot even when pooping. If they didn't follow him, who should they follow? They had to follow him all the way to the end. They had to shamelessly ask for advice from time to time. Young Master Mo Jr. was a very magical child in their eyes. No wonder the Holy Palace judged him to be the luckiest person. His luck was not for nothing. Quick, quick, do you see it? There seems to be a light in front of us." The big-bellied man exclaimed and quickly reached out to cover his eyes. Everyone else did the same thing as him. They all felt a blinding light coming at them. Arbor glanced over. "The light is very strong." That's right, that's right. It felt like something good, and everyone's spirits were lifted. "It looks like a lightning array." Arbor roared expressionlessly. Flash! Everyone had followed Madame Mo all the way and was familiar with her personality. When she shouts, it's best to quickly crawl away. Everyone scrambled in all directions. At the same time, several lightning bolts exploded under their feet. Arbor flew straight up and did a somersault in the air. "There's no gravity anymore. I can move." Everyone hurriedly rose into the air. While waving Old Sweat, they looked towards the direction where the light was floating. They saw a cold-faced man with a pair of wings spread out, standing in the air, looking at them coldly. It's the guardian of the middle hall. Master Dongfang's eyes narrowed. That man had wings on his back and stood in the air, holding a big bow in his hand. Chapter 56-69. Even the middle hall's guardians have come out. So this means that there should be something good in this place, right? Everyone turned their heads and looked around, but they couldn't see clearly what was going on at the source of the light. Xiaomu narrowed her eyes and sized him up. Are you a puppet that doesn't have a mind of your own? Should be. Yin nodded and tossed her son to Duan Yu. She swiped the air, and Raven appeared in her hand. I'll go meet him first. Don't injure his skin. Yin. What did wifey mean by this, Al? Could it be that wifey felt that this living corpse was very good-looking, so she couldn't bear to injure his skin? I'll go too. Sovereign Peach Blossom also shot out in a flash. Arbor knitted his brows and expressionlessly instructed the two of them. I want a complete puppet man. Sovereign Peach Blossom's long sword spun in the air, but he didn't dare to stab the winged man's chest. What does Jojo mean? Yin's handsome face darkened as she ruthlessly slapped that winged man's face. I've taken a liking to him. Sovereign Peach Blossom. That shouldn't be the case, right? This person wasn't even as good-looking as him. So what did Jojo see in him? That winged man's figure was very tall and sturdy. His eyes were light-colored, so faint that they were almost transparent. His movements were very swift as he drew his bow and shot an arrow in one smooth motion. Several times, the arrowhead brushed past Yin's hair and drifted by. The little fur ball shrunk in Duan Yu's arms and couldn't resist covering her mouth as she exclaimed, Daddy is going to be finished. Duan Yu, Yin really gave birth to a good son. Adoptive father, Daddy is going to be finished. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. Your father won't be finished. That person's archery speed is so fast. Little fur ball can't even see it clearly. That's a middle stage divine venerable realm cultivation. You naturally can't see it clearly. Compared to you, his cultivation is much higher. The little fur ball was trying her best to see, and she muttered, Oh, so his trajectory is like this. Oh, archery can be done like this, I see. Duan Yu was a bit amused. He looked down at the child and patted his little head. Rest for a while if you feel dizzy. Baby Mo blinked his eyes. I'm not dizzy. I'm even more relaxed. Dongfang Yuju was slightly startled. This was probably the first time he had seen young Master Mo and his friend fight. Their speed was astonishingly fast. With his eyesight, it was difficult for him to clearly see their movements. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly. Whoosh! The winged man shot out an arrow that flew past Venerable Peach Blossom and headed straight for Duan Yu. Everyone exclaimed and turned their heads to look. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yu flicked his sleeve, and the arrowhead in front of him abruptly disintegrated into powder without leaving a trace. At this moment, Master Dongfang's pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. It turned out that the cultivation of this extremely young man was actually on par with young Master Mo in that case. There was almost no point in comparing this battle. It was a completely one-sided crushing. The winged man's body was quickly struck by a fire spirit. At the same time that he lunged forward, Venerable Peach Blossom used a series of spinning wooden vines to restrain him. Before 5 minutes were up, this middle-stage divine Venerable Realm Guardian was subdued by the two of them. Not to mention Master Dongfang. All the Eastern region cultivators present were also stupefied. Chapter 56-70. It was hard to believe that young Master Mo's group actually had such a high cultivation level. No wonder those people who went to the bamboo garden to provoke them always left in high spirits and returned with such a killjoy. If the other party had such a high cultivation level, then there really wasn't any power that could shake them. Arbor glanced at the two of them. Yin was currently dragging the end of the wooden vine, pulling that twin-winged person, who was wrapped up tightly, to her. After the two-winged man was subdued, his head drooped and he didn't make a sound. It was as if someone abruptly pressed the stop button on his body, and he completely stopped moving. Arbor turned around and roared, Dunzone, Dunzone? Dunzong hastily squeezed over from the back of the crowd and raised his clenched fist. Little Master, Dunzong is here. Arbor glanced at him. Dunzong, what do you think of this body? She secretly made up her mind. If Dunzong still didn't fancy such a young and powerful body that was born with a special ability, then she wouldn't care whether he lived or died. Dunzong was sensible as expected, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw the two-winged person. Me. Master, are you giving this body to me? He's just a puppet guardian without any thoughts, so it's perfect for you to use. What do you think? Dunzong felt like his little master was asking. Do you dare to say no? He also secretly felt that this body was young and sturdy and looked all right. At least it looked much better than this vulgar Gung Pengcheng's body. Yes. Dunzong nodded like he was pounding garlic. Little Master, you're really too good to Dunzong. Dunzong likes it very much. Dunzong is especially happy. Arbor glanced at his fawning appearance, and her lips turned up, inadvertently revealing a faint smile. Dunzong's eyes instantly turned into crescents from his smile. However, he was still in Manor Lord Gung's body, so his smile looked especially vulgar in Mo Lian's eyes. Without thinking, she swatted him away with a punch. Mo Lian walked up and held his wife's small paw. I'll do the exchange. Arbor nodded. Then I'll go ahead and take a look. Let Duan Yu and Rotten Peach Blossom help you. Arbor logically took over his son from Duan Yu's hands and left the matter to him. Then, he dragged his son to scavenge at the front. The rest of the people couldn't help but want to laugh. They looked at the three of them sympathetically. Get busy. Let's go ahead and take a look. She wanted to see if there was anything that Jojo didn't want. She didn't want to waste it. Dongfang Yuzhu and his group also hurriedly followed, leaving the three people to accompany Dunzong and look at each other. The same thought flashed through the minds of Mo Lian and the other two at the same time. I want to plant them all. Dunju hurriedly ran to the Peach Blossom deity's side and cried out pitifully, Ji-chun, don't cheat me this time. You must help me change my body back. It's best if you can make me stronger. Duan Yu curled his lips. You hit it off so well with Rotten Peach Blossoms, so why don't you consider switching to a woman's body? Tun smiled wretchedly. I still prefer a man's body. Unable to restrain himself, the Peach Blossom deity punched the top of his head. Mo Lian sputtered with laughter. She walked up and kicked Dunzong. Hurry up, don't waste time. Perhaps Dongfang Yuzhu and the rest would catch up to them soon. Besides, he really wanted to follow his wife over to take a look. Not knowing what good stuff was ahead, the crowd let out waves of exclamations, each louder than the last. Mo Lian patted Dunzong's back and exerted a bit of force. Chapter 56-71. Tun's soul left Gung Pengcheng's body and flew in a straight line towards the wooden vines on the other side under Duan Yu and He Chin's combined palm strikes. At the same time, Arbor held her son's small hand and strolled around the two pillars. There were many cultivation technique manuals placed in the middle hall, and everyone from the eastern region ran over to read them. However, Jojo was completely uninterested in these. She had plenty of cultivation techniques in the Hall of Longevity, so she really didn't need them. Hence, her gaze and her son's gaze were fixed on the hilt of the long sword in front of them. The entire sword was embedded into the steel. Several lines of small words were engraved on the steel. Sword trial steel. The Cloud Sky sword was forged by a great swordsmith through a blood trial 3,000 years ago. The sword's edge was so sharp that it could slash through cities and split the heavens. It belonged to the Fated One. Baby Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this sword. I'm just short of a sword. The little fellow said, short of a handy sword. I think I should be that Fated One. Arbor didn't even give birth to her son, so where did his confidence come from? She really wanted to ask her son, how did you know that you're the Fated One for this sword? Mother, you don't believe me? Baby Immo blinked his watery phoenix eyes, his small face glowing with a strange radiance. When I got close, I heard the sword say to me, come quickly, come quickly, come quickly, come quickly, come quickly, pull me out. Heh. I heard it so clearly. Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked down at her son. He spoke as if it was true, and even she couldn't help but want to believe it. I'm called Mo Shao, and it's called Cloud Sky. It's truly fate that brought us together. Sir Jojo, Feng Changqing, and the rest who followed him. This child was truly a little demon king who lived in the heavens and the earth. To be honest, they really weren't that confident when they were his age. Baby Mo was itching to try. I'll pull it out. Wait, I'll go first. At this time, a Western region cultivator rushed out from the crowd and stared at the long sword that had sunk into the steel, revealing only a little of its hilt. A greedy light flashed in his eyes. He flew forward and placed one hand on the hilt of the sword. He shouted, "Rise!" His fingers tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, and his face instantly turned red. The entire sword was still inside the stone tablet, showing no signs of being shaken at all. Boos came from all around, and the Western regioner's face flushed red. Zhang Jing's face was cold. Shameless. How dare you snatch something from a child? Several Eastern region cultivators at the side nodded in agreement. Along the way, they had received a lot of care from the child's parents. If it weren't for the child's parents, who knew how many times they would have died by now? Not only did they not know how to be grateful, but they also exposed the selfish nature of the people of the Western regions. They did not even let go of the long sword that the child had taken a fancy to. Jojo, on the other hand, was not angry. That was human nature. What was there to be angry about? She and Mo Yin had brought these people along the way. From the beginning, they had never thought of asking for anything in return. In any case, they would gather if they wanted to and disperse if they didn't. They were just a temporary team. But as for the people in her team, she would definitely protect them until the end. The Western region cultivator's face was a little hot. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and shouted, "Rise!" His other hand slammed heavily on the stone tablet. The stone tablet did not move, but his hands seemed to be firmly attached to the hilt of the sword. His hands suddenly became hot. Chapter 56-72. His face turned pale with fright, and his entire body trembled as he tried to take a few steps back. However, he was firmly trapped on the spot. His expression was one of unbearable pain as he howled in pain. "Quick, look at his hands," he Wei Ping couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see that the Western region cultivator's hands had turned completely red. It was as if they were being roasted in a raging fire, completely red and shockingly hot. Everyone couldn't help but shudder, and then they saw an even stranger scene. The blood in that person's hands seemed to be boiling, flowing rapidly through his veins. As the sword hilt sucked, the blood in the Western region cultivator's hands seemed to be sucked into the sword bit by bit. His hand was like the bark of a tree that was rapidly drying up, quickly becoming thinner. His face turned pale with fright. He turned his head in pain and screamed, "Save me, save me." So scary. Several female cultivators covered their faces with their hands, trying their best to suppress the churning feeling in their stomachs. The person in front of them was really disgusting. He was losing blood very quickly, and before long, his entire arm had turned into dried-up wood, completely limp. However, his hands were still holding onto the sword hilt. Various expressions of regret, resentment, disappointment, and fear appeared on his face. Suddenly, a long sword flew over everyone's heads, straight towards that person, and with a whoosh, cut off her arms. "Ah!" The Western region cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. Arbor took his son's hand and took a step back. The Western master and his group quickly walked forward, looking around, and fixed their gaze on the man who was rapidly aging, his face as dry as tree bark. "Master, master, save me, save me." The Western master looked him up and down, revealing a pitiful expression. "You're about to die." Most of the blood in this person's body had been sucked out, and he couldn't live at all. Even if he cut off his arms and let him leave that strange stone tablet, it was a pity that he couldn't live. "No, master, I still don't want to die." The Western Imperial Master had a rather deep impression of this person. Back then, during the top 200 selection competition, this person's cultivation was considered to be above average. Unfortunately, he had followed the wrong team and the wrong person. This was the consequence of betraying the Western regions. Madame Amo, my men died right under your nose. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Western master ignored the struggling cultivator and turned to look at Arbor. The moment he opened his mouth, he questioned him. What kind of explanation do you want? Emo Yin slowly walked over. Duan Yu and the venerable peach blossom divinity were walking next to him. At this moment, their gazes were slightly raised as they sized up the Western master. Dunzone lowered its head and flapped its wings excitedly. For a while, it would stop and walk, and for a while, it would run and run. It circled around the three of them happily, like an immortal. When the Western master saw them, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. After all, even he couldn't see through the cultivation of these young people. His strength should not be underestimated. He couldn't afford to offend them. But now, if he didn't take this opportunity to demand some compensation from them, it wouldn't seem right. Hence, he shot a look at the Southern Master beside him. The Southern Master's large red lips curled up, and she couldn't help but snort. Did he think she was stupid? She had to jump out and be ordered around by the Western Master with just a look? Dream on. Chapter 5673. If you want compensation, go ahead and ask for it yourself. Don't order me around like a servant. The Master of the West glared angrily at the Master of the South. This damned woman was always a hindrance at crucial moments. He stared at Arbor with a fake smile and said coldly, logically speaking, Madame Emo shouldn't be fully responsible for this matter, but he died in Madame Mo's team. No matter what, shouldn't you give some compensation? Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard this. They didn't know what was going on, but when they heard the word compensation, their eyelids twitched. They felt like something. It was as if someone was holding a knife to their neck. No matter how they put it, it felt wrong. Arbor glanced at the Western Master coldly. You want compensation from me? Ha! This person actually wanted compensation from Master Jojo? What a simple-minded fellow. Then do you know why this person ended up like this? This person didn't listen to advice and went up to the sword trial monument to draw the sword. In the end, he was killed by the backlash of the sword light. Who is to blame? What a joke. You should blame yourself for being greedy instead of blaming him or you. Greed was the origin of tragedy. The Western Master rolled his eyes. How is that possible? He took a few steps forward and looked at the small words on the sword trial monument. The others couldn't help but go forward to observe. Seeing that the entire sword hilt was buried in the monument, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was really strange. There was such a sword in such a broken monument. Since it was made by a famous sword master 3,000 years ago, it must be a famous sword. Why had they never heard of Yin Xiao before? The little dumpling blinked and asked in a childish voice, Mother, can I go up and pull it out? Master Jojo hesitated slightly and didn't let go of his son's hand. This sword was very strange. Before she figured it out, she didn't want her son to take the risk. Although this little guy kept telling her that there was no danger, as a mother, she was still nervous. Arbor still held his son's hand and warned, Let's take a look first. Baby Emo blinked his eyes and replied unwillingly, Oh. After being quiet for a while, he raised his head again. With an innocent face, he asked his mother, Mother, didn't you hear the sound of the sword? Arbor's eyes moved slightly. He looked down at his son and shook his head. No, I heard it. Xiao Tuanzi counted with her fingers. 3 long ones and 2 short ones. It's urging me to hurry up. The people from the western regions couldn't help but sneer. Him, a small fellow with a small body, wanted to draw his sword? It was more likely that the sword would pull him out. Baby Emo did not care about other people's gazes and used his eyes to signal to his mother. It was as if he was asking her if she could go up and try. Emo Yin slowly walked forward and reached out to grab his wife's small hand. He nodded slightly at her. Let him go. Weren't boys supposed to train? Since this guy was so confident, there was no harm in letting him try. Taking a step back, even if he didn't succeed, he could still strike a blow to this fellow's inflated self-confidence. Master Jojo saw the deeper meaning in her husband's eyes. She couldn't help but glance at Jojo's lotus. Her husband always wanted to strike a blow to her son. It must be because he wanted to take revenge on Baby Mo for tricking him. Let me try. Before Arbor let go, another person flew forward. Chapter 5674. It turned out that it was a West Region cultivator who had rushed forward after receiving the West Master's signal with his eyes. This West Region cultivator was very tall, and his arms were bulging. His hands were also very broad and thick. He looked abnormally imposing when bursting with power. Arbor swept him a glance and mocked. "West Master, you see that, right? Your clan's cultivator jumped out for a trial again. Isn't that so? If he dies again this time, don't come looking for us again," Fu San said with a chuckle. He waved his hand and said, "Actually, if you don't have the strength, it's best if you don't take on that task. After all, a person only has one life. It's gone if you lose it." The West Region cultivator glowered at him and said coldly, "Don't worry. I won't lose. I've never lost in my life." This person had a very confident expression. He took a few steps forward, stretched out his hands, and took a deep breath. Then he abruptly gripped the sword hilt and pulled. TSK, TSK, TSK. A scorching sensation came from the sword hilt, causing his entire body to stiffen. TSK, TSK. This scorching sensation rose again and seemed to be scuttling toward his arms. That person was alarmed, and he subconsciously wanted to retract his hands and let go. However, his hands were firmly sucked onto the sword hilt, and he simply couldn't let go. Duan Yu's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "Cloud Sky? How is that possible? This should be a blood sword, right?" When everyone heard his words, it was as if they were struck by lightning, and they all shuddered. Realization dawned on the South Master, and he exclaimed, Right, it's a blood sword. It should be a blood sword. If there was a sword from 3,000 years ago that was passed down through the ages, it would probably be this blood sword that struck terror in people's hearts. However, everyone only treated it as a legend and never made the connection. Moreover, that stone tablet was engraved with the words Cloud Sky. Who would know that this fraudulent sword was actually a blood sword? Look at how happily it sucked blood. This was truly a sword that was as bloodthirsty as its own life. As they spoke, the West Region cultivator in front of them had more than half of his blood sucked away by the blood sword. Right now, he was like a pile of dried bones as he crashed to the ground. The originally tall and imposing figure now looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. The skin and flesh were frighteningly thin. Everyone was scared silly and took a few steps back. Terrifying. If that was the case, then this sword was equivalent to a sword from hell that came to claim lives. Whoever took it would be in trouble. Whoever wanted to die would die. The Western Imperial Master and his men finally learned their lesson and retreated a few steps. Baby Mo blinked. What were they doing? Arbor's expression did not change. They are afraid of this sword. What's there to be afraid of? This sword is so beautiful. I like it very much. Beautiful is beautiful, but it can hurt. How is that possible? It's very obedient. Mother, if you don't believe me, I'll show it to you. Mo Bao hopped forward a few steps and ran to the front of the stone tablet. The Master of the South pretended to be frightened and covered his mouth with his hand, reminding him in a shrill voice, "Child, that's not a fun toy. It's a blood sword that can take people's lives. You can't pick it up." "That's right, kid." The two adults in front lost their lives on the spot. "Do you want to follow in their footsteps?" Baby Mo turned his head to look at the people who were shouting at him. "Don't speak nonsense. How can I be hurt by it? It's very obedient." Chapter 5675. 135 Famous Sword for Very Obedient? What kind of joke was this? You said that this sword was very obedient, but this blood sword had just killed 2 people in a bloodthirsty manner. Everyone looked at Baby Mo as if they were looking at an idiot. The latter did not mind at all. He did not even look at them as he reached out to grab the hilt of the sword. The Western Master's lips curled into a cold smile. The Master of the South pretended to cover his eyes with his hands and even cried out pitifully. The Eastern Master stared at Baby Mo calmly as a strange light seemed to escape from his eyes. The tragedy that everyone expected did not happen. There was nothing at all. Baby Mo pulled out the sword with a clang sound. Everyone, the Western Master? It must be an illusion. What did this child do? Oh, the Southern Master's mouth was wide open. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The blood sword was pulled out by this child just like that. He pulled out. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness in their heads. For some reason, they felt as if the world was spinning. It was too scary. Were all 4 or 5-year-old babies so scary? What kind of strange child was this? Baby Mo pulled out the sword, bringing out a ray of light. There seemed to be a trace of moonlight circulating on the sword. How was it the blood sword that others were talking about? It was the clouds. There was a white mist circulating around the sword, like the clouds in the 9 heavens. It was beautiful, really beautiful. Baby Mo touched the treasured sword and could not bear to let it go. It was really beautiful. 135 famous sword, 4 very obedient. What kind of joke was this? You said that this sword was very obedient, but this blood sword had just killed 2 people in a bloodthirsty manner. Everyone looked at Baby Mo as if they were looking at an idiot. The latter did not care at all. He did not even look at them as he reached out to grab the hilt of the sword. The Western Master's lips curled into a cold smile. The Master of the South pretended to cover his eyes with his hands and even cried out pitifully. The Eastern Master stared at Baby Mo calmly as a strange light seemed to escape from his eyes. The tragedy that everyone had expected did not happen. In fact, there was nothing at all. Just like that, Baby Mo pulled out the sword with a clang. Everyone, Western Master, it must be an illusion. What did this child do? Oh, the Southern Master's mouth was wide enough to hold up an egg. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The blood sword was pulled out so easily by this child. It was pulled out. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness in their heads. They felt as if the world was spinning. It was too terrifying. Were all 4 or 5-year-old babies these days so scary? What kind of strange child was this? Mo Bao unsheathed his sword, bringing out a stream of light. There seemed to be a wisp of moonlight flowing on the sword. How could this be the so-called blood sword that others were talking about? It was Yun Shao. Boundless white mist swirled around the blade of the sword. It was as if the clouds had ascended to the 9th heaven. It was also as if it was emitting boundless multicolored light. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. Mo Bao touched the treasured sword and couldn't bear to part with it. It was really beautiful. Baby Mo pulled out the sword, bringing out a stream of light. There seemed to be a wisp of moonlight flowing on the sword. How could this be the blood sword that others were talking about? It was Yin Shao. There was a white mist flowing on the sword, like the clouds in the 9 heavens. It was beautiful, really beautiful. Chapter 5676. Before anyone could react, the long sword that was as thin as glass turned around and flew back into Mo Bao's hand with a whoosh. Baby Mo held it and glanced at the people around him. He grinned. He held the sword, which was as tall as him, and ran to the Western Master. He looked up innocently. "Uncle, do you want to try it too?" The Western Master's expression was extremely ugly. He could not say a word for a long time. This child was here to humiliate him on purpose. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have come all the way here to say those words. If the Western Master shook his head in front of everyone, wouldn't it be a slap to his own face? After all, he was the first to jump out and question it. He even wanted to try the blood sword and take it for himself. Although the child's father and the rest were very powerful, the Western Master thought that as long as he got the sword, his cultivation might increase greatly. But now, seeing an idiot get his neck slit by the blood sword in front of him, how could the Western Master be so stupid to try this demonic blood sword again? He didn't think that he had many lives to play around with. The Western Master pondered over it again and again. In the end, he still replied with a dark face, "There's no need." Baby Mo pursed his small mouth and ran back with his sword in hand. He pounced to his mother's side and tugged at Xiao Mu's arm, saying aggrievedly, "That uncle went back on his word. It was he who said he wanted to test his sword. Now that I'm here, he doesn't want it anymore. Xiao Tuanzi hates him." Arbor held back his laughter and nodded. Mother hates this person too. The mother and son looked at each other. Arbor held his son's hand and whispered to him, "Forget it. Don't lower yourself to the same level as an old man. Look at how old he is and how inexperienced he is. Just treat it as respect and let him have it. Baby Immo nodded his head. Suddenly, a mechanical announcement came from the sky. The Sacred Palace will close in 46 hours. Now announcing the latest round of luck ranking. First place, Immo Xiao. Second place, He Weiping. Third place, Zhang Jing. Fourth place, Master Dongfang. It wasn't until the 808th place was announced that the Western Master's name was announced by the robotic voice. 779th place, Western Master. Last place, minus 200 points. Everyone was speechless. The Southern Master laughed so hard that he almost fell to the ground. Hey, old Western man, why are you in last place again? The Sacred Palace's latest ranking on the Providence board would exclude those who had died. Thus, out of the 808 people, only 779 people were left. But no matter how they ranked, the Western Master was always the last. The Western Master's face turned completely black. He couldn't help but roar why. Was there something wrong with the heavenly Tao? From a moment he stepped into the Sacred Palace until now, he hadn't obtained anything at all. Naturally, it was impossible for him to mistakenly consume some strange herbs and have his points deducted. In the previous experiential training, he was unlucky enough to be ranked last. That was because he mistook a poisonous herb for an immortal herb and couldn't wait to consume it, causing his cultivation level to drop bit by bit. But this time he didn't do that. With the previous experience, he had been extremely careful ever since he entered the Sacred Palace. Volume 137.8, You Don't Respect, Meihei didn't touch anything in the Sacred Palace at all. He was even very careful when he walked, afraid that he would accidentally fall into a trap. If he was poisoned, his points would definitely be deducted. Heavenly Tao, you're unfair. The more the Western Master thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but point at the sky and curse. Immo Yin turned her head and looked at the Western Master as if she was looking at an idiot. How could there be such a foolish and naive person in this world? Sure enough, as soon as this person finished speaking, the heavenly Tao took the opportunity to strike down with a bolt of lightning. With a boom, it smashed directly on top of his head. The Western Master immediately changed into a fashionable curly hairstyle. His entire face was indeed blackened by the lightning. The people of the Western region screamed. The people of the Eastern region couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. The Western Master was fearless and openly challenged the Heavenly Tao. Let's see if the Heavenly Tao can kill him, bastard. The Heavenly Tao's angry voice came from the sky. How dare you disrespect me like this? Deduct points. The Heavenly Tao immediately made the next decision. Not long after, the cold voice of the broadcast started again. The 779th Western Master. First from the bottom. His attitude is improper, and he is disrespectful to the Heavenly Tao. Now, another 300 points will be deducted. Now, his points are negative 500. The Southern Master really couldn't hold it in and really burst out laughing. Then, she put on a fake apologetic smile and turned to the Western Master who was glaring at her. She waved her hand and said, Sorry, Brother Western. I really couldn't hold it in. The laughter around them really couldn't be suppressed. Including the people behind the Western Master's own team, there were people who were laughing so hard that their shoulders were shaking. It was really hard to control. They really let their master down. But the master's silly behavior really made people feel that it was extremely funny. He was clearly only negative 200 points before, but now he had reached the sky in one step and was negative 500 points. So what if it was negative 500 points? The master now felt worse than a beggar on the street. That appearance simply made people feel bad just by looking at it. The Western Master clenched his fists and wanted to rush up angrily. Two young Western region disciples hurriedly ran out from behind and hurriedly grabbed him by the waist and dragged him into the crowd. Master, please don't take things too hard. Do you still want to argue with the Heavenly Tao Elder? The consequences of arguing with the Heavenly Tao is very likely that the Heavenly Tao Elder will directly teleport you out of the Divine Palace and make you the first person to give up. How despicable! The Western Master was so angry that he was almost speechless. He snorted and was dragged into the crowd by the two disciples. His whole body was trembling with anger. He was supported by someone to sit down on a stone block at the side. Master, where there is life, there is hope. Yes, yes, Master, you can't argue with the heavenly Tao, right? We still have to continue, right? Now that you are last, what are you afraid of? As long as you enter the main palace and get that treasure, you'll be the luckiest person, Master. Yes, yes, yes. The Western Master was comforted by the words of the disciples one after another, and his expression recovered slightly. But his face was completely charred black by the heavenly Tao, and there was not a single trace of white on it. The main palace is just ahead, Master. Let's not get entangled with them. Yes, yes, yes. As long as we make the right bet, everything is possible. Let's go to the main palace, the Western Master shouted and directly stood up. Chapter 5677. He did not touch anything in the Divine Palace at all. He even walked very carefully, afraid that he would accidentally fall into a trap. If he was poisoned, his points would definitely be deducted. Heavenly axiom, you are unfair. The more the Western Master thought about it, the angrier he became. He could not help but point at the sky and curse. Imogen turned her head and looked at the Western Master as if she was looking at a fool. How could there be such a foolish and naive person in this world? Sure enough, as soon as this person finished speaking, Heavenly Axiom took the opportunity to strike down with a bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, it smashed directly on top of his head. The Western Master immediately changed into a fashionable curly hairstyle. His entire face was indeed struck black by lightning. The people of the Western region cried out in alarm. The people of the Eastern region could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. The Western Master was not afraid of death. He openly challenged Heavenly Axiom. Let's see if Heavenly Axiom can slap him to death, bastard. Heavenly Axiom's angry voice came from the sky. How dare you disrespect an old man like me? Deduct points. Heavenly Axiom made a prompt decision. Not long after, the cold voice of the broadcast sounded again. The 779th Western Master. First from the bottom. His attitude is improper and he is disrespectful to Heavenly Axiom. Another 300 points will be deducted. Now, his points are negative 500. The Southern Master really could not hold it in. He really burst out laughing. Then, she put on a fake apologetic smile and turned to the Western Master who was glaring at her. She waved her hand and said, Sorry, Brother Western. I really couldn't hold it in. The laughter around them could not be suppressed. Including the people behind the Western Master's own team, there were people who laughed until their shoulders shook. It was really hard to control. They felt so sorry for their master. But their master's silly behavior was hilarious. He was only negative 200 points earlier. Now he had reached the sky in one step and was negative 500 points, so be it. The master felt worse than a beggar on the street. That appearance simply made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The Western Master clenched his fists and wanted to rush up angrily. Two young disciples of the Western regions hurriedly ran out from behind him. They hurriedly grabbed him by the waist and dragged him back into the crowd. Master, please don't take things too hard. Do you still want to go against the Heavenly Tao Elder? The consequence of insulting the Heavenly Tao was that the Heavenly Tao Elder might directly teleport you out of the Holy Palace, making you the first person to give up. How despicable! The Western Master was so angry that he was almost speechless. With a harumph, he was dragged into the crowd by two disciples. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He was supported by someone to sit down on a stone block at the side. Master, where there's life, there's hope. Yes, yes. Master, we can't go against the Heavenly Axiom. We have to continue, don't we? What's there to be afraid of when you're in last place? As long as you enter the main palace and obtain that treasure, you'll be the luckiest person in the world, Master. Right. The Western Imperial Master was comforted by the words of his disciples, and his expression recovered a little. However, his face had been charred black by the Heavenly Tao and was completely white. The main palace is just ahead, Master. Let's not get entangled with them. Yes. As long as we make the right bet, everything is possible. Let's go to the main palace, the Western Master shouted and stood up. Chapter 5678. He didn't believe it. Could it be that the Western Master would be ranked last every year? Impossible. Go to the main hall. He urgently needed to go to the main hall to prove that he wasn't an unlucky person. There were still 24 hours left. There was more than enough time. He would definitely be able to turn this crooked situation around. Arbor looked at the people from the western region in confusion. What are they doing? They're going to the main hall. Feng Zhangfei glanced over. Are we going too? Arbor shook his head. Let's rest first. That's right. Ever since they entered the Holy Palace, no one had rested. No one had any objections to Arbor's suggestion. They sat in a row and began to nap to recover their sacred power. The Southern Master and the others looked at them as if they were looking at a weirdo. Their faces were full of disbelief. Of course, the Southern Master didn't say anything in the end. It was unknown if Madame Mo and the others were born with overconfidence, but they were actually resting in the Holy Palace. Could she not rest for the rest of her life? There were only a few hours left, and she still wanted to rest. Everyone rested for 6 hours before setting off again. There were only 40 hours left before the Holy Palace closed. But when the announcement was out, everyone couldn't help but feel amused. The ranking was no different from before. In fact, the Western Master's score was now negative 501 points. They really didn't know where this zero came from. Could it be that they haven't entered the main hall in 6 hours? The big-bellied man couldn't help but ask. It's obvious. Everyone, don't worry, Arbor said calmly. With their intelligence, they must still be waiting for us. Everyone. That was why Sir Jojo was so calm from the beginning to the end. In any case, whether it was slow or fast, in the end, the Western Master and the others still had to wait for them at the entrance of the main hall. Actually, the Western Master and the others were already regretting it. They had been squatting at the entrance of the main hall foolishly, competing with the rows of mechanical men in front of the main hall. They were all exhausted and were about to cry. If they had to choose again, they would definitely choose to stay in the middle hall and rest with Madame Mo. But now, there was no chance to choose again. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces as they fought with the golems in front of them. These mechanical puppets were neither alive nor dead, neither happy nor sad. Rows after rows of crippled mechanical puppets would appear. It was truly a headache and an annoyance. The Southern Master was also a little exhausted. He held a sword and ran a few steps outside, but he was blocked by a few mechanical golems who surrounded him from the left. She really wanted to scream for help. She wanted to run back to get help and look for Madame Mo. After a series of attacks, the Master of the South panted and shouted, "West, quickly think of something." The Master of the West wanted to reply to the Master of the South, but he was hit in the face by a mechanical puppet. Half of his teeth had almost fallen out, and his mouth was bleeding from the beating. He cried out in pain and swung the sword in his left hand, cutting off half of the golem's head. Xiao Mu and company arrived late, and this was the bizarre scene that greeted them. Sir Jojo spread his hands expressionlessly. See, she knew that with the intelligence of these people, they would never be able to enter the main hall. Chapter 5679. After all, with their species, they couldn't even see the mechanism on the pillar. Now that he saw them fighting with rows of mechanical men, Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. As expected, her prophecy came true. What was good about these people? They were all messing around. Couldn't they have stayed in the middle hall to recuperate with them? Look at how miserable and pitiful they were now. The group stood far away and watched for a while as usual. Master Dongfang might have felt that this was a little unethical. He coughed lightly and asked, "Madame Mo, do you think we should go over and help?" Madame Mo shook her hand. "It's not appropriate." Master Dongfang's lips twitched. "Why not? These mechanical men can't be killed or destroyed. Look, they're coming out from the small door at the back. I think we can go around the main door and enter from the side door," Madame Mo said with a serious expression. "Master Dongfang and the others are fighting with the mechanical men. We'd better not disturb their mood. Everyone." Arbor led the group towards the side door. The sharp-eyed Master Dongfang naturally saw them at first glance. He couldn't help but roar in shock. "What are you doing? Come and help." He felt that these people weren't here to help. They pulled the group towards a place where there were no mechanical men. Were they thinking of leaving them here to continue attracting the mechanical men's firepower and then going around the main door? Shameless scoundrel. Master Dongfang cursed. Arbor and the others had already walked to a small side door and reached out to push it. The wooden door opened, and a stone path appeared inside. It was winding and led to an unknown place. Arbor waved his hand and looked interested. "Let's go." "Stop right there." The Western Master was completely dumbfounded. Damn, there were actually such shameless people in the world. Were they really using them as targets and leaving them here to continue attracting the mechanical men? Were they going to let the people from the other 3 regions stay here and continue to be beaten up by the mechanical men? They weren't even going to lift a finger? Shameless, shameless, shameless. The Western Master was so angry that he beat his chest and stomped his feet. The Southern Master was also stunned. He turned to look at the Northern Master. Brother Dongfang actually left with Madame Imo and the rest just like that? It seems that your so-called brotherhood has completely dissipated in the face of difficulties. The Master of the North smiled faintly. He wasn't too angry. Everyone has their own mission. Brother Dongfang's mission is to bring the people of the Eastern Domain out of here in one piece. I don't blame him for his choice. The Southern Master said sarcastically. You sure have a good temper. As he spoke, the sound of mechanism dropping to the ground could be heard from the main hall, followed by the sound of gears creaking. The mechanical puppets that had been attacking the people of the 3 regions with all their might suddenly stopped. One by one, their arms drooped slightly by their sides and their heads drooped down. It was as if someone had pulled a string, and they were completely motionless. The 3 masters were still in a defensive state, facing the golems that had surrounded them in a circle. Soon, they heaved a sigh of relief. The mechanical men really didn't move. Let's go. They've probably reached the main hall. Madame Imo and the rest must have triggered some mechanism. Things might change if they delayed. Chapter 5680. The Southern Master stretched out his finger and pushed aside the arm of one of the golems. He then squeezed out of their encirclement. The Western Master started to panic as he roared, "Hurry! I'm afraid that they have already reached the main palace and triggered some mechanism. That's why the golems here stopped attacking." This was very, very bad. Along the way, they were always one step behind the others. They were especially passive. Now, if they were one step behind, someone else would beat them to it again. A trace of hostility flashed across the Western Master's eyes. "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" The Southern Master also urged the people beside him impatiently. The group of people broke out of the golem's encirclement and hurriedly ran towards the main palace. That speed was really exerting all the strength they had when they were young. They had no choice but to be fast. If they were one step behind, they felt that the treasures in the sky would have already fallen into the enemy's hands. If that was really the case, they were really unwilling to accept it. The Western Master was about to explode. I didn't expect that we would end up empty-handed. When the Western Master said that, the people beside him were also about to explode. They thought to themselves, "Isn't that so? We worked so hard to come to the Sacred Palace, but in the end, we didn't get anything at all." This was really sullen. It really made them unwilling to accept it. The group of people quickly ran to the main palace and ran in one after another. The Western Master was the first to shout angrily, "What are you doing?" There were many people gathered in the main palace. Everyone was looking up as if it was a new year. They were happily looking for treasures. These treasures were hanging above everyone's heads. They were in wooden boxes of the same color and material. They all looked about the same size. But everyone understood that when they opened the wooden boxes, there could be pills or herbs inside. It could also be refining materials. It could even be divine weapons, or sacred beasts. The items seemed to be within reach, but it was extremely difficult to peel it out from inside. Furthermore, everyone's choices were not endless. After all, there were less than 38 hours left before the Sacred Palace closed. And every time they used all their strength to take the items out of the wooden boxes, they would have to rest for a while. Just like now, there were many people in the main palace who were resting. It seemed that these people had already taken the first round of treasures. They were indeed one step ahead of them. As expected, the Western Master glared at Xiao Mu, who was standing silently on the side. If it wasn't for this wretched girl leading her men away, would they have been one step behind her? However, at a time like this, the Western Master naturally had no time to argue with Arbor. His eyes quickly moved to the rows of wooden boxes hanging in front of him. He couldn't make up his mind. As for the Master of the South and the Master of the North, they had each chosen a wooden box and were trying their best to open it. Looking at the strength they used when competing with the wooden box, it seemed that they had chosen a good treasure. A hint of jealousy flashed across the Western Master's eyes. He began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was really that unlucky? Sometimes one really had to believe in fate. The Western Master collected his thoughts and casually pointed at a wooden box that was hanging above his head. He concentrated on infusing his saint energy into it. At the same time, Master Dongfang, who was originally meditating and adjusting his breath, suddenly turned his gaze and instantly became extremely sharp. He quickly got up from the ground. Even Lord Xiao Qiao was unable to react in time. She saw Master Dongfang running to the left side of the main hall. Chapter 56-81. What are you doing? Feng Zhangqing, who was closer, couldn't help but frown and roar. However, they saw Master Dongfang turn his head and smile strangely at them. Previously, this person had always appeared to be extremely well-mannered. Now that he had suddenly become so strange, it was indeed shocking. Creak! A sudden sound was heard. Master Dongfang raised his hand and pressed a mechanism on the wall. At the same time, everyone heard a loud rumbling sound, accompanied by the sound of sand and stones falling. The doors of the hall are all closed. Several people couldn't help but exclaim, looking back and forth in horror. Arbor glanced at Master Dongfang, his voice exceptionally calm. You want to die with everyone. Madame Mo, I'm sorry. Master Dongfang nodded at her politely and smiled warmly. I have no other choice. Although most of you are innocent, my ability is limited. If I don't sacrifice you, I won't be able to take revenge. Master Dongfang sighed, showing a worried look. Several of the cultivators in the eastern region who had come out of their cultivation state were stunned when they heard Master Dongfang's words. What did Master Dongfang mean? What did he mean by he won't be able to take revenge without sacrificing them? How is it going to take revenge? While speaking, above the main hall, the originally dark-carved wooden beams suddenly burst into a red light. Wooden boxes floated quietly in the air. Many people were still immersed in their cultivation state and had not yet come out. There were also many people who were still using their holy power to penetrate the wooden boxes, trying to take the treasures from the boxes. Although they knew that something dangerous had happened outside, they were all in the same state and couldn't get out of it immediately. Although they were secretly anxious in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Arbor glanced at him coldly. There was no change in his expression, but his cold tone was bone-chilling. So, you came to me before just to use me? What you told me was nonsense, not a word of it true. No. What I said about my wife, and about me entering the Sacred Palace to look for Crimson Dawn, it's all true. You joined our team to use the strength of our entire team to help you reach the main palace as soon as possible, Arbor said coldly. Sorry, Madame Mo. As I said, this is only a solution within a solution. Dongfang Yuzhu sighed and suddenly raised his hand. A ray of saint energy instantly hit a box above his head. Bang! The wooden box was smashed into pieces, and a dazzling light flashed before everyone's eyes. A dagger, made of pure silver, jumped out from it. With a whistling sound, it spun in a circle and flew back to Master Dongfang's hand. Pooh! Because of the shock of the power, many practitioners who had been meditating suddenly spat out mouthfuls of blood and opened their eyes in shock. All the wooden boxes on the ceiling seemed to have been awakened by something and began to make clanking sounds at the same time. After a few whooshing sounds, a few boxes suddenly flew towards the crowd. The Shoujo were shocked at first, then they hurriedly deployed a defensive barrier. They worked together to throw out a few bursts of energy to hit the wooden box. The wooden box exploded in the air, but nothing fell out. Only a strong gust of air swirled up and suddenly counterattacked. Arbor raised his hand, and dozens of attack talismans teleported in front of the airflow array. With a loud bang, the crowd below all prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions slightly frozen. Chapter 5682. There were actually traps hidden in these empty wooden boxes. If it weren't for Madame Mo's help, they would have suffered a huge loss on the spot. He didn't know how many wooden boxes there were hanging above his head. If he wasn't careful, he might accidentally explode them all. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Master! An East Region cultivator widened his eyes in shock. Why are you doing this? At this moment, the originally clean ground was also emitting a strange red light, which actually intersected with the red light on the roof beams. The entire main hall fell into a dead silence. No one made a sound for a long time. They only looked at their feet with vigilance. Gradually, they saw the general appearance of the ground. The red light actually painted a picture on the ground of the main hall. What's going on? It looks like a dragon. Someone stammered. Everyone followed the dragon's winding body and saw the red light lighting up the dragon's body inch by inch. As the red light moved up, everyone could clearly see that the dragon's neck was lit up. The dragon's head was lit up. The dragon's lifeless eyes seemed to be about to be lit up by the red light. At this critical moment, a long sword stabbed into the ground with a whoosh and pierced the dragon's eyeball, preventing the red light from lighting it up. Everyone felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests just now. At this moment, they slightly adjusted their mentality. When they turned their heads to look, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Baby Mo opened a wooden box, then threw it away and went to get another one. That sword just now, it was obviously the blood sword that the child had found in the middle hall. It was stuck in the ground, right in the middle of the dragon's eyeball. At such a tense moment, this child was actually picking through the pile of wooden boxes as if he was picking trash. He was picking very happily. The wooden boxes that were originally suspended in midair were now stacked on the ground. This strange child sat in the middle of a pile of wooden boxes of different heights. He picked one, threw one, and picked another. His little face was tense, and he seemed a little unhappy. A practitioner from the Eastern Domain asked out of curiosity, "Did you pick anything good?" "No." The child's face was filled with indignation. He casually threw out another wooden box. "Most of them are empty. They're all lies. There was no gift in the box." This was extremely unfriendly to the baby. Every year when Daddy, Mommy's uncles, and aunties gave her birthday presents, there would always be a surprise. None of them were empty. It was simply strange. There were so many empty boxes in the main hall. It looked magnificent, but in fact, the heavenly axiom grandpa was poor, right? Sir Chow Chow expressionlessly scrutinized his son's small expression before turning his head to say to Emolien, "How vexing." Emolien, when the child chooses treasures, he is very similar to you. Wife, didn't you notice? Even if I'm vexed, I'm like you, my wife, not me. Roar Chow Mu cast a glance at her husband, and the latter beamed at her with a radiant smile. Wife, are you tired? Do you want to take a rest at the side? I think you're just a lackey. Everyone wanted to spit at him. What time was it? The entire main hall was locked, and the dragon on the ground looked strange and scary. Chapter 5683. Also, could it be that you didn't hear the rustling sound of sand falling to the ground around you? Disaster is imminent, and you're still circling around your wife, you scoundrel. The Master of the West faintly woke up at this time. Just now, he had been hit by a roar, the chi and blood in his chest had condensed, and he had fainted. Now that he woke up, he found that the scene in front of him was scarlet, as if a ball of blood had suddenly appeared in his eyes. What was going on? He looked back and forth carefully. The entire hall had completely changed. The wooden boxes that had been hanging in the air were all thrown to the ground. Also, why was the ground and the ceiling completely red? It was so glaring and uncomfortable to look at. The Master of the South and the Master of the North had also retreated from the state of searching for objects. They had both suffered some minor injuries and looked around in confusion. What's going on? Why are all the doors of the hall closed? It's Master Dongfang. A Xiuzha from the West regions pointed angrily in the direction of Master Dongfang. He used a scheme to close all the doors of the hall. Sha, the sand and stones are coming. Master Dongfang smiled and nodded. Looking at the sand and stones that were spreading from all directions, A trace of strange relaxation and relief appeared in his eyes. It was finally here, putting down the mechanism of the main hall. The main hall would become a forbidden room. At that time, everyone's life and death would no longer be in their own hands. Fate was so strange. Many years ago, his pitiful wife was killed here. Today, he wanted all these people to be buried with his wife, entering the sacred palace year after year, just to investigate the mysteries of the mechanism, preparing year after year, until now he could finally implement it. The sand and stones were flowing slowly at the beginning, but it increased in speed almost every second. Everyone seemed to be guarding an isolated island at this time. The surrounding seawater spread up and was about to drown this isolated island. The sand and rocks that were surging towards them were getting closer and closer. Very soon, they would spread all over their desolate island. Baby Mo was still sitting in the middle of the pile of boxes, opening them one by one like opening a gift box. He suddenly opened a wooden box that was very difficult to open and sent his shun power inside, but couldn't open it for a long time. Thus, Dudu complained, "This box is even more ridiculous. I don't know if it's empty. I can't open it." The more he couldn't open it, the more he wanted to open it. He took out a small hammer from his inner world. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he picked up the hammer and began to swing it violently. Everyone was speechless. "I must be blind. How could there be such a terrifying brat in this world? Even if you open the box with such violence, do you think the things inside will be intact?" Unable to chisel it open, Mo Bao controlled a fire spirit and began to roast it. She then switched to using the water spirit to water it. After a round of manipulation, the box did not move at all. He frowned in distress and took out a pot from his inner world, intending to start a fire. Duan Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer, and his mouth twitched involuntarily as he raised his hand to cover his face. It looked exactly like how Jojo opened the box of hidden weapons back then. It had been in the water, roasted in the fire, and even boiled in a pot of oil. Mo Lien was speechless. She walked up to pick up that brat and tossed the box in his hand to Duan Yu in passing. Although this box looks like the others, it's actually a mechanical box. Chapter 5684. Realization dawned on Baby Mo. It turned out that all his effort was for naught. Back then, your mother picked up a concealed weapon box and operated it like you did. Then, she took out a Tianji treasure map from it. As expected of Jojo's biological child, they really had the same train of thought. What were they thinking? They couldn't open the concealed weapon box, so they rolled in a pot of oil. Could it be that rolling in a pot of oil would make it more fragrant? Baby Mo's eyes brightened, and he turned to wave at his mother. "Is it true, Mother? Is it true? Daddy said that you picked up a concealed weapon box back then and tossed around in water, fire, and oil just like me. Who was like you? You're exactly the same as your father." Sir Jojo expressionlessly returned a glance at his son. "She didn't." Baby Mo puffed up his cheeks. "Daddy, Mother said she didn't." His father really wanted to retort. Anything that your mother refuses to admit is 99% likely an embarrassing matter. But when his wife's gaze swept over, his father immediately switched to an icy expression and hollered at his son, "How could your mother be as stupid as you? Preposterous." Baby Mo, Daddy's style changed so quickly that he was practically like a retard and hard to communicate with. While they were speaking, Duan Yu had already opened the mechanism box, and a ball of light mist floated out. The Western Master suddenly shouted and pounced at that ball of light mist. However, before he could get close, he was ruthlessly kicked out by a flying leg. Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at the restless crowd. "Come over if you don't want to die." Everyone. If they found it themselves, Jojo wouldn't even glance at it. But this thing was found by her obedient son and opened by her son's adoptive father, so it should belong to her son. No one could snatch away her son's things. Baby Mo bounced up and scooped up that ball of light mist. What is this? How surprising. She didn't expect that the pauper heavenly law grandpa would actually bury a treasure in the main hall. How could something that could be placed so meticulously inside a mechanism box be an ordinary item? The thousands of boxes around it were probably used as a cover for it. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice came from Adair again. First place on the Providence roll, Mo Shao. Obtained an ultimate holy artifact, insignificant holy robe. Points, 99,999. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, the Western Master, who had been kicked far away by Jojo, slammed his fist on the ground and shouted angrily, "It's my Saint Cloth. Damn it. After so many years of painstaking effort to obtain this thing, it was actually taken away by this little brat?" That was the Wuhua Saint Robe. With this Wuhua Saint Robe, why would he be afraid of immortal venerables and hierarch realm cultivators? Even a punch from a paragon might not be able to penetrate the unadorned Saint Robe. He was unwilling to accept this. The expressions of the Master of the South and the others changed again and again, especially when they saw that mischievous little brat unfold the Saint Cloth with a shake of his little hand. Their hearts bled. The material of this Saint Cloth was very rare. It was a thin layer of transparent and unadorned. It could expand or shrink at will. Even if it was placed on a jacket, it would look like it was not on at all. It would quickly merge with the jacket, and the naked eye would not be able to distinguish it at all. The little brat shook his little arms and legs and jumped in his father's arms. His father smacked him in annoyance. "Stop fooling around." Chapter 5685. This child was really a troublesome fellow. Didn't he see the wolf-like gazes around him? They couldn't wait to take this chubby child away in one bite. Damn it, damn it. The Western Master continuously pounded the ground, pounding it for nearly a dozen times. Baby Mo turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Hey, you stop pounding, uncle." Whoosh. The blood sword that was originally stuck in the ground was actually bounced out by the Western Master's continuous pounding of the ground in anger and unwillingness. Everyone looked at the Western Master with a dumbfounded expression. At the same time, the last bit of red light finally seeped into the giant dragon's slightly opened eyes. Everyone froze in an instant. They watched as the giant dragon's originally dim eyes came alive because of the red light. The pair of dragon eyes actually blinked. A Western region practitioner fell to the ground on his butt and exclaimed, "It's alive. Holy shit, it's really alive." The huge dragon that was originally embedded in the ground suddenly broke out of the ground. With a huge dragon swinging its tail, it immediately sent more than a dozen cultivators standing behind the Western Master, who had dumbfounded expressions on their faces, flying out. They crashed heavily onto the beam above the main hall. Then they were half dead and dying. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. The giant dragon sent them flying with a single blow, and in the end, so many practitioners were killed. How strong was its strength? This was a super strong, sacred beast, the guardian beast of the main hall. Everyone couldn't help but want to cry. But at this moment, Master Dongfang was laughing maniacally, immensely proud of himself. "Eat them, eat them." Master Dongfang pointed in the direction of the Western Master and the others, the flames of vengeance seeping out of his eyes. The Western Master couldn't help but explode, rolling and crawling to avoid the giant dragon's claws. He rushed to shout at Master Dongfang, "Old Dongfang, you old fool. It's actually you. It's actually you who planned this. I want all of you to stay here and be buried with my wife." "You're crazy," the Southern Master shouted in fear. "Back then, your wife and the Western Master fought over the Ua Saint Robe in the main hall. It was also out of greed. She can't blame anyone for her death. Everyone was just taking what they needed. Furthermore, she was the one who accidentally triggered the trap and died. None of us killed her." Master Dongfang sneered. "That's right. She only has herself to blame. Today, you greedy people will be buried in a place like the Sacred Palace. Isn't that a worthy death?" Ha ha. The Master of the South was furious. He wished he could immediately rush to the front of the Master of the East and teach her a lesson. However, the dragons circling in the sky suddenly turned around and roared at them. The Master of the South immediately fell backwards in a crooked manner. "It's over, it's over, it's over. This Master Dongfang Yu is really crazy. He actually wants all of them to stay in the main hall to be buried with his wife. He's simply a madman. That Saint Beast would kill all of them." Baby Mo hugged his father's neck and couldn't help but cry out, "Grand Marshal Uncle! Grand Marshal Uncle! Grand Marshal Uncle! Save me! Grand Marshal Uncle!" Arbor, who was about to summon Little White Snake and the others, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. What's going on? His son actually developed a habit of summoning Grand Marshal Uncle for no reason? That silly look of calling for help. Why is it so adorable? The giant dragon heard a little childish voice and turned its big head around. With a sweep of its tail, it sent a few people flying, pouncing over aggressively. Chapter 56:86. Against the Heavens appeared out of nowhere and slashed down with his sword, creating a trench on the ground. That vigorous power forced the giant dragon to scurry back with just one move. Then, everyone saw this senior's action. She carried the big sword and chased after the giant dragon. She slashed and fought and shouted as she fought, "I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. How dare you scare my great-grandson? How dare you scare him?" She hit the dragon until there were bumps on its head, and it shrank back in fear. If the dragon could hug its head with its front claws, it would probably be hugging its head and squatting in the corner. Sob, 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 sob. Where did this crazy human come from? Heaven's will. Where was Heaven's will? Why didn't Heaven's will show its face at such a crucial moment? Why didn't Heaven's will come and save it? It was just a baby. Heaven's will, who was hiding in the corner and watching, felt extremely aggrieved. Not only was his temple guardian beast touched, it was also beaten up by against the Heavens. Do you admit defeat? Everyone saw this senior knock the dragon's head and shouted. After asking 3 times, the dragon's head was about to fall off. Everyone's eyes twitched. "Senior, are you blind? The dragon's head was about to fall off. Did you not see it, or did you see it and continue hitting it?" Transform. Against the Heavens gave the dragon a punch. The dragon obediently kept its claws and teeth and shrunk into the size of a small snake, wriggling in front of Against the Heavens. Against the Heavens carried it back with a look of disdain and shook it in front of Baby Mo. "Good grandson. Do you want it?" "No." Just as everyone's faces were filled with envy, they heard the little lousy child's childish voice refuse. "Fuck, it's a rejection." This was a sacred beast, and that little rascal actually said no without even blinking. Just how rich and overbearing are you to recklessly waste natural resources? At this moment, everyone was itching to rush up to that senior, licking their faces and saying, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." But the senior didn't even look at them. "If you don't want it, then kill it. Do you like dragon meat?" Baby Mo shook his head. Against the Heavens turned to Arbor. "Baby Mo, do you want to eat dragon meat?" Before Arbor could reply, a young man in black clothes appeared beside Mo Lien and glared at Arbor. "Master, master, your wife just wants to eat dragon meat." Mo Lien quickly comforted him. Okay. Jojo didn't say he wanted to eat it." The little dragon that Chi Mi Tian's hand was so scared that its heart was about to stop. It shook its head and it was crying. Baby Mo glanced at it and felt that it was rather pitiful. "You're too cruel. You just killed someone." Arbor of Arbor, why did this dragon like to howl of the night? Seeing that it truly looked a bit miserable with its head full of bumps, Xiaomu reluctantly opened her mouth. "Son, those people aren't dead yet. They can survive after drinking some medicine." The little dragon nodded its head, indicating that it didn't kill them. It wasn't cruel at all. Baby Mo thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll ask Senior Granduncle not to eat you, but you have to listen to me in the future." The dragon head nodded. It finally understood that even the Heavens of Heaven couldn't save it at this time. Other than saving itself, it had no other choice. In order to live, sob, no matter how humiliating the terms were, it had to grit its teeth and agree. Sob, the Heavens of Heaven hid at the side and couldn't help but wipe its tears. Arbor and the rest were too shameless. Chapter 56:87. They even wanted to take away the guardian sacred beast that he placed in the main palace. These people were really heartless. The most abominable one was Qin Nitian. She was an accomplice to the evildoer. Look at what she had done. If she hadn't subdued the guardian sacred beast, how could these people subdue his sacred beast so easily? Bah, just thinking about it made one's heart ache. This was all because of that crazy Master Dongfang. If he hadn't caused so much trouble, the guardian sacred beast wouldn't have woken up at all and wouldn't have been taken away by others. These masters of the sacred domain, every one of them that he liked should be replaced. Master Dongfang, who had been hiding behind the pillar, couldn't help but stick out his head in astonishment. Why was it like this? How could it be like this? That seemingly aggressive and incomparably brave sacred beast was actually subdued by someone? Then what should he do next? He was still counting on this sacred beast to kill all these greedy people on the spot and bury them with his wife. It didn't matter. Ha! They couldn't get out anyway. None of these people could escape. The sand and stones on the ground spread extremely quickly. Now, it had already reached everyone's calves. In less than half an hour, the entire main palace would be covered by sand and stones. That's right. At that time, everyone present here would be wrapped in sand and stones in the main palace, even if they could use a defensive barrier to resist for a while. But there were still more than 10 hours before the sacred palace closed. They couldn't stop it at all. Master Dongfang laughed crazily. Good. Everyone will be buried with my wife. Damn old man, go to hell. Master Dongfang screamed. Raising the two flying swords in his hands, he pounced angrily towards Master Dongfang. The rest of the people were stunned and couldn't react for a moment. They were extremely distressed. Should they first solve the problem in front of them, or should they help Master Dongfang deal with that perverted Master Dongfang? Master Dongfang and Master Dongfang had already started fighting. They were all experts above the immortal venerable realm. When they fought, the wind whistled and the dust billowed. The entire main palace was originally covered with sand and stones. Because of the seal, the air didn't circulate very well. Now that the two of them were fighting, it naturally made the hall even more chaotic. Everyone's eyes were almost unable to see clearly. He could only hear the rustling of the wind, accompanied by a few roars. The Master of the West seemed to have joined the battle as well. Together with the Master of the South, they joined forces to deal with the Master of the East. Occasionally, the sound of the Master of the North sighing could be heard. Everyone, can you please stop? Against the sky threw the little reptile to baby Mo and turned to look at the messy hall. Little treasure, why are these people so unreliable? Sir Jojo nodded vigorously. Uncle, the matters here are almost settled. You should go back and rest. All right. Against the Sky smiled and patted Jojo's head. I invited your master to play chess, but he fell asleep halfway through. I'll go back and see if she's awake. Arbor, everyone waved goodbye to the senior and heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Chongqing muttered softly. Every time senior appears, I always feel flustered and short of breath. Although the senior had never used his aura to intimidate them, they always felt that in front of him they were so small. Chapter 5688. Indeed, little Tai Sui nodded solemnly. Senior is someone that even Heavenly Tao has to avoid. It's not that we are insignificant, but that senior is too powerful. Everyone thought about little Tai Sui's words and recalled Heavenly Tao's cowardly behavior before nodding in unison. That was indeed the case. Arbor coughed and waved away the billowing smoke in front of him. Why isn't the fight over yet? 2 against 1, the Western and Southern Masters teamed up to fight Master Dongfang, but they still couldn't determine a victor. They didn't know if Master Dongfang was too powerful or if those 2 masters were too weak. Duan Yu raised his hand and threw out a barrier, blocking the boundless sand and dust on the left side of the main hall. The area where they stood was slightly better. At least, the smell of sand and dust in their nostrils had lessened by a lot. However, the chaos outside the barrier was still a blur. They could only vaguely make out 3 figures flying back and forth in the clouds of sand, going up and down. Occasionally, they would exchange a few punches or palms, and the sounds of collisions would ring out incessantly. Wah! Suddenly, the Western Master spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body swayed several times before he abruptly collapsed to the ground, dispirited. He glared at Master Dongfang in disbelief. On the other side, the Southern Master also stumbled back a few steps, his legs nearly unsteady. The Northern Master quickly went up to support him and looked at Master Dongfang in disapproval. Brother Dongfang, why do you have to do this? You planned for so many days to avenge your wife, all for today. You completely disregarded our brotherly relationship of so many years. Master Dongfang started spitting blood as soon as he opened his mouth. It was evident that he was severely injured when fighting with those two people earlier. What brotherly relationship? It's all bullshit. Master Dongfang glared hatefully at the Northern Master and pointed at him as he cursed. Do you think you can escape? I'm telling you, not a single person present today can think of escaping. He still clearly remembered that when the Western Master quarreled with him and his wife back then, the Southern and Northern Masters didn't mind the commotion and just watched from the side from beginning to end. Well, close friends, it was all bullshit. At the crucial moment, didn't the Master of the North watch his wife get shot to death by the mechanism in the main hall? It was obvious that he could have helped her with just a lift of his hand. He was actually the most sinister and vicious of them all. All these years, in order not to alert the enemy, he had been feigning civility with the Master of the North. In fact, he had long wanted to kill him. You despicable man. The Southern Master clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain as he said, You poisoned the sand. As he spoke, the Western Master spat out another mouthful of blood, and his expression quickly withered. Master Dongfang laughed heartily with a smug look on his face. How about it? You didn't expect that, did you? I want all of you to die here today. Haha. Arbor shook his head. This Master Dongfang, you is really a weirdo. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. If you want to avenge your wife, you have to find the right person. If he inexplicably dragged everyone into the water, then it wouldn't be as simple as taking revenge. At this moment, the sand in front of him was hazy. The Southern Master couldn't see where Arbor and the others were standing at all. He could only shout at the top of his lungs, Young Master Mo, Madame Mo, you're here? Please hurry up and make a move. The Uncle Master that Madame Mo had summoned just now was someone that even holy beasts had to obediently lie down when they saw him. Don't even think about it. Chapter 5689. A venomous glint shot out of Master Dongfang's eyes, and he abruptly pounced at Master Southern. Will you give them a chance to call for help? Don't joke around. These people all deserve to die. They all deserve to pay with their lives for his beloved wife. Didn't they love to fight and snatch? Didn't they love to snatch treasures by force? Then let them accompany his pitiful beloved wife and stay in this sacred palace forever and ever. Ah ha ha. Master Dongfang laughed maniacally in irritation, firmly pressing down on Master Southern and Master Western. His abruptly stretched body caused the two to widen their eyes in fright, and they trembled all over. Master Dongfang, this lunatic, actually self-destructed in such a confined space? Oh, what? Boom! The turbulence was so great that it sent all the nearby cultivators flying. The little stoic reflexively bounced onto her husband. Mo Yin even mercilessly tossed his son out, and he hastily reached out to hug her. The bewildered baby Mo was accurately tossed to Venerable Peach Blossom by his father. The latter was speechless. As if he had caught a hot potato, he lowered his head and stared at this child. The little fellow instantly felt like his father only thought of his mother in the face of impending disaster and completely ignored the grievance in his eyes. His small mouth gaped, aggrieved, and he had the urge to cry. Venerable Peach Blossom was both amused and exasperated. He hugged this squishy little ball and lightly patted him. Then he turned around and roared at Yin, Are you crazy? Sir Jojo punched him. Why did you throw your son? Yin was a bit embarrassed. Wasn't this a conditioned reflex? When he saw his wife bouncing over, he reached out to hug his wife. Everything else could be thrown away. The little dumpling sniffled and pitifully hid in rotten Peach Blossom's embrace, using the back of his head to face his father. Sir Jojo was also a bit embarrassed. This was a bad habit that Yin had taught her since she was a child. Whenever there was an earth-shattering noise, she would jump into Yin's arms for no reason. Sovereign Peach Blossom was annoyed at the sight of the two of them. He hugged baby Mo and patted him, comforting him softly, Little dumpling, don't be angry. Let's not play with your daddy and mommy anymore. After the turbulence passed, Arbor coughed a few times and waved the dust in front of his eyes. The sand and stones piled up from all directions had already buried them up to their knees. Everyone floated into the air one after another, waving the sand in front of them as they looked over. Many saint-level cultivators were flung around, on the verge of death. Some of them had already fainted, probably due to the shock waves of the explosion. The drifting sand quickly covered their bodies with a thin layer. If this continued, he would definitely be buried alive. Save them, Zhou ordered. Feng Zhangqing and the others moved together. In groups of 2 or 3, they carried out the people buried in the sand and threw them to one side. Arbor stepped forward and took out a bottle of medicinal liquid. He dripped 1 or 2 drops into each person's nose. Soon, the people of the saint level woke up and thanked him repeatedly. This trial in the sacred palace was really too difficult. Not only did many people not gain anything, but they also almost lost their lives. Master Dongfang self-destructed and dragged Master South and Master West down with him. The 3 corpses were now completely buried under the sand. Although Master Bei was closer, at least he was not pressed down by Master Dongfang. He managed to keep his life, but his left hand was crippled. Chapter 5690. At this moment, he couldn't help but cover his crippled left arm and laugh bitterly. Madame Mo, thank you for your help. Arbor glanced at the Master of the North and didn't say anything. After rescuing the group of people from the sanctuary, Mo Lien said, "It seems like this place will soon be submerged by sand and stones. Let's get the Heavenly Tao to open the exit of the palace for us as soon as possible. It's not difficult to get out." Suddenly, a voice floated in the air. Everyone looked up and saw that it was indeed the Heavenly Tao. He was floating above the main hall and looking at them with a pitiful gaze. How pitiful! The Heavenly Tao sighed. Look at you all in such a sorry state. Even I can't bear to see you like this. Then will you give us some compensation? Zhang Jing's sudden voice made the Heavenly Tao choke. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. No, the Heavenly Tao immediately denied it in a huff. Ba ba ba, a group of greedy humans. Even the guardian beast of this old man was abducted along the way, and they still wanted compensation? Compensation for your entire family. Do you still want to go out? The Heavenly Tao asked in annoyance. Everyone nodded. Resources were just worldly possessions. Now that even their little lives were about to be played, they naturally had to withdraw if they could. If they couldn't do it this year, there was still next year. At most, they could enter the Sacred Palace again next year to train. They couldn't open Helm mode every year, right? I've realized that after so many years, there isn't a single decent master in the Sacred Realm. Take advantage of the fact that all of you elite disciples are here. Let's all discuss and elect a Lord of the Sacred Region to discuss with me in detail. Master of the Sanctuary? The Shouja from the 4 regions looked at each other. The 3 masters of the Eastern, Western, and Southern regions were all dead anyway. Electing a new master was nothing. However, the Master of the North was living well. This was a bit awkward. The Heavenly Tao's words made it clear that even the Master of the North looked down on him. The big-bellied man stood up and cupped his hands. Does the Heavenly Tao mean to elect a Master of the Sanctuary to govern the North, South, West, East, and West regions? Is it that hard to understand what I'm saying? Tian Dao glared at them impatiently. Have you thought it through? Everyone had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly nodded. They cupped their hands and said in unison, "We are willing to recommend Madame Mo as the master of the Holy Region." Jojo. What the hell? You guys are willing, but Sir Jojo isn't. Have you asked Sir Jojo if he's willing? Except for the people from the Northern Territory who were a little stunned, the people from the other 3 territories all bowed in the direction of Arbor. Greetings, Master. The Master of the North was very embarrassed. He felt a sense of defeat, as if he had been kicked out of his position. The Heavenly Tao Elder looked at them with gratification. That's good. Then I'll send you out. Heavenly Tao, what are you doing? The Heavenly Tao secretly thought to himself, I'll find something for you, little bastard, to do, so that you won't be idle all the time and always want to summon your master and martial uncle and find trouble with me. This little bastard was busy, so he had to stop now. The people from the Northern Territory looked at the Master of the North and then at Arbor. They hurriedly went forward and bowed. Greetings, Master. The Heavenly Tao had already said that he would recommend this person as the Master of the Sanctuary. Who would dare to say no? The Master of the North was instantly embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Chapter 5691. Should he continue to feign ignorance and pretend that he didn't hear the people of the northern region call Madame Emma Master? Or should he simply step forward to greet her and respectfully address her as Master? Just as the Northern Master was in a dilemma, the large group was transported to the Sacred Palace's entrance. When the Northern Master looked up, he discovered that he had been released from the main hall by heavenly law along with a group of people. At the same time that he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. The situation was hopeless. That Madame Emo could be considered as heavenly law's default choice for the master of the holy domain, right? Or why did he have to compete with her? Looking down at his crippled left hand, the master of the north sighed and simply walked to the back of the crowd without saying a word. After being led out of the Sacred Palace's entrance by Mo Lien, Arbor turned back to glance at her son, who was huffing and puffing with rage. Guilt welled up spontaneously. Her husband actually lost their son when danger struck. The little stoic tried her best to glare at her husband, but the latter blinked and innocently looked back at his wife. At that time, it was really just a conditioned reflex. Mo Yin felt that it was merely because he was already used to hugging his wife. The little dumpling was very angry and didn't even pay attention to his parents. He kept facing the couple with the back of his head. Now that he saw heavenly law hanging in the sacred palace with a wooden face, the little fellow waved his small hand in heavenly law's direction. Goodbye, old grandpa. I'll come again next year. Heavenly Law looked at him expressionlessly. He directly raised his sleeve and slammed the palace's door shut with a bang. Everyone silently twitched their mouths. Baby Mo looked up at Divine Peach Blossom in confusion. Uncle Peach Blossom, what's wrong with old Grandpa? Divine Peach Blossom suppressed his belly full of laughter and glanced down at the child. Maybe he's a bit angry when he sees you. Everyone, Baby Mo harumphed and thought, old Grandpa isn't happy when he sees me, but I'm even more unhappy when I see him. Master. An Eastern region cultivator cupped his hands at Arbor. Then let's return first. Arbor nodded slightly, not feeling anything about this title of Master. She felt that this was a trap that heavenly law dug for her. Why did it suddenly throw her the title of Master? Master! At this moment, the practitioners from the western and southern regions also gathered around. Master, are you going back with the people from the eastern region? Her bamboo garden was in the eastern region. Where else could she go if she didn't go home? Master, since Elder Heavenly Tao's intention is to unite the entire sanctuary, then Master should consider whether it's time for you to settle down in our western and southern regions. Right. Jojo looked at them expressionlessly. We'll talk about this later. What's the difference between your western and southern regions and the eastern regions? Weren't they all covered in a vast expanse of white fog? Speaking of the fog, Xiao Mu pondered in her mind. How about she find a day to see if the realm of misfortune could absorb all the white fog in the eastern domain clean? If the holy land and holy water could nurture a piece of land, then perhaps in a few years, this wretched piece of land would be able to flourish. At that time, those pitiful adults who risked their lives to escape prison to send their children out of the sanctuary might be able to live a good life. With this thought in mind, Arbor glanced at the people from the eastern region. Will you all listen to me in the future? Chapter 5692. Of course. The eastern region's cultivators hastily cupped their hands. What a joke. Since Heavenly Tao had already spoken, if they still blindly disobeyed, wouldn't they be seeking trouble for themselves? Arbor nodded reluctantly with a taut face. Then in the future, don't make excuses when I ask you to do something. Yes. Sir Jojo turned to look at the other three regions. I'll return to the eastern region first. You guys go back and wait for news. Wait for what news? Everyone was confused. During this trip to the Holy Palace, 3 of the 4 masters were destroyed, and the last one was also crippled and stripped of his master position by Heavenly Tao. Arbor didn't gain much from this trip. The biggest beneficiary was the number 1 person on the Providence roll, our little classmate Mo Shao. This guy struck it rich without a sound. He found a bloody sword in the middle hall and also obtained the inconspicuous Saint garment in the main hall. The funniest thing was that he had already taken a lot of things before he found the inconspicuous Saint garment while sitting among a pile of boxes and opening gift boxes. Baby Mo stored all of these into his inner world. He was originally quite happy, but Daddy left him behind, so Baby felt a bit sullen. Arbor shuffled to his son's side and carried him over, coaxing softly, "Little dumpling, let's beat Daddy together later and vent your anger for you." "Mommy, didn't you say before that we can't beat Daddy?" Arbor thought about it and nodded. That's indeed the case. But Daddy was in the wrong this time. Beating him is to make him remember. Baby Mo shook his small head. "Forget it. Daddy doesn't grow wise and won't remember." Arbor. The little stoic looked back at her husband strangely. Her son understood his father quite well. "Unfortunately, I don't have a wife." Little Dumpling looked up at the sky sadly. "Mo Yin, 2 against 1, I have no chance of winning." Venerable Peach Blossom chortled and pinched the little fellow's chubby cheeks. "I'll find you one when we go back." "Forget it." Xiao Tuanzi looked up at the sky with a hopeless expression. A wife is something that can only be found by chance. Some people were born with a wife, while others never had a wife in their entire lives. Everything is fate. I'll just follow it. Everyone was speechless. Arbor, what was going on? Why did the scene suddenly go awry? On the second day after everyone returned to the Holy Realm, Arbor ordered people to post a notice and found more than a dozen free laborers. Among them were the big-bellied men, He Wei-ping and Zhang Jing, who had volunteered. Reclaim Wasteland? Everyone asked in confusion. But how do we reclaim Wasteland in this vast white fog? Let me absorb the white fog and take a look at the terrain first. Jojo took out the Heart of Misfortune and tossed it into the air. The white fog from all directions quickly gathered towards this place. Indeed, it covered the sky and the earth as it surged and rolled. Arbor blinked and turned back to say to Zhang Jing and the others, "All right, let it absorb for a few days. We'll come back and take a look then." If the Holy Realm could develop and become rich together, these Holy Realm cultivators wouldn't have to live so bitterly, Arbor thought. These people had lived such horrible lives for so many years. He seriously couldn't bear to see it. Each of the Transcendent Realm cultivators lived worse than the ordinary civilians of the lower star domain. They risked their lives for food every day. It was too miserable. Look at the burning eyes. He really didn't want to see so many idiots. Chapter 5693. 3 days later, the mist in the eastern region was completely absorbed. Such a big move shocked the people in the other 3 regions. Everyone rushed to the eastern region like a swarm of bees, wanting to see what was going on. What they saw was incredible. The mist in the eastern region was completely swept away. Suddenly hearing a shy scream. Arbor looked up and saw a female cultivator wearing a piece of ragged cloth. She hurriedly covered her body, turned around, and ran away. He Wei-ping smiled awkwardly at Arbor. In the past, the mist was boundless, and the visibility was very low. People couldn't see each other clearly from half a meter away. Now that the mist is suddenly lifted, everyone is a little embarrassed. What embarrassment? It was obviously that female cultivator who found that her slovenly appearance was seen by everyone, so she hurriedly ran away to wash up. Look at these idiots. What kind of life do they live day by day? Because people couldn't see each other's faces clearly, it was possible that they didn't wipe their faces for a few years. He Wei-ping's hair was also a little messy. At this time, he was scratching his head in embarrassment. We will go back to wash up. We'll come back tomorrow to find Master. He Wei-ping's face turned red from the little guy's disdainful gaze. He hurriedly took Zhang Jing and the others back to the newly built bamboo house to wash up. A small female cultivator, wrapped in a dirty blanket, squeezed through the crowd and came to Arbor's side. Her voice seemed to crawl out of hell as she said faintly, "Master, what should we do?" Now that the fog had been parted, people could see each other clearly. For people like them who hadn't built a bamboo house yet, if they slept on the streets, wouldn't they be seen clearly by others? "I don't care what you do. Go back and build your own house," Master Jojo roared. Everyone hurriedly covered their heads and ran away. In your dreams, you want Master Jojo to pay for your bamboo house? Baba, being poor is not your excuse. Master Jojo is not a child of wealth. Humph. Those who had houses were happy. Those who didn't were miserable. Many female cultivators could only go to houses with buildings and pay some rent to stay there for a period of time. Now that the streets were empty, there was nothing to cover them. It would be embarrassing for them to lie down on the streets. Look at these people. Arbor pointed at the crowd that had scattered like birds and beasts. He was furious. When they ascended from the middle 6 prefectures, I guess each and every one of them was considered a person. Emolien and the others looked at Arbor, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What did he mean by considered a person? He was definitely a famous figure. Look at these fellows. They don't think about improving themselves after arriving at the Saint region. They just eat and wait for death every day. They're living like salted fish. Sir Jojo said resentfully, if their juniors in the lower star field of the middle 6 prefectures knew that their ancestors were all like this, what would they think? The corner of Venerable Peach Blossom's mouth twitched. Thinking back to the past, he seemed to have been just like this, waiting for death to come. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao had summoned him back, making his life a little more colorful. Salted fish have no future. The little stoic waved her small hand and forcefully spat out this sentence. Everyone nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement. Chongqing, go and issue a public announcement for me. Gather everyone in the Eastern Domain here tomorrow at 7 a.m. I want to give them special training. Everyone. Chapter 5694. The practitioners of the Eastern region started to run out of luck. Their master, Sob, suddenly summoned them to the square in front of the bamboo house every day as if he was on steroids. It could be considered a square. In fact, it was just an open space for them to train. Every day, he waved a small vine whip in front of them. Their master was extremely displeased with them. Sometimes, he used an image array to record their training scenes. He even threatened to bring it to Tsang Prefecture and Ming Prefecture in the future for their juniors to admire. They wanted to admire how their ancestors who had ascended to the sanctuary started their salted lives. Sob, their master, was really wicked to the extreme. How could he be so careless? Their master's actions were simply heartbreaking for the practitioners of the Eastern region. After 5 consecutive days of training, an Eastern region practitioner began to slander. Master, you train our practitioners of the Eastern region every day. You said that in the future, you want us to cultivate wastelands together. Our physical fitness must be trained well first. But we feel that since you are the master of the entire sanctuary, then no matter east, west, north, south, east, we should treat everyone equally, right? Yes. What Brother Zhang said is very reasonable. He Weiping twitched the corner of his mouth and said seriously, I also feel that what Brother Zhang said is reasonable. Master, since our future goal is to be prosperous together, then first we have to unify the pace of training. Don't you think so? Everyone nodded. Pairs of shining dog eyes looked at Lord Xiao. They cupped their hands together and said, Master, please give the order to transfer the people from the other 3 regions to exercise together. It was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. There is no reason to let the brothers and sisters of the Eastern region live such a miserable life. Arbor thought so too. He waved his hand and issued another order. Gather the practitioners of the other 3 regions at the square in front of the bamboo house tomorrow morning. The miserable life of the brothers of the sanctuary began. The young master sent people to supervise their training every day. When he was free, he led the group to cultivate wastelands. However, what made everyone the happiest was that in front of the bamboo house, the first piece of wastelands that was cultivated gradually showed results under the cultivation of the sacred land and sacred water. A month later, Almost every household in the eastern region had built a bamboo house and lived a peaceful and happy life. Baby Mo had nothing to do every day, so he was sent to school by his father. He had nothing to live for, so he spent his days with a group of young children. On this day, the children packed up their things and walked home after school. Suddenly, someone tugged at him. Baby Mo turned around to take a look, then suddenly turned around. She raised her small fist and punched the man in the face. Ouch! That person fell to the ground, covered his nose, and cried out in pain. You little brat, why did you hit people? Guangguang Darren was carrying Baby Mo's little school bag and was rushing over from behind. When he saw the person lying on the ground, his little face immediately darkened. Mother said that those who like to lie on the ground, 8 or 9 out of 10, are trying to scam others. That's right. Baby Mo looked at him warily. Old Grandpa, why are you hiding behind me? Are you trying to trick me? The old man stood up with a hunched back and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Little Gongzi, don't be ungrateful. I have a secret talisman book here. It is never given to outsiders. I guarantee that you will learn it after reading it, and you will be invincible. Baby Mo couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 5695. Who would have thought that someone would actually look for him to sell talisman manuals? Could this old grandpa be a retard? Baby Mo waved his hand at the old man. Old grandpa, squat down. The old man took out an extremely old and worn book from his bag and pointed at the book cover with 2 fingers. Little Gongzi, take a look. This talisman manual of mine is a rare treasure. Are you new here? Lord Guangguang asked curiously. Did you just ascend to our sacred saint region today? The old man rolled his eyes. Child, do you have any special meaning for asking this question? Of course there was a special meaning, but Lord Guangguang was too lazy to tell him. In the sacred saint region, there was no one who did not know of Master Yu's precious son. What do you want to exchange this talisman manual for? The old man's eyes lit up. I see the treasured sword at little Gongzi's waist before the old man's hand could touch the Cloud Mist sword. It was slapped down by Lord Guangguang. So it was because of his Baby Mo's blood sword. Ever since Baby Mo took this blood sword out of the sacred palace, it had been hanging on his waist. This kind of sacred weapon could change in size, but now it had shrunk to the size of a small bamboo knife and was hanging on Baby Mo's waist. This sword seemed to have a trace of moonlight circulating around it, shining brightly and dazzling people from far away. No wonder this old man had evil thoughts about Little Furball when he just ascended to the sacred saint region. This old man was originally an elder of the Tsang region's talisman aristocratic family, Qi clan. I met you when I met you, because we were fated to meet. Why don't you give the small knife hanging on little Gongzi's waist to this old man? This old man will give this world's #1 talisman manual to little Gongzi. Lord Guangguang curled his lips behind the old man. Could it be that all the talisman aristocratic families in Tsang region were as shameless as this person in front of him, casually taking out a tattered book to exchange for Little Furball's treasured sword from the sacred palace? Apui, they weren't children anymore. How could they fall for such a trick and be deceived like this? Xiao Tuanzi glanced at the tattered book in the old man's hand and waved at him with a smile. Grandpa, squat down a little more. You're too tall, so we can't talk on equal footing. Okay, I'll listen to you. This elder from the Azure Prefecture's talisman clan grinned as he squatted down, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart as he looked at the handsome and exquisite little boy before him. Sure enough, the sacred region had produced so many monstrous young geniuses. The old man was startled. He suddenly realized that someone had pasted a pure gold talisman on his forehead. It was made of paper and was even floating in front of his forehead. He squatted there, his entire body frozen. He found that he couldn't move at all, let alone stand up. He squatted there with his front foot half a step forward and his back foot slightly bent. His old face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Liar, Grandpa, just stay here for the night. Xiao Tuanzi snorted as he took small steps forward, then bounced back. The little fellow pounced on the old man's back and searched him from head to toe, inside and out. He then took out several dozen talismans from his pocket. He looked at them one by one and shook his head repeatedly. Big liar. What Song Region's talisman aristocratic family? Your drawing can't even compare mine when I was 2 years old. I'm ignoring you, big liar. Chapter 5696. During dinner at night, Arbor asked his son with a grin, "Did anything interesting happen at school today?" The little fur ball shook his head listlessly. "I play with a bunch of underage kids. Every day, besides reading those retarded books, I played with mud and picked some flowers and grass to weave some messy things. Mom, it's such a waste of time." Arbor patted his son's small head. "You're still young, so it's fine to waste some time." Moreover, this boy would hide in the star domain every day after school to draw talismans and refine pills. Sometimes, when he entered a cultivation state, he would completely forget the time. Speaking of which, he blushed with shame. His mother was a bit of a salted fish, yet his son was extremely motivated. Arbor saw that he was too hardworking. At such a young age, it was better to have more time to play. "Mom, on the way back, I ran into an old grandpa who was peddling talisman manuals to me." Arbor, adoptive father, that old grandpa, said he was an elder of Sangzhou's talisman patrician family, the chief family. "Who is he? Do you know him?" Duanyu was startled and quickly shook his head. "I don't know him. Your adoptive father is Sangzhou's emperor, so how would he know about people like cats and dogs? If you ask him who the patriarch of Sangzhou's chief family is, he might know. How would he know about this elder or whatnot?" The little stoic explained to her son. The little furball nodded. "Oh, then it's fine if he doesn't know him." Mo Yin ladled a bowl of soup for his wife, and the corner of his eyes twitched for no reason. "What do you mean? What did you do to him?" "I didn't do anything." The little furball looked innocent. "That big swindler grandpa. I suspect that he might not be a member of Sangzhou's chief family at all. Damn swindler. The talismans he drew can't even compare to the ones I drew when I was 2. The little furball harumphed. Seeing his parents' and uncle's gazes sweeping towards him, the little fellow angrily took out a handful of lousy talismans from his pocket and threw them on the table. "Look, these are really ugly." Everyone. Arbor took them out for a look and nodded in agreement with his son's point of view. "They are ugly. When I first learned how to draw talismans at the age of 7, my talismans were even better than this." The mother and son looked at the talismans drawn by the old man one by one and criticized in unison. "It's too ugly." Everyone was speechless. "Both of you, mother and son, stop talking. Don't use your weird talisman drawing skills to compare with the talisman grandmasters. You're not even on the same starting line." Big liar. The mother and son scolded at the same time, curling their lips with the same expression. Venerable Peach Blossom almost spat out a mouthful of wine. He hurriedly turned around and coughed twice. No, no, no. How could he chat with Xiao Tuanzi while eating? Damn it. He wanted to laugh whenever he talked about it. He couldn't even eat properly. Mo Yin pursed her lips and looked at her little brat speechlessly. "What did you do to her?" "Nothing. This swindler grandpa. Does he think I'm a 3 to 5-year-old kid? He actually said that he wanted to use that lousy talisman manual to exchange for my cloud sky. I took out a body-securing talisman and slapped it on his head." Xiao Tuanzi snorted and tilted her little head. "He was fixed there by me." Everyone, "Where?" "At the front door of the school." Fairy Ginkgo giggled and said, "Child, how can you bully people like this? He just ascended to the holy region on the first day, and you fixed him at the front door of the school. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. Go and release him." Mo Yin was helpless and turned to order Aoyi. Chapter 5697. Mo Bao Bao curled his lips. That old grandpa was a liar. He actually wanted to let him go. Wasn't that letting this old grandpa off too easily? Mo Yin reached out and stroked her son's head. Just teach him a lesson. In the future, this old grandpa would probably take a detour whenever he saw Mo Bao Bao. At night, Mo Bao Bao tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep. He rolled and crawled up from the bamboo bed. Lord Guang Guang, who was sleeping on the other side, rubbed his eyes and asked with a puzzled expression, "Little dumpling, where are you planning to go in the middle of the night?" "Mother has personally become the master. She's busy every day. I have to help her." Lord Guang Guang looked sleepy. "Little dumpling, how are you going to help Mother?" "Sigh, These lords who have ascended to the holy region are really too worrisome. They're all living their lives like salted fish. No wonder Mother must train them in the middle of the day. Time is limited. If this continues, they might not be able to make any big breakthroughs even after 8 to 10 years. Little Dumpling, aren't you worrying too much? Lord Guangguang opened his mouth. He really wanted to tell his little brother to go to sleep in the middle of the night. Don't bother yourself with these troublesome matters. Mo Bao Bao slapped his thigh and jumped on the ground. I've decided. Decided what? Lord Guangguang had a bad premonition. He felt that whatever Little Dumpling decided, it wouldn't be anything good. Give these uncles and aunties more exercise. Lord Guangguang's sleepy eyes suddenly widened. Son, you've been training very hard recently. Husband, I've added some hot water for you. Soak in it for a while longer. All right, thank you, wife. In a newly built bamboo house, a man soaking in a bathtub answered with a chuckle. Ever since Master took over our holy region, why do I feel that our days are getting better day by day? Although our daily training is quite tiring, I feel that slowly we can also live a full and warm life. The man sighed. I think Master is indeed having a hard time. Tian has sent people to supervise us. Speaking of which, we were a famous swordsman couple back in the underworld region. Who would have thought that after ascending to the sacred region a few years ago, I would actually become more and more unambitious? You're right to think that way. A cold voice suddenly appeared behind the couple's heads. The man in the bathtub turned his head to take a look, and coincidentally he saw a small head floating outside the bathtub. The child had a long ponytail and a jet-black jade seal inlaid on his forehead. At first glance, he looked like a freaking corpse. The man was so scared that his legs went soft, and he sank into the bathtub. Caught off guard, he drank a mouthful of bathwater. Cough, 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 cough. The man's face turned red. The woman looked at the child floating out from behind the bathtub in surprise. The child was about 5 years old. Her small face was delicate and pretty. Her phoenix eyes were wide open as she glanced at the man who had just taken a sip of the bathwater. Does it taste good? The couple was speechless. Master has ordered that from today onwards, there will be an additional 4 hours of exercise every night. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, gather in front of Master's bamboo house. Wow, what? A strange look appeared on the couple's faces. Happy. I'm happy for your whole family. Chapter 5698. On the other side, a middle-aged Xiozha was currently carrying his wife onto the bed with a sneaky smile. The female Xiao gave him a flirtatious smile, reaching out her small hand to rub his collar. Wang Ji. Wang Ji hurriedly moved his mouth over, looking like they were about to kiss. A chilly laugh sounded beside the two people's ears. Ha. The middle-aged Xiozha's body stiffened. A strange laugh suddenly came from his room in the dark night. The male and female's scalps instantly exploded. Holy shit, there's a ghost here. The two pairs of eyes looked over in terror, only to see a small child floating in the room, his black eyes staring at them. This time, the two Xiozha's heart almost exploded. What's going on with their mentality collapsing in an instant? Could this child be a ghost child? The floating baby? Mo looked at the two people's pale faces in confusion. Master has orders. Starting from today, there will be an extra 4 hours of exercise every night. After 15 minutes, gather in front of Master's bamboo house. The middle-aged Xiozha. I really have an impulse to beat this child to death. Less than an hour later, baby Mo floated all the way back to Bamboo Garden, asking with a puzzled expression, why does every one of them have a strange expression when they see me? What's that uncle doing at the end? Why did he throw a slipper at me? Guangguang Dren's mouth twitches, saying expressionlessly, you floated around every household in the middle of the night. It'd be strange if they liked you. Baby Mo curled his lips. Forget it. I'm doing this for Mother. I won't bicker about their attitudes. Guangguang Dren thought, if you don't bicker, others will bicker with you. Your bad habit of going out for a stroll in the middle of the night, it'd be good if you could change it. In the middle of the night, there were already many people gathered in front of the bamboo house. Everyone was holding all kinds of lighting equipment, illuminating the empty square in front of the bamboo house. Zhang Jing saw He Weiping and Co in the crowd, and hurriedly squeezed over, saying with a speechless expression, "Everyone, were you also woken up in the middle of the night?" Thinking of the face floating outside the window, He Weiping could not help but slap his forehead. Young Master Mo is really too naughty. At that time, I was still bathing, and that child appeared behind me, floating out like a ghost. I fucking exploded on the spot. Isn't that so? This young Master Mo is too mischievous. Say, do you think we should report this matter to Master? Forget about the report. If Master gets angry out of humiliation, he might even double our exercise time. Big Brother Liu, what you said is extremely reasonable. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, they heard a light and crisp cough coming from the front. Everyone looked up and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. She saw that young Master Mo Jr. was floating in from outside the bamboo garden. Under the boundless night sky, this fellow was like a little ghost, drifting without making a single sound. "Hello, everyone. Since everyone is here, let's begin," this young Master Mo said in a childish voice. He then took out a jade talisman from his pocket. Everyone stared at him warily, especially an old grandfather standing in the front row. His expression was especially nervous as he stared at baby Mo. This old grandfather was the Tsang Prefecture's Qi clan's elder, who was miserably immobilized by his body securing talisman during the day. At this moment, he finally knew how stupid he was during the day. It was only his first day in the sacred region, and he had already kicked an iron plate. Chapter 5699. Little young Master Mo, He Weiping, who was sitting in the front row, hurriedly called out, "What are you doing? My child, let your uncle sleep and stop playing." "Uncle He, don't worry. The golems I released are for you to practice. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if you break them. I'll make another batch." Everyone. Something didn't sound right, but there was no time for them to think about it. Hundreds and thousands of muscular golems jumped out of the storage talisman and punched their bodies. In the middle of the night, the master turned over and pressed her entire body against her husband. "Wifey." Emolian half opened his eyes and reached out to hug her slender waist. He nuzzled against her. "Can't sleep? Do you want your husband to do something with you?" Master's round eyes were very bright in the dark night. She lowered her voice and whispered in his ear, "Don't make a fuss. Listen outside. Is there any noise?" "There's no noise." Emolian pulled her down and was about to kiss her. Master covered his thin lips with one hand. "Something has happened." With a whoosh, this fellow got up from his body, put on some clothes, and mindlessly tried to walk away. Emolian hurriedly got up and pulled her back. Wait, how could his beautiful wifey go out dressed like this? No way, no way. His wifey looked like a lazy kitten after waking up. No one else could see it except him. "Listen, it's noisy outside." Master blinked and whispered to him, "Your son must be up to something again." Emolian suddenly smiled and lowered his head to kiss the little fellow. "Our son has gone astray. There's no hope for this. Let's work harder and have another child to educate." His master punched him in the head. "You think you can do that? You can't even teach one child well." Emolian's distinct phoenix eyes blinked vigorously as he grumbled aggrievedly in his heart. "Is my wife disdaining hubby? Let me tell you, based on my intuition as a mother, something must have happened outside." The little stoic punched her husband. "Hurry up." Emolian was busy helping her tie the belt of her outer robe. Hearing her words, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. "You're so annoying. You can't even sleep well." Arbor sighed helplessly and nodded. "I told you that this child is very quiet when eating. Nothing good ever happens when you're quiet. I'm telling you, you must be ruthless today and give this little guy a good beating. Otherwise, he will definitely be able to do whatever he wants. Why don't you beat him up?" Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I have the image of a loving mother." The little stoic immediately shouted and pounded her fist on his chest. "It hurts, wifey, it hurts." Arbor hastily rubbed his chest and wrapped his arms around his neck. He whispered in his ear, "When we go out later, if our son is really up to no good, I'll call you 3. When I count to 3, you'll immediately rush up and beat him." Emolian, You do all the good things, but I do all the bad things. What kind of a baby did I marry? Arbor glared at him. Why aren't you saying anything? Did he copy too few quotations from the Little Emperor? Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded repeatedly and rubbed his head against her smooth forehead. This husband will listen to you, listen to you. Chapter 5700. When the two of them pulled open the door while holding hands, they saw that it was as bright as day outside. Many luminous pearls hung around the plaza in front of the court's entrance. A large group of miserable Saint Domain cultivators were currently encircled in the center of the plaza, struggling against hundreds and thousands of golems. Venerable Peach Blossom, Duan Yu, and the others, who were also woken up, were already standing outside the court. When they heard the door opening, they turned to take a look. They saw the little stoic expressionlessly walking down the stairs. Her eyes darted around before her gaze shifted to her son, who was hanging motionlessly in the middle of the plaza like a small jade sculpture. Feng Changqing and the others exasperatedly looked at each other. What happened? Zhou's Lian. Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't resist coughing softly. Everyone looked at the two of them in confusion, only to see Zhou suddenly shout, 1, 2, 3. Mo Lian, that guy, flew over with a whoosh everyone couldn't help but find a little funny. Mo Lian, that guy, no matter how they looked at it, was hilarious. He pounced to Baby Mo's side and picked him up in his arms. Baby Mo, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes to glance at his father and asked curiously, Daddy, why did you come? Mo Lian curled his lips at his son with a spurious smile. Why don't you guess why your dad came? Baby Mo immediately put on a vigilant expression when he saw his dad's appearance. Daddy, you didn't come to hit me, right? You guessed correctly. Mo Lian smiled faintly and raised his hand to slap his son's butt. Baby Mo immediately kicked his legs and wailed. When Sir Guangguang saw this, he hastily pounced over to rescue Mo Lian. He hung onto his father's arm and bared his white teeth, wanting to bite him. Who told you not to sleep in the middle of the night and to cause trouble all day long? What did you release these golems for? Can't you let these uncles have a good night's sleep? When Mo Lian raised her hand to hit her son, the sacred domain practitioners who were fighting against the mechanical puppets were so touched that they wanted to cry. Their savior had finally arrived. Their master had finally brought her husband to save them. Baby Mo cried out, Mother, Godfather. It's useless to call them Grandpa and Grandma. Mo Lian kept a straight face, trying to maintain the image of a strict father. As a loving mother, Zhou immediately trotted over and took her son from her husband's arms. She raised her hand and knocked on his forehead. Son, what did you do this time? Look at how angry your father is. How could you anger your father like this? Unfilial son, Mo Lian scolded. The corners of Duan Yu and Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity's mouths couldn't help twitching. This was too fucking fake. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was Sir Qiao who instigated Mo Lian to hit his son. At this moment, he still had to play the role of a good guy to comfort his son's hurt little heart. Mother, father hit me. He hit Baby Mo's, but in front of so many people. How infuriating. Was Baby Mo shameless? Baby Mo could get angry too. Father's a bad guy. Arbor nodded, hugging his son and patting him lightly. Son, you're too naughty. What are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Mother, I saw that you've been training these uncles too hard, so I wanted to help you. Arbor was still acting, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Looking down at his son's big, watery eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Kissing his son, Arbor smiled and said, My son has grown up and actually knows how to help mother share her burden. Chapter 5701. Although your intentions are very good for mother, you can't just gather all these pitiful uncles and aunts in the sanctuary in the middle of the night. They could get angry too. Did you sneak into someone's house in the middle of the night? What if you meet someone with a bad temper and they beat you up the moment they come? What you're doing is disturbing their peaceful and beautiful dreams. Naturally, it's wrong. If we want to train them, we have to find a right time to inform them. We just have to inform them publicly. Don't you agree? Baby Mo nodded repeatedly. Then I won't disturb these uncles and aunts in the future. Previously, There was an uncle who crawled out of bed and screamed at me in terror. He even threw a slipper at me. I don't know what's going on either. That uncle was so angry. Everyone. Divine Peach Blossom laughed so hard that he almost spat out a mouthful of tea. Damn, this child must have disturbed the wonderful occasion of the celestial being. The corners of Imo Lien's mouth twitched. His hands itched to hit his son again. But now that his wife was hugging his son, he couldn't go up and hit him. Son, hurry and put away all these golems. Who would be able to stand this? They had a train day and night. They had to give them time to rest. Baby Imo nodded sensibly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the hundreds and thousands of golems he released into the storage talisman. The sounds of fighting on the field finally came to a stop. The exhausted sanctuary cultivators turned around and cupped their hands in thanks to Imo Lien, Arbor, and the others. Thank you for saving us, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you. After Arbor dispersed the crowd, he hugged his son and yawned. Son, you can't cause trouble in the future, okay? Baby Imo nodded his little head and burrowed into his mother's arms. Mother, should I go and apologize to them? Don't. Everyone spoke up to stop him. If this slow-witted child were to sneak into every household in the middle of the night and use the glorified excuse of apologizing, the sanctuary cultivators would probably really go crazy. Those uncles and aunties won't really care about a child like you. But what about you? You have to strictly recognize your own mistakes. You can't do this again. If someone didn't invite you, you can't just barge into someone else's house, understand? Oh, Baby Imo nodded and hugged his mother as he asked, Mother, can little dumpling sleep with Mother today? His father immediately tried to pull him back. No, you're almost 6 years old after the new year. You're no longer a 2 or 3-year-old child. You have to sleep independently. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Arbor ignored her husband and nodded with her son in her arms. Okay, son, let's sleep together tonight. We'll get up early tomorrow. Baby Imo nodded and hugged her mother's neck happily, looking very happy. His father, on the other hand, was not so happy. He kept shooting glances at Venerable Peach Blossom, who was beside him. Venerable Peach Blossom God, why should I help you carry your son away? Ha. You can happily scram with Jojo, but I still have to look after your son for you. Bah, it's getting late. Let's go. Venerable Peach Blossom pulled Duan Yu and left with a flick of his sleeves. I'm so sleepy. He ignored Imo Lien's gloomy glare at them from behind. Chapter 5702. On the second day, Baby Imo woke up on the small soft bed beside them. The little fellow was lying on his stomach in a soft and fluffy blanket. He arched his small body and poked his head out from under the blanket. He rubbed his large eyes and turned his head to look at the two people in the bed. Only then did he realize that in the middle of the night, he was actually carried to the soft bed by his heartless father to sleep. The little fellow was so angry that he jumped up like a carp and climbed onto the big bed barefooted. Father, this heartless and bad fellow. Every time he moved Baby Imo around like a toy, he even despised him for being a hindrance. He climbed onto the bed and kicked his father's leg with his small feet. His movements were abnormally nimble as he climbed onto the big bed in a few steps and flipped over his father's body. Imo Lien had long woken up and couldn't help but laugh when she heard the commotion. She scooped the little fellow into her embrace and pinched his small face. What are you doing so early in the morning? Let Mommy sleep for a while more. Baby Imo huffed. I don't want you, I want Mommy. This tone, why did it sound so much like I don't want you, I want the benefactress? Hearing that, Imo Lien frowned and lightly knocked on his head. You're not allowed to imitate your big brother's words. Humph. Baby Imo huffed and stretched out a small hand. I want Mommy, I want Mommy. Arbor was woken up by the father and son. She opened her pair of beautiful eyes and stared at the two for a while. Her small fist landed on Imo Lien's head. What's the fuss about? Baby Imo laughed out loud. He stuck out his small, but enrolled into Jojo's embrace and hugged her neck. Mommy, Mommy, quickly wake up, quickly wake up. Let's go cultivate. Why was he cultivating again? Arbor instantly felt that this son of hers was simply like a cultivation maniac. Such a small person like him, this level of cultivation was already sufficient. There was really no need for him to work so hard. Today's weather is so good. Why don't we go out for a patrol? Recently, the holy region had been reclaiming land everywhere. With some holy water and holy soil to cultivate, it shouldn't be long before the entire holy region's wasteland could be reclaimed. As long as they could grow crops, the lives of the people in the sanctuary would definitely improve. They had suffered too much. After being tormented for so many years, how could they still be as high-spirited as when they were in the 3 provinces? They were all old masters or ancestors of the aristocratic families of the 6 prefectures and 3 prefectures. All of them were so miserable. Okay. Baby Mo was very happy when he heard that he didn't need to go to school. It was great to be able to walk around. Baby Mo was very happy. Especially being able to go out for a stroll with father and mother would be even better. The family of 3 washed up and went out. Arbor took out a carriage that hadn't been used in the Starfield for a long time and jumped in with his son. Mo Yin was dumbfounded. I drive the carriage. Of course. Mo Bao waved his fist fiercely. Don't tell me you want me to drive the carriage with my tiny body? Or do you want mother to tire herself out? Mo Yin. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. He hugged his son and kissed him. Let's go out for a walk for half a day. At noon, let your Uncle Peach Blossom and foster father cook delicious food at home. We'll be able to eat once we get home. Yay! Mo Yin pursed her lips. What else could she do? Whatever the little emperor said was the truth. She jumped into the carriage and became the coachman for her son and daughter-in-law. They drove the carriage all the way to the outskirts of the eastern region. Baby Mo happily hummed a little tune as he hugged his mother and said, Mother, quick, look at father. Chapter 5703. His father had a hard life and was driving a carriage outside. When he saw his son lift the curtain and look over, he couldn't help but glance back. What are you looking at? When you have a son in the future, this daddy will have a grandson. You go outside to drive the carriage, and I'll sit in the carriage with my grandson and enjoy life with your mother. Arbor's mouth twitched, and he couldn't resist laughing. Unexpectedly, Baby Mo looked regretful. I think I'm going to be single for the rest of my life, like adoptive father. Mo Yin was taken aback and couldn't resist asking, why? There's no one else like my mother in this world. How can I still have a wife? Baby Mo angrily slammed down the curtain and left his father outside. Mo Yin's mouth kept twitching, and she inexplicably felt like she asked a strange question. But her son's answer was also extremely smooth. Indeed, there was no other Qiao in this world. So how fortunate was he to meet her at the first moment, and also to tightly grasp her at the first moment, never letting go again? The family of 3 strolled around the eastern domain and strolled around. According to Master's instructions, the signboards had already been erected, and a simple bamboo fence had also been built in the periphery of the eastern domain. 1 or 2 green sprouts seemed to have sprouted on a piece of barren land. They were bright green and looked somewhat joyous. The children of cultivators who originally had nothing to do and didn't cultivate were now busy working in the fields. There was a small group of people sitting together roasting sweet potatoes on the side, and a faint fragrance drifted over. Compared to the barren holy domain when they first arrived, it finally had a bit more human flavor. Now, all the cultivators in the holy domain praised their master for being wise and mighty. After training the cultivators' physical strength and assigning them to farm, when the crops in the fields grew, no one would think of risking their lives to break out of this prison in order to send their children out of this prison. I'll have a chat with Heavenly Law later. If the holy domain isn't suitable for those young children to develop, why not send them to the 3 provinces in batches to train? The little stoic muttered to herself as she hugged her son. Rather than detaining those children of transcendent God realm cultivators here, it was better to send them to the lower realm to train. Although he might have to experience the fickleness of human relationships for a few decades, his parents and children would have to be separated temporarily. But how could one become strong without experience? In the end, under the skies of the sanctuary, one would only be able to retire. The environment of the sacred region was too monotonous and not suitable for the development of young people. Mother, does that mean we can't go back either? How could that be? The little stoic pursed her lips. Heavenly law won't let us go home, so we'll find Master and Aunt Master to chat with it. Right, let's have a good chat. Baby Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Grandpa Heavenly Tao is too stubborn. If you don't talk to him, he won't know why the flowers are so red. The little stoic roared with laughter. Emolien was driving the car outside. When he heard the laughter of his wife and children coming from the car, he couldn't help but feel his heart itch. He hopped into the house and hugged his wife and son. It's almost noon. Let's go home for lunch. Who's driving the carriage outside? Arbor asked in amusement. Oh, my beautiful and gentle little master. It is Debeo who is serving you. Arbor giggled and reached out to hug Emolien. You're the only one who knows how to assign people. Was it human? Emolien smiled with a gentle gaze. The carriage headed for the bamboo building. From afar, they could see smoke curling up from the small building. Duan Yu pushed open the small courtyard's bamboo door and walked out, waving at them. Baby Mo hastily hopped off the carriage and ran toward him while cheering. Emolien and Arbor held hands as they walked toward the bamboo building with light steps. They met each other's eyes and smiled faintly. Like the resplendent sunlight, everything was just perfect. Chapter 5704. I'm back. GMO carried 2 large plastic bags, kicked off her shoes, and walked in from the entrance. Sister. Baoyu's younger brother suddenly jumped over and quickly reached out to take the plastic bags in her hand. You went to the supermarket? GMO carried a pile of ice cream to the refrigerator and stacked boxes in the freezer. When I passed by, I saw the supermarket having a promotion. Thinking of this, I bought more back. You bought so much milk. Yes. GMO took out 2 white t-shirts from the plastic bag and threw one to Baoyu's brother. Buy a box of milk and get t-shirt. So I bought 3 boxes. It should be enough to drink for a while. They said there's going to be a heavy rain today. Remember to lock the doors and windows before go to bed. Okay? Got it, sister. GMO yawned and glanced at her brother. If there's nothing else, wash up and go to bed. Sister, wait a moment. Baoyu's brother ran over with his laptop and pulled her to sit on the sofa with a smile. I took a small task for you to make money. You're free these days. Do you want to get a try? GMO took his laptop and flipped through the employer's information. A picture of a young man popped up on the screen. It seemed to have a background of the Republic of China. The man had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. He wore a pair of white gloves on his hands and wore a black riding suit. He held a whip in his hand and stood upright at the window, looking out of the window. The side of his face was flawless. He was a charming demon. GMO yawned again, looking sleepy. Who is this? The nightclub's little prince? After saying this, GMO found that her brother's mouth was wide open in surprise. Sister, you really don't know him? This is Qin Yun, the popular actor who is known by everyone from the age of 3 to the age of 80. GMO shook her head. I'm not familiar with him. Baoyu's brother nodded and thought, sure enough, it's not suitable to talk about this topic with the elderly. Sister, don't worry about it. You just need to remember that we took a deposit of 300,000 yuan from him and guaranteed his safety for 2 months. Okay. GMO raised her hand and patted her brother's shoulder, rubbed her eyes, and said, then I'll go to bed first. When will your task start? 3 days later, sis. Oh. Then she would report to Film Emperor Qin 3 days later. Sister ran. That long-winded agent of his is hard to deal with. You should give him a call before you go. GMO waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Not long after, GMO came out of the shower and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the night sky outside. It was pitch black, with only the faint light from the street lamps. She reached out to lock the window and draw the curtains. Then, she returned to the bed and rolled onto it. She burrowed her head under the blanket and looked at her watch, 11:45. A wave of sleepiness hit him. While he was in a daze, he kept hearing the sound of the window vibrating. There seemed to be a strong wind outside. Between the gaps in the glass, there were some whistling sounds from the wind. Boom! A strong gust of wind had clearly shattered the window, but GMO seemed to be stuck in a nightmare, unable to open his eyes. Two balls of light that looked like blazing suns wrapped around a circular object and a moon-shaped object. With a whoosh, they entered her glabella. In the blink of an eye, G-Mo's eyes widened in horror, and she suddenly stood up. No matter how far she drifted in the silent and boundless void, no matter how much time she wasted, the sleeping beast would finally open its eyes. Chapter 5705. Spring afternoons were a good time to be drowsy. Longevity Hall JoJo was wearing a little white dress, lying on an open book of poison. Her head was already tilted on the pillow, and she looked like she was fast asleep. Master JoJo opened her eyes with a hazy expression. She sat up straight and wiped the saliva that had dripped onto the book. I fell asleep again. Master, you've been falling asleep all the time recently. You can fall asleep while sitting and reading, and you'll mysteriously fall asleep while eating. Chocho said worriedly. Master, could it be that you're suffering from premature aging? You're the premature one. Your whole family is premature. She was only 7 years old. Even if she was premature, she wouldn't have aged that long, right? Master JoJo sat up straight and put her two little hands on her knees. Maybe it's because I've been too bored recently. I won't be bored if I draw some talismans. She took out a golden book that was half as tall as her body from her conscience. The little girl flipped through the pages, took out a gold-beaded talisman pen, and took out a jade talisman to engrave. Chocho, have the leaves grown out recently? Not yet, Master. I see that the top of your tree is bare. It doesn't look good. That's because you made me bald, Master. Master JoJo was silent. If Chocho could turn into a tray ant at this moment, she would definitely roll her eyes at her. Don't think that you can erase your previous inhumane and deranged actions just because you're silent. Master JoJo concentrated on drawing a complicated summoning talisman. Chocho suddenly said, Master, you're so familiar with drawing now. What if you forget in the future? How can I forget? Master JoJo held her gold-beaded talisman pen and touched the jade talisman in her hand. She said proudly, even if I forget anything, I won't forget to draw talismans. You're sleepy now, and your memory isn't good. What if you forget how to draw talismans in the future? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Chocho continued. Master Silver, is Chocho right? Arbor pondered for a moment. Then I'll draw one for each type of talisman in advance and put it in the golden talisman jade tome. What do you think? Good. Master is still the smart one. Arbor took out a bunch of blank talismans and started to draw talismans seriously. His brush moved like a dragon, and he concentrated wholeheartedly, drawing a stack of various talismans in a short moment. Arbor reached out her hand, and the golden talisman jade tome turned into several jade slips and flew into her hand. Master, what are you inscribing on the golden talisman jade tome? This kind of profound grade flying celestial talisman can be activated without the need to draw in energy. However, drawing it is a little complicated. With the flying talisman in hand, flying is no longer a dream for ordinary people. Do you want to soar in the sky? Do you want a pair of invisible wings? Make a flying talisman. The sapling was speechless as it watched its master carve 2 lines of words on the golden talisman jade tome. She felt that Master Silver was a little cute, sometimes many years after her rebirth. Arbor held the gold-beaded talisman pen and concentrated on learning how to draw the deity inviting talisman. She smoothed out the demonstration talisman in her hand and sighed in her heart. This demonstration talisman was drawn really well. Speaking of which, who was so considerate to draw her a demonstration talisman for every type of new talisman he learned? She held the one she drew and compared it with the demonstration talisman. Arbor sighed. Senior's drawing of the deity inviting talisman is obviously much more mature than mine. She still needed to work harder. Chapter 5706. Dressed in black armor, the youth stepped on the remains of the zombies on the ground as he walked up the hill and gazed into the distance. What he saw was a scene of desolation. There were withered branches and withered leaves, and there wasn't a hint of green in his eyes. The royal guards behind him tacitly dispersed and searched around. Your Highness, Huifeng used a branch to stir the fire that hadn't been completely extinguished. He said with an exhausted expression. Zombies probably suddenly attacked this camp. The survivors probably all ran away. Yin was silent and looked up at the faint crescent moon. Let's go take a look. Yes. Feng and the others cupped their fists in response and followed the youth into the depths of the hill to search. Aside from corpses, all they saw along the way were moving zombies. After searching for most of the night, both men and horses were exhausted. Yin turned around and glanced at them. Set up camp and rest. Your Highness. Feng stirred a clump of withered branches and gazed at the slowly burning fire. If this chaotic world ends, what would your Highness want to do the most? Yin's eyes flickered. It's been a long time since I've seen the colors of red flowers and green willows. This gloomy world truly caused despair to rise in people's hearts. It was as if everything in front of them was devoid of life, and they couldn't see a trace of hope. The world was like an old, mottled painting that had lost all of its original colors. It was so shabby that it instilled fear in people. If this dull and tedious life of fighting could end, he was willing to find a small garden and unload all his burdens. He could raise flowers and plants and live a carefree life. Seeing that Her Highness didn't give a complete answer, Feng didn't intend to continue asking. Instead, he said with a smile, if this chaotic world can end one day, this subordinate wants to go to the countryside to farm and raise chickens. Chickens? A half-asleep royal guard couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Ha! Chickens are good. Raise more, and you can kill them to eat in the future. I haven't tasted chicken soup in a long time. Feng wanted to go up and beat this stinking brat, but Yin reached out to stop him. Rest early. We'll search the vicinity tomorrow morning. If we can't find anyone alive, we'll return to the capital first. Yes. Their Kingdom soldiers don't make a sound. Fan Xiuhe covered Sister Ji's mouth with his hand and shook his head at her. These soldiers should be searching for supplies nearby. We can't go out. Our supplies won't last much longer. If they take all of it, the consequences will be unimaginable. But Jojo, Sisko turned around worriedly and glanced at the unconscious Arbor. Last night, the zombies attacked our camp. Jojo fought too much and was exhausted. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. Don't worry. What we need to do now is to avoid these soldiers and get Jojo out of here. They seem to be leaving. Sisko lay in the bushes and watched as a tall young man walked down the hill. This young man was very handsome and tall. Even though he was covered in dust, his black robe seemed to have been smeared with dirt. But as he stood there, it was as if thousands of stars could not obscure his brilliance. Are we really? Before Sisko could finish speaking, Fan Xiuhe covered her mouth again. Yin seemed to have sensed something, and he turned his head to look at the thicket overgrown with brambles in the distance. Return to the capital. He strode forward on his horse and lightly patted it. Then, he turned around and led everyone down the dirt path on the hillside at lightning speed. When Arbor slowly woke up, his heart suddenly felt empty, as if he had lost something. Chapter 5707. You actually didn't say a word and disappeared without a trace. Duan Yu's sword was swift and ruthless, each strike aimed at his body. The latter remained silent, and only drew his sword to parry. He didn't retaliate even after several dozen moves. Do you know that someone has always been thinking about you, and worrying about you at all times? Yin pursed her lips and parried his sword. Her figure flashed, and her ink-colored clothes fluttered in the night sky as she leaped towards the eaves. Duan Yu swiftly chased after her to the top of the high wall and leaped down in pursuit. Two figures, one black and one white, slender as bamboo, streaked across the faint moonlight and landed on the treetops. They leaped to the front of the pavilion, leaving behind two faint afterimages. The sound of sword chi collided with the sound of wind. Two streaks of white light suddenly landed outside the wall, breaking countless trees. This sword duel lasted for a full hour. The moonlight gradually deepened, and even the faint chirping of cicadas and insects gradually quieted down. The two people silently laid on a roof for a long time without speaking. From this angle, One could only see a crescent moon hanging halfway above the branches. The long window was slightly open, and a faint moonlight shone on the little stoic's face. She was drowsily sleeping under a thin blanket. She was completely unaware that these two people had just broken the roof and fiercely fought. She hasn't been eating or sleeping well these days. Duan Yu raised his hand above his head and easily caught the wine jug that Mo Lien threw at him. We made such a big commotion, but she didn't even wake up. You should know how tired she was these days. Thank you, Mo Lien said solemnly. Duan Yu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and poured the wine jug into his mouth. Do I look like someone who would thank you? These days, it's all thanks to you supporting and taking care of Jojo by her side. A toast to you. Mo Lien raised the wine jug in front of him. Duan Yu glanced at him again and made him hold it up for a long time before reluctantly clinking the wine jug with him. There's no need for thanks between you and me. That's true. Mo Lien nodded lightly. There are many things that just need to be remembered. Duan Yu covered his forehead with one hand and gazed at the moonlight faintly falling on the branches through the gaps between his fingers. Mo Lien, I'm sorry. Sometimes, a terrifying thought would appear in his mind. For example, how good would it be if Mo Lien didn't come back? Another example, perhaps Mo Lien really died in the sacrificial sea abyss? The legendary abyss of the sacrificial sea. No one could climb out of it, right? Perhaps time could wash away all the memories. As long as he had enough patience to stay by Jojo's side. Cry with her, laugh with her, watch the mountains and seas with her, watch the moon and the stars with her. Maybe there would come a day when she would forget that person. She would see how hard he was trying to get closer. Thousands of words, thousands of threads. In the end, they only merged into one sentence. You fierce girl, who would like you? Only Mo Lien, that fool, would be infatuated with you. Lies. I also like you. I also want to pluck the stars and moon for you. Pluck the sun, moon, and the universe, Mo Lien. Duan Yu covered his peach blossom eyes with his fingers and said softly, sometimes I wonder if a step late is a lifetime late. Time is not in our control. Don't move. What's your name? Duan Yu. I'm a good person. You don't look like one. The bright moonlight reflected on his slightly moist eyes. Chapter 5708. Failure, failure, failure. Recently, I've heard these two words too many times. I hope that the operations team can give this lord a satisfactory answer. Why did it fail to this extent? Operations team, intelligence team. Did these three departments cooperate well? Did they? The long table was slammed loudly. Patriarch Black Gold's face was dark as water, and his sharp gaze swept over everyone present. Vice Hall Master Ghost, who had an angel halo above his head and a deathly expression, stammered, Boss, please calm down. Shut up. Patriarch Black Gold shouted angrily. You've already been dead for so many days, you don't have the freaking right to speak here. Vice Hall Master Ghost whimpered and shrank back behind team leader Qin Hong. Speak. Patriarch Black Gold pointed at Qin Hong, who had shrunk his neck and lowered his head, and scolded, as the overall team leader of the entire operation team. Did you play a coordinating role? Did you truly take this matter to heart? I did, boss. Qin Hong opened his mouth to speak. But Patriarch Black Gold angrily retorted, You have a fart. Young Master Omega Kitoku leisurely sipped his tea. Boss, please pay attention to your words. Our scribe doesn't know how to continue with what you just said. Fifth young Master Qin held a golden fountain pen and blankly looked up at Patriarch Black Gold. Should I record the words, you have a fart in writing? Patriarch Black Gold angrily slammed the table. Look at what you've done previously. We went to Devastating Island to discuss business, but we couldn't reach an agreement. They blew up the entire island, killing all the elites we nurtured. Is this how you discuss business? Can't you speak properly? Must you use this kind of extreme method? Later, Vice Team Leader Ghost went to Yin City and actually got into a fight with Sangzhou Company's boss. Can't you freaking be a bit more modest and cautious? Must you use this kind of violent method to discuss business? You're trying to destroy our entire Heavenly Fortune Company. But boss, didn't you say before that if the conciliatory policy doesn't work, we'll take forceful measures? The planes and cannons were already set up, yet you say we're wrong? What? Everything is up to you, boss. Why do you need us, the operations team, and the intelligence team, to do anything? Shut up. Ancestor Black Gold angrily shouted as he slammed the table. Look at you, look at you. He pointed at the dozen or so department elites and junior leaders present, panting heavily as he shouted angrily. What's the point of the company paying you? Tell me, which of the tasks assigned to you by the company can you do well? Speak, speak. Eldest young Master Chin leisurely raised his wrist to look at his watch, which was a limited edition of only one in the world. He drank a mouthful of coffee with a grin before standing up and saying, Boss, it's 5 o'clock. Let's get off work. Everyone was speechless. Old Ancestor Heijin was so angry that he slammed the table when he saw the elites of the department stand up one after another. No one knew if it was because he had smashed it multiple times, but the entire long desk collapsed with a loud bang. Everyone stood up with a dumbfounded expression and looked at the collapsed desk. Old Ancestor Black Gold angrily said, Who bought this broken table? What about General Affairs? Ask the General Affairs manager to come over. Boss, General Manager Mu is on annual leave today. Tell her to get her ass over here tomorrow. BOSS? Quick, quick, call an ambulance. Boss fainted from anger. Chapter 5709. In the bright and clean Angel No. 1 hospital. Wearing a blue-striped hospital gown, Patriarch Black Gold leaned against the headboard of the hospital bed with a gloomy face and flipped through a stack of invoices in his hand. Boss, you saw it. Supervisor Mu used her power for personal gain and purchased a batch of inferior tables and chairs. The evidence is conclusive. Take a look for yourself. Luo Qizhong's chubby face was smiling like a blooming flower, but his small eyes kept flashing with excitement. The long table in the conference room was broken by Patriarch Black Gold. Luo Qizhong was laughing like crazy. He had long disliked Mu Qingya, the General Affairs Department's woman. She was a woman in her 30s. Instead of staying at home to help her husband and children, she had to come out and argue with men. It was inexplicable. The point was that Mu Qingya was even more influential than him when it came to the too many bosses. He was the supervisor of the purchasing department, but Mu Qingya had no sense of propriety and had to steal his job. Wasn't she trying to make money out of it? The heavens were really opening their eyes. Was there any other opportunity that could be better than this one? Mu Qingya's table was broken by Patriarch Black Gold. What did this mean? It meant that this woman was seriously embezzling money. She bought a table worth 10,000 yuan, but it wasn't even worth 300 yuan. Luo Qizhong took the opportunity to complain about Mu Qingya. A few days ago, Patriarch Black Gold didn't like him and threw him to Qin Hong, the leader of the operation team. Luo Qizhong had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Today, he planned to take revenge on Mu Qingya. A few steps away, Luo Qizhong couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the angry expression on Patriarch Black Gold's face. Haha, General Affairs Department's Mu Qingya. This woman is dead meat today. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Qingya walked into the ward in a tailored black business suit and a pair of pointy high heels. She bowed 90 degrees. Hello, boss. Patriarch Black Gold stared at her with a gloomy face. I'm warning you to embezzle money. What do you have to say? Don't think that I don't know what you've done behind my back. Mu Qingya, do you want to go to jail or make up for your embezzlement and resign? I'll let you choose. Luo Qizhong was elated. Oh my God, his boss was so mighty today. He actually got rid of Mu Qingya, this malignant tumor, in one breath. It couldn't be any better. Mu Qingya panicked. She gritted her teeth and said, Boss, let me explain. Anything I buy, there are invoices to prove it. Luo Qizhong quickly interrupted. Don't give me that. Don't think that we don't know. Isn't it too easy for your General Affairs team to forge some fake invoices? Mu Qingya sneered. Then do you have evidence that I've pocketed it? The 10,000 yuan table is the evidence. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. I need to discuss this with the two bosses. Boss, you can make the decision. Luo Qizhong slammed the table and shouted. Are you the leader, or is the boss the leader? How can you be so evasive? In any case, you must hand in your resignation today. Mu Qingya was depressed. Luo Qizhong, you better shut up now. I'm not saying that I won't solve the problem, but I need to ask the two bosses first. Luo Qizhong bit his handkerchief. Boss, look, she's using the two bosses to pressure you. She doesn't care about you at all. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open again. Bring it in. Young Master Omega Kitoku waved his hand and had two subordinates move the broken table in. Chapter 5710. Xiao Xiao. Stay with me forever, okay? Once you enter the abysmal underground palace, you will never be able to walk out. This leads to the netherworld, to the shattered void. Stay with me, let's stay together in the void, forever, okay? I felt that I had finally caught her. I had finally caught the girl that I had longed for my entire life. I had finally caught her. I would never let go again, however, in the next second, in the blink of an eye, I suddenly realized that the entire world seemed to have changed. I was left alone again. I hurriedly and miserably fell into the entrance of the nether underground palace. No! I screamed Xiao Xiao with all my might. I wanted to reach out and grab the figure that was getting further and further away from me. I wanted to grab her so badly. However, I couldn't. As always, I couldn't grab her. My body was suddenly pressed down by something. Before I could react, I was pressed down by that thing and fell into the entrance of the abysmal underground palace. I panicked and wanted to counterattack. I rushed to the mountain wall and was surprised to find that I was in a trance. That damned entrance of the underground palace was completely sealed. Yes, it was closed. It was closed. There was no more light shining in. There was no more light. My Xiao Xiao was gone. She was far away from me. I couldn't catch her anymore. It shouldn't be like this. Why did I end up in such a terrible state? I used all my strength to smash at the permanently sealed entrance to the cave, using up almost all of my strength. A faint voice suddenly sounded in my ears. It's useless. You said yourself that it's useless. Once you enter the abysmal underground palace, you will never be able to walk out, the voice said calmly. Didn't you say it yourself? This leads to the netherworld, to the shattered void. We have no way back. The way back has already been sealed. Second young master, I will accompany you. I will accompany you in the vast and silent void. I will be with you forever. You must be happy. When I heard this voice, I couldn't help but shiver. I took a few steps back hesitantly and turned around. I saw her at first glance. That woman who has always been invisible in my eyes. This young lady in her 20s didn't look very pretty, but when her facial features were put together, she had a kind of attractive charm. This Miss Ran always seemed to have a different kind of charm and pride. But so what if she was charming? I still won't like her. Under such circumstances, I hated her even more. Why was she the one who appeared here? Why isn't Xiao Xiao here to accompany me? It's you. I gritted my teeth in anger. Did you fly over? Just now, at the entrance of the cave, it was this woman who pounced on me and suddenly fell on top of me. If not for that, I might have had a chance to turn back. I might have had a chance to catch Jojo. Second young master, don't you want to see die? She came against the light, her voice somewhat strange. Oh no, there was no light source here at all. It was pitch black here. If it weren't for my good eyesight, I wouldn't have noticed the strange expression on her face. Yes, it was extremely strange. It was like a hunting beast that suddenly saw a piece of meat in the forest. Her eyes stared at me quietly, making my hair stand on end. Chapter 5711. Boss, what do you have to say for yourself? Hey Jean was lying on the bed, looking furious. Look at the people you've planted. Did you arrange for Mu Qingya, Supervisor Mu, to be promoted? Boss Omega Kitoku nodded. That's right. Bring the things up a little more. He waved his hand, and a few people threw the broken pieces of the table in front of Hey Jean. The things fell to the ground with a clatter. Hey Jean looked over with a gloomy expression. What do you mean by this? Why did you move these old tables and chairs here? Boss, don't you understand? You've been deceived. Boss Omega Kitoku said with certainty. This is the table that you broke with your own hands. I've already asked someone to identify it. It's been tampered with. The bottom of the table has been hollowed out. Otherwise, why do you think the table would break into pieces with just a few slaps? Hey Jean was confused. Do you mean that someone wants to use me to get rid of Supervisor Mo? He glanced over at Luo Qizhong, who was standing at the side with a dazed expression. Could it be this person who did it? Mu Qingya pretended to wipe the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. It's okay for me to be wronged, but I really don't want to see you being kept in the dark by a villain. Boss Omega Kitoku nodded. Show me the evidence. A man walked out from behind Boss Omega Kitoku and placed a small tablet in front of Heijin. Heijin clicked on it. The video was of Luo Qizhong sneaking into the meeting room. What else do you have to say? Heijin was furious and yelled at Luo Qizhong. The latter was confused. How is this possible? This isn't me. Boss, this isn't me. You already brought a saw and a shovel into the meeting room. You're the one who's causing trouble. No, it's not me. It's not. Boss, this must be someone from the company in Yin City who sent someone to frame me. I've been advocating for the acquisition of the Tsangzhou company in Yin City. This must be the work of a despicable person deliberately making you hate me. Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me. Villain. I think you're the villain. Mu Qingya slapped the document on Luo Qizhong's face. Don't quibble. Your purpose is already clear. If it weren't for your own selfish motives, why would you do this kind of thing again and again? You just want to push me down because you're afraid that I'll block your path to wealth. It's not, boss. Please believe me, boss. Heijin waved his hand and got someone to bring Luo Qizhong out. He looked at Mr. Omega Kitoku and Mu Qingya and sighed. The children are all grown up and have their own ideas. All these years, I can't understand the behavior of you and your big brother. But I only hope for one thing, and that is to let our Sky Fortune Company continue to flourish and not let it walk down the path of ruin. Mr. Omega Kitoku nodded with a solemn expression and left the ward with Mu Qingya. As soon as Mu Qingya walked out of the ward, she asked in a low voice, Boss, do you still want to continue working with the Tsangzhou company? Mr. Omega Kitoku nodded. The old generation's methods are no longer useful. There's no future without funds. If possible, I don't want to take this step. But who knew what the future would be like? There was no movement in the long corridor for a long time until Mr. Qin walked out of the dim light. He flipped through the proposal in his hand. Sigh, the old man probably didn't expect that Sky Fortune has already changed hands at Tsangzhou. Should we tell boss? Since it's already like this, forget it. If he told him now, the old man would be angered to death. Let him live for 2 more years. What a pity. Chapter 57:12. I felt a bone-chilling coldness and was momentarily speechless. I had never looked Zhao Qiran in the eye before and had long forgotten when and where I had first met her. It was this woman who had ruined my entire plan. Originally, I could have been together with Xiao Qiao. It was all this woman's fault. It was all her fault for pouncing at me at the crucial moment and throwing me into the 9 Nether Underground Palace. Once I entered the void, I would be unable to return. I used all my strength to heavily punch the huge rock at the entrance. However, the strength disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Could it be that I would truly be unable to leave this pitch-black void in this lifetime? My heart was ice-cold and filled with hatred. Zhao Qiran actually walked over with a smile and tugged at my sleeve. Second young master, let's go ahead and take a look. Although it's a vast expanse of emptiness, the stars here are like a sea of stars. It's also very beautiful to look at. Where were the stars? Where was the sea of stars? I turned my head to take a look. There was only a vast expanse of darkness in the void. There was no end in sight and no light in sight. Everything was hidden in this darkness. It was empty, just like the weeds spreading in my heart. This woman must be blind. Zhao Qiran said to me with a smile, Young master, could it be that you can't see the blue waves of the sea of stars? But I can see it all. Look, I can imagine it as I wish. I can even feel the aura of the waves. Crazy, crazy, you're truly crazy. Suddenly, I broke into a run, roaring as I ran and shouted into the endless darkness. Let me out. Heavenly Tao. Yes, Heavenly Tao definitely exists. No one could do anything, but Heavenly Tao definitely could let me out. Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. Zhao Qiran couldn't help but laugh. Don't think about it, second young master. Heavenly Tao won't be here. This is the boundless void. Other than the boundless void, there's nothing else. I suddenly lunged forward like a madman and grabbed Zhao Qiran's neck. Kill her. Kill this crazy woman who only knew how to giggle at me. Then think of a way to leave this place. I must leave. If I don't leave, how can I find my Xiao Qiao? Second young master. Zhao Qiran didn't seem to fear death. Although she found it difficult to breathe, she still opened her eyes and looked at me with a smile. You have to consider this carefully. If you really kill me, you'll be the only one left in the vast void. Wouldn't that make you even more lonely and miserable? I stared at her blankly, as if I was seeing this woman for the first time. I unconsciously let go and stared at her as I bent over and coughed several times. Zhao Qiran, I don't need you to accompany me. You'll find out in the future. Everyone needed someone to accompany them. No, otherwise, wouldn't it be too lonely? Zhao Qiran smiled. She raised her hand and gently took mine. Second young master, don't worry. Ran will always be with you. No matter how many years you have to spend in the void wasteland, Ran will always be with you. I don't want you to accompany me. I don't want you to accompany me. I muttered to myself as I looked around. I don't need you to accompany me. I walked in a daze, but there was only a dark void around me. Even if I walked, where could I go? Zhao Qiran had been following me silently, as though she would follow me wherever I went. Gradually, the days passed one by one. At first, I could still ask Zhao Qiran what day it was. But after dozens or hundreds of days, I didn't know what day it was anymore. Every time I looked back, Zhao Qiran would smile at me gently. I felt that Zhao Qiran was very happy here because she would smile at me every time she saw me. Her smile was indescribably happy. One day, I finally couldn't help but ask her, "Don't you feel bad?" Why would I feel bad? Zhao Qiran looked at me strangely. I can stay by the person I like and walk slowly with him under the starry sky. Why would I feel bad? I feel that each day is very happy. I couldn't help but tremble. In this void, we have nothing. We can't open our inner worlds. We can't even change our clothes. No food, no water, but what does that matter? Zhao Qiran smiled gently at me. We don't feel hunger or fatigue in the void. Don't you think that's the biggest problem? Don't feel hunger or fatigue walking around in this damn place day and night. Don't you think that's terrifying? Zhao Qiran shook her head. It's not terrifying at all, second young master. I'm the happiest to be with second young master. I stared at her dazedly for a long time. My lips trembled. I won't like you. It's fine, Zhao Qiran said softly. It's fine, second young master. We have a lot of time to spend together. I can wait, whether it's hundreds or thousands of years. I can keep waiting until you change your mind. Thinking of how I had to stay with Zhao Qiran for hundreds or thousands of years, I couldn't help but tremble. I felt like all my strength had been sucked out. I suddenly found that it was a bit terrifying to be entangled with love. How could a person entangle another person for hundreds or thousands of years without wavering? Wouldn't she feel tired? I tried every day to tear open this void and enter. I tried everything. I even wanted to self-destruct to leave this void. But it was too difficult. It was very hard to self-destruct in the void. When Zhao Qiran discovered my intentions, she followed me closely. Wherever I went, she would keep an eye on me, vigilantly preventing me from self-destructing. I would try for a few hundred days. Then I got tired. I wasn't even happy to walk. I was like a pile of mud in the void. Sometimes when I was in the mood, I would happily say to Zhao Qiran, I married Xiao Qiao in my previous life. Did you know? Xiao Qiao was very grateful to me when I saved her from the dungeon. Although she was weak to the point of being transparent, she would still be very nervous and sad when she found out I was injured. She would hold a pen in her mouth and copy scriptures for me all night to pray for me. When I saw her, she was always lying there quietly, waiting for me to come and touch her head. She was really pretty. I think I liked her a lot back then. But later, I didn't know if it was because of pride or loneliness, but I personally ruined everything. I didn't know how many times I repeated these words to Zhao Qiran. Every time, Zhao Qiran would lie on my lap and whisper to me, "It's okay, you have me now. I will always be with you, forever." Forever? I couldn't help but shudder. Even the tip of my heart felt cold. I thought to myself, but I don't want you. No matter how much time has passed, I will never want you. If time could really turn back, I would be willing to give up my life in exchange for 2 hours to be with my Chiao. Obsession, this is probably my destiny in this life. Chapter 57:13. When Mother was buried, it rained continuously for more than 3 months. Today, the sky finally cleared up a bit. I followed the palace walls and slowly walked on the desolate and empty main road. There was always a different feeling in my heart. Father Emperor's madness was getting worse. Sometimes, when he had a headache, he would go crazy and smash things. In the past, when Mother was lying there like a living corpse, he wasn't that crazy. But now I knew that everything was developing towards the worst situation. The situation in the capital was no longer stable. There were filthy things everywhere that were rotten but not yet dead. Sometimes, they wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night and would circle around the outer walls of the capital. No matter how many were shot to death, there would always be more. I also didn't know how long I could hold on. I was always worried about Father Emperor and Mother Empress on Seacombe Planet. I also thought about 12th Brother's weak shoulders and wondered if he could support the Mo Kingdom's rivers and mountains. But I could only think about it like this. I couldn't go back. Compared to the peaceful lower star domain, perhaps the future of the Divine Continent was even more terrifying. Your Highness, do you want to take a look at the 100-Flower Festival prepared by the Ministry of Rites? Zhao Tengdong moved over and asked me in a low voice. That's right. After the mourning period, these officials were actively preparing to choose a consort for me. The 100-Flower Festival, glorified as a gathering of marriageable women from each family and letting me choose. But I wasn't interested in it all. I used the excuse of mourning for 3 years as an excuse, but those officials braved the death of my father emperor to admonish me. They cried and said that as long as the heir apparent didn't have an heir, the country would be in danger. I was really annoyed by these two-faced dogs. The zombies outside the city were causing chaos. They didn't think of countermeasures all day long, only thinking about these useless things. It wasn't like I was going to die. So what if I didn't have an heir? Sometimes I really wish I could be as crazy as Imperial Father and chop up all these talkative officials one by one. During the 100-Flower Festival, I sat there with an abnormally cold gaze. I looked like a door god. Oh, it couldn't be an ice sculpture, right? Those women looked at me with timid expressions. When I glanced at them, I felt annoyed. 1, 2, 3. All of them were so pretentious and without any special characteristics. At this moment, 2 women came forward and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. I know Chen Chaoji and General Zhong Li's daughter. Chen Bao Jia and Zhongli Ji Wei. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 women should be the concubines that the Ministry of Rites selected for me. What a joke. Since the Ministry of Rites has taken a fancy to these 2, then let those old men marry them. I lifted my head to look at them. Seeing the 2 of them pretending to be shy and cute, I couldn't help but feel resentful. It shouldn't be like this. I always felt that something was wrong in this life. It was wrong again and again, so wrong that I couldn't look straight at the future. I stared coldly at the 2 women who came forward to greet me, and suddenly flipped the table in front of me. A series of things fell to the ground. Forgiveness? Forgiveness for what? I strode away in a huff. The 100-Flower Festival ended on a bad note, and the news quickly spread throughout the court. Soon, the rumors spread throughout the capital. They said that His Highness the Crown Prince didn't like women and liked men. Was this talking about me? Imperial Father summoned me and reprimanded me in a fit of irritation. He punished me to kneel in the ancestral shrine. I knelt for 3 days and 3 nights without making a sound. In the end, he couldn't do anything about it. His head hurt, and when it hurt, he would hit his head against the wall. Go and screamed on the side. Even the most expensive incense couldn't stop his crazy actions. He was in pain, so he didn't care about me, and I also didn't care about him. Originally, the relationship between father and son was weak. Ever since Mother passed away, we probably didn't even have the basic greetings between us. The Ministry of Rites began to talk among themselves and give me women. How laughable. Did they think that by doing this, I would be obedient? I simply built a court for the women that were given to me. The court was called Destined to Live Alone. These women were sent here willingly. They should have understood from the first day that they were sent here what destined to live alone meant. Since they were willing, I couldn't be bothered to care. If they dared to coincidentally meet me in the garden, I would kill one or two of them. After a long time, everyone should understand. Don't coincidentally meet me. I can only be someone they look up to. Later, even a Ministry of Rights was disheartened and stopped sending me all kinds of beauties on their own initiative. They accepted their fate, and they laughably believed those rumors. Think that their unattainable crown prince of Shinjo, was a homosexual. Haha, cut off your sister's sleeve. Since these people were so stupid, he would just let them be. After the new year, Sangzhou's Emperor Rong Li came to visit. Imperial father handed over all state affairs to me. He was drunk in the palace all day long. His hair wasn't thin, and sometimes he didn't wear clothes. He just sat there like an idiot for 3 days and 2 nights. After I finished discussing with Sangzhou's emperor, we decided to join hands and go to the place where zombies were rampant. We, who were trapped in the capital, had no way out. If we fought, we might have a chance to survive. If we retreated, there was no way out. 1 month later, the news of me eloping with Sangzhou's emperor spread all over the 3 states. It was very strange. That day, when Rong Li and I were riding on the Pingjin Prairie, he suddenly stopped. He suddenly stopped and pointed to the distant sky where the clouds of fire were connected. Look there. I followed his gaze. It was bright red. At first glance, it looked like the mountain fire had blown red. The red was abnormally dazzling. There's nothing. I picked up the wine pot hanging casually and took a sip. What did you see? I think I saw a woman standing there and waving at us. I find her expressionless face somewhat familiar. I couldn't help but laugh. I teased. You miss your wife? No. Rong Li shook his head. I suddenly understood. I raised my hand and threw the wine pot at him. No wonder. Everyone thought that I had eloped with you. Why didn't you, an old bachelor, marry someone? Why didn't you marry her? How would I know? I felt a little uncomfortable. I wanted to suppress the anger in my heart forever. I whipped my horse and galloped forward. If we win this time, we can stay on the prairie for the rest of our lives. Then, I spurred my horse far away. I didn't hear Rong Li mutter, "What if we lose?" Chapter 57:14. The war in the grassland of Pingjin lasted for half a year. In the end, the grassland was filled with withered bones and weeds. The entire grassland was covered in wounds. Our allied forces won the war in a Pyrrhic victory. The corpse puppet army was exterminated by us, but the remaining soldiers didn't seem to fare any better. Rong Li's illness was getting worse. Sometimes he would lie in bed for 3 days and 2 nights. He rarely woke up. That day when I went to visit him, he woke up groggily and glanced at me. His originally handsome face now looked skinny and out of shape. When he looked at me, his eyes seemed to be lifeless and on the verge of drying up. I seemed to have had a very long dream. We won, he said softly with a hoarse voice. We already won. I walked forward quickly and held his hand tightly. Are you dumb? We won 10 days ago. We can go back very soon. No. He coughed weakly and tried to sit up. I quickly extended my hand and helped him up with another servant. Are you hungry? I saw the flowers and grass. As far as the eye can see, everything is jade green, growing and multiplying endlessly, incomparably gorgeous. I recalled what the doctor had said to me in private. His Majesty might pass away soon. If he were to wake up again, it would be a final burst of consciousness. Your Highness, you have to seize the opportunity and say what you have to say. I clutched his hand tightly, as if I wanted the invisible will to continue supporting me. Didn't you say that you wanted to go to the sea of forgetfulness after everything was over? Yes, I saw it. He suddenly turned and held my hand. There seemed to be a beam of light in his dim eyes. I saw the boundless sea of forgetfulness. There was really everything in the dream. I even saw a huge ship sailing towards me. I vaguely saw someone on the boat, waving at me nonstop. It was a pity that I couldn't see her face clearly. She should be here to pick me up. I silently turned my head and hurriedly hid the tears in my eyes. You are tired. Have a good rest. I'm not going to rest. He shook his head and grabbed my hand with all his strength. In the future, there will be plenty of time to rest. Why don't you talk to me for a while more? I'm afraid I won't have the chance to talk to you like this again. Nonsense. An evil person like you will naturally bring calamity to the human world. You will bring calamity to the world for thousands of years. He laughed. Even his coughing seemed weak and half dead. Emolien, promise me one thing. Go ahead. I didn't even dare to turn around. I was afraid that once I turned around, I wouldn't be able to control my emotions and tears would flow out of my eyes. I was afraid that I would break down in front of him. That would be too ugly. When I die, you can bury me on the grassland. There's no need to bring me back. He held my hand and sighed softly. I want to be able to see the boundless sky when I raise my eyes. I have a feeling that someone is waiting for me in the sky. Emolien, can you promise me? I think I may never forget it in my lifetime. He was dressed in a moon-white unlined garment, and his eyes were filled with a hint of death. I recalled the first time I'd met him. He was wearing a crimson armor and riding a horse. That night, I'd sat next to him in silence and watched him toss and turn for half the night. He'd coughed a few times. He'd stopped moving in the second half of the night. I sat next to his bed in a daze for a long time. Then, I lay there and cried for half the night as I watched his body gradually turn cold. What do you think? You always say what you think every time. I still think that you won't die. I still think that we shouldn't live like this for the rest of our lives. You, on the other hand, didn't care when things were half done. You left me to clean up the mess. In the end, I was the only one who had to bear everything silently. Then, I followed his will and buried him on the Pingjin grassland. The day I buried him, the sky was especially bright. There was a red glow in the distance. I raised my head to take a look. I didn't know if it was a hallucination or an illusion, but I seemed to see a blurry figure sitting on a cloud coming to pick him up. If I could, I really wanted to go with them. I would travel the rest of my life and not have to worry about the things in front of me. However, I still have my share of responsibility to bear. It took me about 100 years to slowly rebuild the devastated continents of the 3 provinces. I became the only monarch in the 3 prefectures, but I would always wake up in the middle of a dream. I would sit at the head of my bed in a daze, night after night, until dawn. It was too strange. All these years, I seemed to have had a very long dream on and off. The dream became more and more realistic and clear. I could even hear our laughter coming out of the dream. It sounded like we were having a good time. Who was it? Who was it that was laughing so happily? It sounded like my own laughter. It was strange. I hadn't laughed for almost 100 years. What is laughter? I have long forgotten what it is, so why am I laughing so happily? Hudaquan was very old. Every step he took was very strenuous. 2 young eunuchs would often have to help him walk. He walked unsteadily. Did your majesty stay up all night again? Hudaquan sighed and asked the 2 young eunuchs to help me change my clothes. The flowers in the imperial garden are blooming very well today. Your majesty, do you want to go out for a walk? What's the point of walking back and forth by yourself? I shook my head. I want to forge something. Let's do it for a while. Hudaquan accompanied me in the hall. He sat quietly on the side and watched me forge a small golden sword. His eyes were slightly moist. Every year, your majesty, around the New Year festival, you would forge a small sword for children to protect themselves with. It has been like this every year. It has been dozens of years, but you have never given one away. I looked at the small sword floating in the fire and suddenly smiled. Hudaquan, I always feel like I have a son. I accompanied him on horseback in archery, treading mountains and rivers, traversing thousands of rivers and mountains. I was immersed in my dreams. Sometimes, I didn't even want to wake up. When I woke up, I would cry bitterly. I felt that I might have missed out on the most important thing in my life. A young eunuch ran in and knelt on the ground. With a trembling voice, he said, "Your Majesty, the retired emperor has passed away." My hand trembled slightly. Hudaquan supported me with his trembling hands. I staggered a step and tilted my head to look at the clear blue sky in the distance. In the end, I really became a loner. I had no other relatives. Chapter 57:15. Ixion, look at that. That little trash is copying the scripture of peace very seriously after knowing that you're injured. Oofed. Shi Yongqian raised her hand and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Her eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Isn't that funny, Xian? Qin Xan stood indifferently at the door and looked coldly at the scene in the room. The girl who could not move her limbs and could only turn her head slightly. She was biting the pen in her mouth and writing the scripture of peace word by word. Don't you think it's funny? She's clearly a piece of trash who can only lie down, yet she wants to show off in front of you. It's the little handmaiden beside her who has to grind the paper, wipe her sweat, and flip the pages from time to time. She's probably just looking for something to do. After all, lying there all the time without being able to do anything was too depressing for a girl who always wanted to excel in everything. Shi Yongqian giggled and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Qin Xian glanced at her and did not know what was so funny. Xian, don't tell me you've really fallen for this little trash? What a joke. Qin Xian was very impatient with this woman's retarded probing. But look, after you saved her, she seems to think of you as her sky and thinks of you in everything. How can I fall for someone whose all four limbs are useless? Qin Xian sneered and spat out a cold sentence. She's just a little pet that I picked up on the way home. Qin Xian threw this sentence and turned to leave. Shi Yongqian smiled and took 2 steps forward and reached out to stop him. Xian, wait. She stomped her feet coquettishly. I think that this little pet of yours is really annoying. I don't like it when she copies the scripture of peace for you. What do you want? Recently, his father had been trying to win over the Shi family. In order to make second Miss Shi happy, Qin Xian was willing to coax her a little. She's an eyesore to me. Second Miss Shi giggled. What do you say I tear up that scripture of peace? For some reason, Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Then he said the 2 words that he regretted the most in his life expressionlessly. Up to you. Arbor found it very pleasurable to copy the Sutra of Peace, because she finally had something else to do. She didn't have to lie there day and night, staring blankly at the ceiling. And Hui, who rarely took care of her, was very dedicated and willing to help her. Finally, she was able to derive a trace of pleasure from copying. No, it was power. Arbor didn't know what was going on when the second daughter of the Shi family kicked her door open and barged in with her men. It was only when the 2 vicious maidservants by Shi Yongqian's side kicked away the inkstone by her hand and stepped on the stack of paper that Shi Yongqian was holding. Only then did she realize that the second daughter of the Shi family was here to pick a fight with her again. These days, she had been coming to find fault with her. No matter how she looked at her, she didn't like her at all. Now that she was hiding in her room and quietly copying the Sutra of Peace, was that an eyesore to her? As Qiao Mu gazed at the pile of scriptures that had been crushed to pieces by their feet, Qiao Mu felt a bit of sorrow in her heart. She had spent a lot of time writing it word by word. It had been a long, long time since she had done something so meaningful. You're in the way. The 2 vicious maidservants by the second daughter of the Shi family kicked her over. Aunt Hui hurriedly ran over to help her, but was whipped in the back by the second daughter of the Shi family. She fell to the ground and didn't get up again. Aunt Hui, Arbor called out in panic. So noisy, Shi Yongqian scolded with a cold expression. How dare a little bug make such a harsh sound? Teach her a lesson. The 2 vicious maidservants walked up with bad intentions and kicked Arbor hard in the stomach. The other person squatted down and grabbed Arbor's yellow hair. She reached out to grab a packet of medicinal powder and poured it into her mouth. The bitter and spicy taste filled her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Arbor coughed heavily. Her originally crisp voice became hoarse. Every word she said was like rolling over the tip of a knife. It was especially painful. Enough. Qin Xian frowned and dragged Shi Yongqian away from Arbor. Arbor lay on the ground and turned her little face with some difficulty, trying to see the young master's expression clearly. It turned out that he had been standing at the door all along, watching everything that was happening in front of him. Arbor's slightly warm heart sank bit by bit. As expected, she was just a pitiful little bug that the young master had picked up along the way. What a joke. She still had strange fantasies. She always felt that this person could treat her like a normal person. Well, it turned out that it was just wishful thinking. Ever since Shi Yongqian sent her on the ship to Sichuan, she wanted to die, but didn't succeed in the end. In the next few days, the young master of the Omega Katoku kept staring at her, as if he was sick, guarding against any suicidal moves. Actually, she was now being whipped by second Miss Shi and didn't even have the strength to raise her head. What else could a pitiful little bug who couldn't even raise her head do? She didn't know why this Qin Exine always stayed by her side and kept muttering something, but she couldn't hear a single word. As her body got better day by day, one day, she could suddenly move her fingers. On this day, the second young master happily held her hand and said softly to her, "Xiao Qiao, your body is about to recover. When your wrist can move again, can you copy a paragraph of the Peace Sutra and give it to me?" Arbor didn't say anything. Her eyes were still and lifeless. After a few more days, she could force herself to walk a few steps with the help of the wall. The second young master happily handed her a pen and paper and helped her to sit down at the table. "Xiao Qiao, you can copy it." After an hour, Arbor didn't move. After 2 hours, she was still the same. After several hours, there was only a blob of ink on the paper, but she lay on the table and fell asleep. Copying something as ridiculous as the Peace Sutra, the word peace was long gone from her. She shouldn't ask for such a luxurious thing anymore. Anyway, she didn't have peace and happiness anymore that day. Arbor didn't know that Qin Exine stood beside her and was in a daze for a long time. She didn't know when she woke up. He walked forward, wanted to carry her and put her on the bed to sleep, but she was still very repulsed by his approach in her dreams. Only then did the second young master realize that there were many things that you couldn't turn back when you wanted to. But he was still unwilling. He tried his best to salvage the situation. When Suyi dreamed about it, he would occasionally think about it. If I hadn't treated her like this back then, would everything have been different? Chapter 57:16. He's over there. Chase after him. Urgent shouts suddenly came from the corner of the street, causing a small commotion and panic. "Don't worry about anything else. Just kill him." Flustered and exasperated voices mixed with the shocked cries of the people on the street as they chased after him like a dog jumping over a wall. The small merchants and peddlers who had set up their stalls were hurriedly packing up their things. Suddenly, they were rudely bumped into by the soldiers who were chasing after them on the street. Immediately, there was a sudden commotion. At this time, a luxurious carriage with pearls slowly drove out of the long street and headed in this direction. The curtains of the carriage were made of the highest quality ice silk, and there were fist-sized pearls hanging from the four corners of the roof. The ice silk curtains slowly fluttered in the wind. The carriage jolted slightly, and the carriage driver hurriedly pulled on the reins, not noticing a shadow flashing behind him. In an instant, a cold wind carried a figure nimbly into the carriage. A bright dagger was pressed against his throat in a second. "Don't make a sound. If you make a sound, you'll cut young master's beautiful little face." The red-clothed youth was 13 or 14 years old. His black eyes flickered, and his face was like a peach blossom. His pitch-black hair was raised high, and his forehead hair was scattered, but he was full of vigor. The young master sitting in the carriage was wearing a snow-white, long-sleeved robe and was flawless. Even when the dagger was pressed against his throat, he still didn't panic, and his face was calm. His gaze fell on the red-clothed youth, and he nodded imperceptibly. "Huh." Although the dagger in the red-clothed youth's hand was still pressed against his throat, his eyes couldn't help but roll. This person actually didn't lose his head out of fear and scream like a normal person. With such a calm and composed demeanor, it was hard to imagine that he was a young master from the Southern Wind restaurant. "Who are you?" Seeing that he didn't answer, the youth rolled his eyes again. "Are you going to Governor Wang's manor for an appointment?" TSK, TSK, TSK. How can such a graceful and outstanding beauty be willing to become Governor Wang's plaything? "Do you want me to save young master from the fire and water?" "Stop the carriage." There was a burst of noise outside, as well as the reply of the carriage driver. "Soldiers, we're hurrying to Governor Wang's manor. We can't miss the time. Stop the car when I tell you to." "Cut the crap. The red-robed youth frowned slightly, thinking about how to escape. Suddenly, he felt his wrist tighten, and he was inexplicably pulled to the side of the white-clothed young master. This strength didn't seem to belong to someone who was weak. While the young boy was puzzled, he saw the man quickly lift up a partition and shove him in. It turned out that there was a hidden compartment in the carriage. If one were to curl up inside, it would be just enough to fit a thin and weak person. If he was slightly fatter, he might not be able to dodge it. The curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted by someone, and the interior of the carriage could be seen at a glance. A young master in a snow-white robe was holding a cup of tea in his hand. He glanced at them indifferently. The coachman was very angry. I already told you that my young master is alone in the carriage. We still have to rush to Governor Wang's residence. If we are late to the banquet, you'll have to bear the consequences. At this moment, the man who had lifted the curtain to save his life seemed a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards young Master Shui. My apologies. Then I won't disturb young master any further. Young Master Shui Yi's eyebrows didn't move at all. He only slightly lowered his head. In just a few breaths, the curtain of the carriage was lifted again. The man in the lead looked around the carriage again with a sharp gaze. After finding nothing, he slammed the curtain down. Let's go. Preposterous. These people simply don't put the governor in their eyes. They actually dared to check their carriage again and again. Who did they think they were? The entire border stronghold was under the command of Governor Wang. These people actually dared to not give the governor face. When they returned, they would definitely find a chance to report them. The coachman cursed as he waved his whip. The wheels of the carriage started to turn again. Young Master Shui, he lifted the partition and pulled out the young master in red. He looked at him with a faint smile. If I didn't guess wrong, you should be Princess Wu Shuang, who is wanted by the entire city. The young boy in red wrinkled his nose and looked him up and down. Who are you? You have cultivation. You don't seem like a little boy from the South Wind restaurant. Young Master Shui, he smiled faintly and raised his eyebrows. He threw 2 words at him. Guess your head. The young boy in red glared at him unhappily and asked curiously, Do you know how much the bounty is? I heard that it has risen to 1,000,000 spirit coins. If you have accurate information about the princess, you can sell it for 50,000 spirit coins. Wu Shuang giggled. Then why didn't you hand me over just now? Young Master Shui, he smiled at her. People of my generation do things according to their preferences. I wasn't willing to hand you over just now, but it doesn't mean that I don't annoy you now. If you continue to argue with me, we will reach the governor's mansion soon. At that time, no matter how high your cultivation is, it will be difficult for you to escape. Wu Shuang was a little angry. She gritted her teeth. I know that Wang Ringui has a banquet tonight. How about I disguise myself as your servant and go with you? Young Master Shui, he smiled faintly. Do you think the people in the governor's mansion are all fools? I am just a servant of the South Wind restaurant. It is already a big deal to make an exception and attend the banquet. How many pairs of eyes are watching me? If I take you with me, do you think that your life is too long? Or do you think that I am not stupid enough? Princess Wu Shuang snorted. I see that you have a little brain, so I thought that you might be able to help me a little. Forget it. Since you don't want to take me in, then I will think of a way myself. Seeing that they were about to reach the governor's mansion after crossing this street. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave after a while. Before leaving, Wu Shuang turned around and flirtatiously lifted his chin. Beauty, don't worry. Since I said that I would save you from the fire and water, I naturally won't go back on my words. Wait for me to come back and pick you up. Young Master Shui, he couldn't help but laugh. After saying that frivolously, Wu Shuang quickly flashed out of the carriage. Although her figure was fast, the carriage driver was shocked by her. He hurriedly pulled the reins and turned to open the curtain. Young master, that person just now? Heavens, when did that person sneak onto the carriage? The carriage driver realized that he didn't notice at all. Could it be that those vicious people who blocked the carriage were chasing after him? Don't make a fuss. Young Master Shui, he said faintly. Continue to walk forward. Just pretend that nothing happened. Hearing this, the carriage driver hurriedly nodded. Yes, young master. The curtain of the carriage was lowered again. A cold, murderous intent flashed through Fu San's eyes. Going to the governor's mansion tonight, his first task was to take the opportunity to go to Wang Rengui's study and collect all the evidence of his crimes. Chapter 57:17. He couldn't allow such a person to continue living in the frontier fortress. If he really couldn't find any evidence, he didn't mind making this person disappear from the world. It was a way to solve the problem once and for all. The starry night shone as the moon waned. That night, Governor Wang Rengui held a banquet in the back residence to entertain everyone. This person's status in Pang City Fortress was equivalent to that of a local tyrant. Who would dare to not come after being invited by him? The rich and gentry gathered in the hall, all of them glowing with health and fawning over him. They had also brought many beautiful young men and women to the governor on this trip. It was said that the governor liked beautiful people the most. He could control 3 to 5 people in a night and was very brave. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone started to dance. Just as they were drunk and in a daze, they heard an explosion from the back study. Then, flames shot up into the sky. Wang Rengui jumped up from his seat with a face full of anger. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in my residence? Quickly go and catch them." Just as everyone was hurriedly investigating the suspicious people in the residence, a stray arrow flew from the sky and pierced through Governor Wang's chest. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people scrambled and screamed, "Governor Wang has been assassinated. Quickly come and save him." In the distance, everyone saw Governor Wang fall heavily to the ground like a collapsing statue. His head was tilted to the side, and he didn't move at all. The soldiers rushed out and pulled out their swords as they roared, "Someone assassinated the governor. Catch them and cut them into pieces." He and Wu Shuang sat on the eaves and smiled as she looked at the man who had rushed out of the back door of the study. He was in a somewhat sorry state. Not only was his face covered in dirt, but his snow-white clothes were also covered in dust. It was so dirty that it was impossible to tell his original color. "You set the fire?" Fusen coughed heavily a few times. He had been choked by the thick smoke just now and felt that his throat was very dry. It was like smoke was coming out of his mouth. That's right. Princess Wu Shuang smiled and shook her head. She turned her eyes and smiled at him. "How long will it take for someone like you to find evidence of his crime? The evidence of this person's crime is too numerous to record. He would die sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if he dies early or late." Fu Sin heard the sound of footsteps in the distance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "He died quickly, but our situation now is difficult. The entire Viceroy Manor had at least a few thousand elite soldiers, if not tens of thousands. 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Now, they could only run the governor's soldiers and Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang seemed to be very familiar with the place. She led Third Fu forward and occasionally turned back to shout at him, "Hold on tight, we're almost there." Wu Shuang, thousands of Wu Shuang chased them flews to station. Wu Shuang ordered. Wu Shuang jumped into the water with a splash. The soldiers chased after them and released the power of the 5 spirits into the water. The 5 spirits of different colors blasted the water surface and formed small waterspouts. Fu San and Wu Shuang jumped into the water and buried themselves deep in the water. The turbulent spiritual energy on the surface of the water couldn't disturb the 2 of them. But the whirlpool was huge. Wu Shuang struggled for a while, but they were still pushed toward the center of the water. Wu Shuang turned her head and saw that the man's body was sinking. It seemed that something was wrong. She looked again and saw that there was an arrow in the man's back. He must have been shot just now. A layer of black blood came out of the wound. He was poisoned. Wu Shuang was shocked. She couldn't help but feel confused. This guy didn't say anything when he was injured. He was still holding on until now after entering the water. Wu Shuang hurriedly kicked the water and swam to his side. She grabbed his body and stuffed a detoxification pill into his mouth. Wu Shuang dragged the man and swam for a while. She popped her head out and coughed a few mouthfuls of water. She then pulled Third Fu out of the water and dragged him to the shore. He couldn't stay in the water for too long. It was time to go ashore first. However, the soldiers of Governor Wang's manor might not let them off so easily. If those people came along the riverbank and went downstream, they might find the two of them. Therefore, he had to run a little further. Wu Shuang carried him on her back. She held her breath and ran dozens of miles in the night. After finding a relatively secluded cave, they dragged the man in and settled him down. That night, Fu San's wound turned red. He was also in a daze from the fever. Wu Shuang kept feeding him water. She took out all the antidote pills in her inner world. She didn't know which one could cure the poison in his body, so she fed him all the antidote pills. The next morning, the man's fever disappeared magically, but he started to have diarrhea. He ran out 7 or 8 times in the morning. When he came back for the 9th time, he looked at her with an indescribable expression. "Can you not mix the laxative into the antidote pills? Give it to me." Wu Shuang pouted. "People who fight wars don't care about trifles. I see that more than 10 antidote pills can't cure your fever and wake you up. Maybe you can get better if some of the poison in your stomach is removed. Luckily, you are not an elixir master. No, otherwise, not many people can escape from your hands." Fusen rolled his eyes speechlessly. How could she cheat people like this? He was cured of the poison, but he was about to collapse from diarrhea. "I'm in Wu Shuang. What about you?" Fu San turned and saw the little girl sitting at the entrance of the cave. She was holding a pile of firewood. She looked back and grinned at him. Fu San, the shadow guard of the emperor. Wu Shuang suddenly realized, "Oh, the emperor sent you here. Are you going back to the capital after solving the problem here?" Fu San nodded. "Aren't you going back?" "I'm not going back. I've solved Wang Ringue. There are still many things in the fortress that I need to take care of. The entire fortress has been immersed in the tyranny of the Wang family all these years. It's time to tidy it up. We have to let the people in the fortress live a comfortable life." She threw the roasted pheasant to him with a smile. "I'll treat you." Fusen took a bite. After a few years, he always felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. How could it compare to the delicious half of the roasted pheasant from back then? "Then I'll stay and help you. It won't be too late to leave after a while." The girl looked back and smiled at him. She nodded excitedly. "This place is much more fun than that lifeless place in the capital. I can take you to ride horses and shoot arrows around. The endless scenery is at the dangerous peak. I'll take you to see it." Chapter 57:18. The princess has returned victorious. The princess has returned to court. The princess is truly the goddess of war of the divine prefecture. She is invincible and undefeatable. That's right, that's right. The commoners lined the streets to welcome Princess Wu Shuang and her entourage, their faces filled with joy. His Majesty's reward arrived at the King of Jinyuan's residence the next day. There were countless gems, pearls, silk, and satin. But Wu Shuang could not bring herself to be happy. On the day she returned to the capital, she heard the rumors of third young Master Fu's engagement. The next day, she shut herself in her residence and sulked for 2 days. A man's mouth was the most untrustworthy thing in the world. He even said that he would travel thousands of mountains and rivers with her, treading through snow in winter and spring. She actually believed a man's lousy mouth? How preposterous. "Princess, I've finished gathering information these past 2 days. I've gathered all the information regarding the third young master of Marquis, Chong Ningho, and Miss Bao." And Yang, who was dressed in black, spoke with a serious expression. When reporting, Yang lowered his head slightly, his eyes, eyebrows, and nose not moving at all. His entire person was meticulous. Wu Shuang sat up from the brocade couch and slammed the short table beside her. Bring it up. And Yang waved his hand, and 2 servants immediately brought in a box of papers. Princess Wu Shuang blinked, the corners of her eyes twitching imperceptibly. "There's so much information?" "Yes, Your Highness. Everything about the third young master of Marquis, Chong Ningho's childhood, has been recorded." Princess Wu Shuang expressionlessly took out a booklet and flipped through it. It was written in the booklet that third young Master Fu had been drinking and chatting with people on a certain day and year. Every line was written very clearly. Even the events of third young Master Fu wetting his bed at 2 and climbing a tree at 3 were recorded clearly. Princess Wushuang could not help but cover her face with her hands. This subordinate of hers was thorough and meticulous in his work. She did not know whether to praise or reprimand him. "Have you read it?" Princess Wushuang asked expressionlessly. "I've read it all once." Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Pick out the important ones and report them to me." How could she possibly look through such a box of information? It was not like she had nothing better to do, yes. And Yang cupped his fists in greeting and then continued. "After my investigation, the third young master of Marquis Ning's estate and Miss Bao Sweeping have only met 2 or 3 times in the past few years. I've only seen him a few times from afar at places like family banquets. The news of engagement this time was released by the second wife of Marquis Ning's estate, Madame Bao. Third young Master Fu was completely unaware of this. Wushuang curled her lips. He was tricked because he was stupid. Yes. And Yang nodded. This third young Master Fu ignored the rumors after hearing them. He is so stupid. And Wushuang curled her lips again and said, he just can't be bothered. Moreover, he might even be concerned about Miss Bao's reputation. Oof. And Wushuang listened to Yang talk for a while more before she sent him away and went to sleep. She was still displeased. Changningho Marquis Manor must be very chaotic to have been schemed against and caused such a big engagement. In the middle of the night, she was in a daze. She heard Yang say sternly outside the window, "How dare you? You can't go in. My princess won't see you. If you don't go and report, how do you know Shuang won't see me?" A laugh sounded. Wushuang shuddered and opened her eyes. She was naturally familiar with this voice. Third Fu was so daring to barge into the king of Zhenyuan's estate in the middle of the night. Who gave him the courage to barge into the king's estate in the middle of the night? She only needed to shout, and the hundreds and thousands of guards of the king's estate would be able to teach this stinky man a lesson. And Yang's voice was emotionless and cold as usual. "The princess said herself that she doesn't want to see you." And Wushuang was puzzled. "Strange, did I say that I didn't want to see Third Fu? Shuang won't do as you say." Third young Master Fu tilted his head confidently. "I don't believe you. If you don't let me in to see her, it means that you have a guilty conscience. You have a guilty conscience. Your whole family has a guilty conscience." Soon, the sound of swords clashing could be heard from outside. Wushuang understood that Third Fu must have wanted to barge in. After being stopped by Yang, the two of them must have started fighting. Stinky man, she hadn't even settled the matter of her engagement, and now he was sneaking up on her. Who would see him? Wushuang was so angry that she simply closed the window and went to sleep. She couldn't be bothered with the two people fighting outside. The next day, Yang came to Wushuang with dark circles under his eyes. Wushuang was eating breakfast at that time. When she saw Yang like this, she almost spat out her porridge. "What's going on?" "Yesterday, the third young master of the Marquis, Chang Ningho's estate, came to look for the princess. I stopped him." And Yang replied honestly. He didn't embellish the story and didn't hide anything. He clearly recounted the interaction between him and the third young master of the Marquis, Chang Ningho's estate, to the princess. "Princess, are you still going to close the door today?" Wushuang nodded. It wasn't easy for her to steal a few days of leisure time. She didn't want to waste it among those women. With nothing to do, she flipped through the books on the art of war and asked someone to play a song for her. The whole afternoon passed by leisurely. The next day, when Yang came to see her, there was a large bruise on his face. Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle. "He hit you. He's not much better himself." And Yang snorted. "Don't worry, princess. I won't let him near you." Wushuang smiled and shook her head. She thought to herself, "Actually, it's not a big deal if you let him in and say a few words to me." The rumors about the engagement between the third young master of the Marquis, Chang Ningho's estate, and Miss Bao spread more and more violently. Wushuang wasn't as angry as before, and Yang looked even angrier than she was. He kept Third Fu outside and didn't let him in. That night, the commotion was so great that the entire king of Zhenyuan's residence was alarmed. Wushuang thought to herself, This third Fu is really getting braver with every setback. Not only did he sneak into the residence in the middle of the night to be a thief, he even dared to make such a big commotion. Did he really think that there was no one in the king of Jinyuan's residence? Just as she was thinking, a head suddenly poked in from below the window. Under the silver moonlight, third Fu, with a bruised and swollen face, waved at her pitifully. Quickly pull me up, Wu Shuang. Who wants to pull you up? It's more like kicking you out. Wu Shuang thought to herself. That's how she acted. Chapter 57:19. Before Wu Shuang could kick his head, third young master Fu quickly exclaimed, Shuang, please spare me. He moved his body clumsily from the window and hurriedly jumped in through the window. Wu Shuang looked at his stupid appearance and could not help but suppress the smile on her lips. She still had a fierce expression on her face. Who allowed you to enter my room? Get out. No, don't hit me. Third Fu quickly rolled over and hugged Wu Shuang's legs. He pressed her down on the stool and said in a small voice, Shuang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't hit me the moment you see me. Get out. No, I won't. Where was the young man in white? Was he in his prime? The third Fu she met at the fortress was a fake, wasn't he? This was a shameless plaything. Third young master Fu quickly carried Princess Wu Shuang and got up. He quickly ran to the small room and pulled the door open. He grabbed her hand and swore, Shuang, don't believe the rumors outside. They're all nonsense. I can swear to God that I only like Shuang in my life. If I want to marry a wife, I will marry Shuang. Although Wu Shuang was brave, she was still embarrassed by his bold and unrestrained words. Get out. This stupid man was shameless. He wanted to trick the little girl again. Shuang, I miss you day and night and can't sleep at night. What can you get out? Wu Shuang was so angry that she reached out to hit him. Then why don't you explain? The rumors outside are so ugly. Rumors will only make things worse. It's useless to explain. So you just let them do whatever they want? Wu Shuang was so angry that her face turned red. Third young master Fu suddenly pounced over, pressed her down, and kissed her. Princess Wu Shuang was a bit stunned. When she came back to her senses, she angrily pushed him away. She wiped her mouth and hit him angrily. You scoundrel, Third Fu said pitifully, Shuang, I'm not ignoring the rumors. Instead, he wants to use a method to completely erase the rumors once and for all. Don't think that after kissing her and talking about serious matters, it means that what happened just now doesn't exist. Wu Shuang glared at him. Third young master Fu chuckled, grabbed her hand, and pulled her onto his lap. Don't move. He whispered into her ear, Shuang, I'm heading to Li City to kill zombies. When I return from the Battle of Li City, I will ask His Majesty to marry you. At that time, all the rumors will be dispelled. Wu Shuang pursed her lips, her face filled with displeasure. Shuang. He reached out and rubbed her face. Can you be happier? Did you just let your stepmother spread the rumors about the engagement? She was a little angry just thinking about it. It was obviously not true, but these days, those messy rumors spread more and more like it was true. Third Fu chuckled, rested his head on her forehead, and whispered, Once I leave the capital, this rumor will naturally disappear. After all, he wasn't even in the capital. No matter how many rumors were spread, no one would believe them. So what if third young master Fu and Miss Bao were together under the moonlight? That was based on the premise that he was in the capital. Shuang, I will miss you very, very much. Third Fu lowered his head and kissed her face. You have to miss me too, okay? Princess Wu Shuang had been on the battlefield for so many years, but she had never blushed like today. She only felt that her face was so hot that it could be used to cook porridge. This stinky man, it was all his fault for messing up her emotions. He was so annoying. Princess Wu Shuang pushed the man's face away and asked angrily, What did you do today? Why is there such a big commotion outside? Third Fu pursed his lips and said gloomily, Your subordinate, Anyang, is very old-fashioned. He is so young, but his temperament is like that of an old man. No matter what I say, he won't listen. He won't listen to anyone's opinion at all. He keeps stopping us from seeing each other. I'm so annoyed by him. Princess Wushuang looked at him expressionlessly. Anyang has been by my side since I was young. He's like my own younger brother. Okay. Then I will also treat him like my own younger brother in the future. Third young master, Fu, pursed his lips again. Don't change the topic. Princess Wushuang poked him, annoyed and amused. What did you do to ruin things? I just heard the housekeeper shouting outside. Third Fu blinked and put on a very innocent expression. It's nothing. It's just that I entered the king of Jinyuan's residence alone. If I wanted to see you, I had no choice but to ask a friend for help. Who? Third young master, Fu, said seriously. I brought 5 or 6 golems over to play with Anyang. At the same time, there was a commotion outside the princess's bedroom. More than a dozen guards of the king of Jinyuan's residence were fighting with 5 or 6 golems. Anyang's sword turned sharply and slashed at a golem, but the impact caused his arm to feel slightly sore and numb. Princess Wushuang pushed open the window and saw that the outside was brightly lit. The sounds of fighting here had really alarmed the housekeeper and the guards of the king of Jinyuan's residence. She couldn't help but be speechless. You made such a big scene. Do you want my father to kill you? Third young master Fu glanced at the princess pitifully. Shuang, you must help me. Where did you get these golems? Princess Wushuang's eyelids twitched slightly. She already had an answer in her heart. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Third young master Fu hurriedly called out. Your Highness the Crown Prince lent them to me to woo my wife. Your Highness the Crown Prince said that back then, the relatives of the Crown Princess also stopped him from going forward and did not allow him to see the Crown Princess. So, Your Highness the Crown Prince released many golems for the relatives of the Crown Princess to fight with. When I mentioned this to Your Highness the Crown Prince, he lent me so many golems without hesitation. Third young Master Fu's expression was full of admiration. Your Highness is really my sworn brother. There's no doubt about it. He immediately helped his brother when he was in trouble. They were definitely blood-related brothers. Princess Wushuang looked at the sky speechlessly. Outside, the housekeeper hurried over with a group of guards. He asked in a low voice through the window, Princess, do you need my help? Princess Wushuang hurriedly said, No need, housekeeper. Those golems outside belong to Your Highness the Crown Prince. It's fine if you beat them up, but don't really cripple them. Housekeeper, was Our Highness so unreliable? In the middle of the night, he let so many golems follow that little bastard from the Marquis, Chong Ningho's residence, to cause trouble at the king of Jinyuan's residence. I understand. The housekeeper bowed and left. He pretended to shout, Quickly throw out the intruders of my residence. Third young Master Fu looked at Princess Wushuang with a smile and lowered his head to kiss her cheek. Shuang, when I return, I'll marry you and make you my wife. Pooh! Princess Wushuang's cheeks were bright red as she stared blankly at his figure jumping out of the window. Chapter 57:20. Third Fu carried his son with one arm and held his wife with the other as they strolled down Changlesao Street. They would be going to the Holy Region in 2 days. Actually, they had already bought most of the things they needed to buy. There wasn't much to bring. Jojo Star Region had everything, so they could just buy whatever they wanted. It was probably just to make some preparations before they left. Wushuang, on the other hand, was quite interested in shopping. She looked around and couldn't help but want to buy whatever she saw. Fuyin lay on his father's shoulder, his big black eyes following his mother around. Big brother taught me 2 moves yesterday. They're very powerful. I tried it out with little 8, and he was knocked into the river. His father's mouth twitched. Little 8 was a big defensive turtle that his son had recently received. He had thick skin and could take hits. Father, are we going back to Marquis Chong Ningho's estate tomorrow? I could try it on Fu Qiu and the others. Just forget it. His father looked helpless. Fu Qiu and the others hide whenever they see you. Don't you know? Why are they hiding from me? Fuyin really didn't know. He pouted unhappily. Big brother said that we can only improve if we learn from each other. You won't be able to achieve much by hiding at home all day long. Princess Wushuang bought 2 sticks of candied haws. She gave one to her son and ate the other. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. Little Ball is right. Children should go out to learn. That's how they can grow. Third Fu was speechless. He carried his son and held his wife's hand as they strolled around. Every time we go back to Chongningho's estate, there's such a mess. If you don't want to go back, then we won't. How can we not go back? If we don't go back, your stepmother will cry and complain that we're not filial. Fu Yin angrily took a bite of the candied haws. I don't like that, madam. When she smiles, it feels fake. From top to bottom in Chongningho's estate, there's not many people that I like. Wu Shuang burst into laughter and raised her hand to rub her son's little head. Who can catch your eye? My big brother. Fu Yin had a look of admiration on his face. My big brother will definitely be the most powerful person in the world in the future. His big brother was only 2 years older than him, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of perfection. He had to admit that his big brother was extremely powerful. Third Fu couldn't help but sigh. Son, you can't always use the little dumpling as your standard. Xiao Tuanzi was truly one of a kind in the world. If you used him as your standard for everything, there was a 99% chance that the rest of you wouldn't be able to catch your eye. Fu Yin nodded. Big brother said the same thing. He was already trying his best to improve it. He was trying his best not to use big brother as the standard for everything. But there was nothing he could do about it. It was a habit that had been formed for a long time, and he couldn't change it. The next day, the Wushuang family of 3 returned to the Chongningho estate. Ever since they got married, they had been living in the official residence of the first-grade protector of the nation, which was bestowed by His Majesty. She would return home once every 2 months and send some gifts during festivals. Her relationship with Marquis Ning's manor was basically like that. It was neither too far nor too close. Princess Wushuang's status was noble, so she naturally didn't need to greet the second madam of the Chongningho estate, Madame Bao, by offering tea. Madame Bao couldn't control her even if she wanted to. These years, their relationship was neither good nor bad. Ever since the crown prince ascended the throne, Third Fu and Wu Shuang had become the new emperor's right-hand men. Madame Bao couldn't do anything to them. Now that the situation had changed, everyone in the estate fawned over the third young master and the princess when they returned. No one dared to look down on them. Even Chongningho would greet his son and daughter-in-law with a smile on his face. He no longer dared to be jealous of Third Fu as he used to be. When Madame Bao saw that her stepson was living like a fish in water, her heart itched with hatred, but there was nothing she could do. She wanted them to come back every 2 or 3 days to be scolded, but every time they came back, she was the one who was almost angered to death. When the third young master returned to the Chongningho estate, he took his wife and son to his own courtyard. His courtyard at the Chongningho estate wasn't very big and couldn't be compared to Madame Bao's precious son, Fourth Fu. But they didn't come back often, so this courtyard was enough for them to stay for 2 or 3 days. Little Fu Yin couldn't sit still. When he entered the room, he rolled around on the bed, calling out, "Mother, mother, can I go out and play with Little Black?" "No," Princess Wu Shuang said helplessly. "We'll stay here for 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we'll leave for the Holy Region. You can play to your heart's content then. But you have to be good at the Chongningho estate for the next 2 days. Don't cause trouble for your father, okay?" Oh, Fu Yin pouted her little mouth and was a little unhappy. In the palace, he was a little bully. When he got into trouble with Big Brother Xiao Tuanzi, Big Brother Xiao Tuanzi would stand in front of him. But every time he entered the Chongningho estate, his mother would make him timid and not allow him to do this or that. He hated the Chongningho estate the most and wanted to never come back. When he came back, he always wanted to hit his brothers who were a few years older than him, Princess. A maidservant walked in with a complicated expression on her face. When Wu Shuang saw her expression, she immediately understood. "Is Concubine Bao here?" "Yes, Princess." Princess Wu Shuang couldn't help but sigh. Every time Concubine Bao saw her, she would take her hand and cry. She didn't know what to say. Last time, Jojo had laughed at her. "Why do you care about that person? They're all crazy people. If you care about them, she'll pester you instead." Princess Wu Shuang was filled with regret. Just because she had helped Concubine Bao last time, she had caused a huge problem for herself. Bao Tsuaping walked through the door while sobbing. At first, she looked around the room. When she found that Wu Shuang was alone, she threw herself at her and knelt down at her feet. Princess, princess, you have to save me this time. There's no way for me to survive in the Changningho estate. Wu Shuang couldn't help but press her head. The person in front of her was fourth young Master Fu's true love, Miss Bao. But in just 3 years, this cousin had aged so much that no one would even look at her if she was left on the street. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, and there was a strand of white hair in front of her forehead. She looked even older than 3 months ago. This was the fourth young Master Fu who had said that his true feelings for Miss Bao would never change. He yearned for her and would treat her well for the rest of his life. On the second day of their marriage, Miss Bao had angered her aunt when she served tea and was demoted to the second madam, the fourth young master's co-wife. In fact, her aunt had found an excuse to remove Miss Bao's position as the fourth young master's wife. Chapter 57:21. In the end, it was because even Miss Bao, her aunt, didn't think highly of the Bao family. Madame Bao had wanted to marry her niece to third Fu, but in the end, she suffered the consequences of her own actions. She was definitely unhappy that her niece had ended up in her own family. In addition, when they got married, rumors about Miss Bao's poor health and fertility problems spread throughout the capital. Madame Bao used this opportunity to pull her niece down from the horse and told her that if she couldn't give birth to a son for the Marquis's mansion within a year, she would demote Miss Bao to a concubine. A year later, Bao Tsuaping really became concubine Bao. Madame Bao then married a woman from a prominent family for her beloved son. This woman's surname was Liu, and she was 6 or 7 years older than fourth young Master Fu. She was very ugly, but her ancestor was a general, and her ancestral property was quite rich. The dowry that Madame Liu brought over was much better than Bao Tsuaping's. She became the mistress of the household as soon as she entered the family. Although she had a bad temper, she was polite and filial to Madame Bao. Madame Bao naturally treated her well for the sake of her rich dowry. But fourth Fu and his cousin were miserable. At first, fourth Fu wanted to put on airs in front of Madame Liu, but Madame Liu slapped him so hard that he lost his temper on the spot. Fourth Fu hated Madame Liu's ugly face, so he usually didn't step into her courtyard and liked to hang out with his cousin. In the end, Madame Liu was also decisive. She directly set fire to her cousin's house, and even used the excuse of seducing the young master to beat her cousin up every 2 to 3 days. Her cousin lived a miserable life and went to greet the mistress every morning and night. Every day, she was tortured by the mistress until she had no energy. 3 months ago, Princess Wu Shuang returned to Marquis Ning's mansion with third Fu. As soon as she entered, she saw Madame Liu leading a dozen fierce old women to tie Bao Tsuaping to a tree and whip her. Wu Shuang couldn't stand it and scolded her. In the end, she got herself such a hot potato. Now that she thought about it, she regretted it. Jojo had the foresight. She shouldn't talk to people she shouldn't talk to. Otherwise, she would be asking for trouble. Princess, Bao Tsuaping cried as she looked at her. Can you take Tsuaping in? Mistress is like a lioness from the east of the river. If she can treat young master like this, then there's no need to mention me, a concubine mother. I can't even live for half a day. Wu Shuang was annoyed to death, but on the surface she said calmly, You are the concubine mother of the fourth master of the Marquis, Chongning Fu. Why should I take you in? This Miss Bao was as troublesome as ever. She didn't even mind that she was bringing trouble to others by saying such things. That old woman is in her early 30s and can't get married. My aunt took a fancy to her family background and generous dowry, so she welcomed her into the family. She really caused me and fourth young master to suffer. When they first entered, fourth young master was still able to somewhat suppress that old woman. Who would have thought that after a few setbacks, the fourth young master would also be like a paper tiger, being controlled by that ugly woman? When Bao Tsuaping went to fourth Fu to complain tearfully, at first fourth Fu would feel heartache. He would roll up his sleeves to show his masculinity and charge to the tigress to speak up for her. But as time passed, after 1 or 2 years, fourth Fu became annoyed. During this period of time, he didn't go home and spent all his time at the brothel. Out of sight, out of mind. He had long forgotten about the cousin he swore to love for his entire life. The princess was speechless when she heard this. It had only been a short 3 years. Back then, Fourth Fu had dared to argue with her directly for the sake of his beloved cousin. Bao Suiping cried bitterly in front of her and stole glances at her. At this time, she was extremely jealous of Princess Wushuang. She hated her to death, but the situation forced her to pretend to be pitiful and cry in front of this princess. Sometimes, she would dream of him in the middle of the night. At that time, if this princess hadn't interfered, she would have been the wife of a great general who was second only to one person. Third Fu was originally more handsome than Fourth Fu, and his cultivation and ability were many times higher than his. Now, third young Master Fu was highly valued by the emperor. If she could marry into the great general's mansion, she would be the object of envy of all the noble ladies in the capital city. It was all this princess's fault. She was already noble enough, but why did she like to steal other people's husbands? Seeing her crying so pitifully, Princess Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. Concubine Bao, it's really not convenient for me to interfere in your fourth young master's affairs. Bao Suiping had been hoping in her heart. If she pretended to be pitiful and cried pitifully in front of the princess might have a saint's heart and bring her back to the great general's mansion. But she didn't expect that this woman would reject her so decisively. Her head exploded on the spot, and she couldn't help but sit up straight. Princess, are you really going to leave me in the lurch? Bao Suiping widened her eyes and questioned Wushuang harshly. Don't forget, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become like this today. The maid was stunned. She pressed one hand on the sword at her waist and shouted angrily at Bao Suiping. How dare you? What a bold woman, daring to speak to the princess like this. Princess, if you don't take me out of Chongningho's mansion, you'll be killing me, Bao Suiping shouted harshly, throwing caution to the wind. Why don't you think about why I've become like this? You've done a great service and have an unshirkable responsibility. Right now, I just want you to take me out of the mansion. Are you going to refuse such a small request? With your status, you only need to give the order. Even if you want me to be fourth young master's co-wife again, it's only a matter of a word. Wushuang stared dumbfounded at the woman in front of her, unable to speak for a long time. She really didn't expect that there would be such a naive woman like Bao Suiping in this world. She was already fourth young master's concubine. If she wanted to leave Chongningho's mansion, she had to fight for it herself. Why was she pushing all the responsibility onto her? She was the princess of the king of Jinyuan's mansion, the wife of a first-rank protector of the kingdom. What right did she have to meddle in the messy affairs of the fourth branch? Did she have nothing better to do? Moreover, if she, as a sister-in-law, meddled in the affairs of fourth uncle's family, what would she do? She once again regretted saving this Doxkin-plaster woman 3 months ago. In any case, the Lu matriarch couldn't really kill anyone in Chongningho's mansion. In any case, Bao Suiping was still her mother-in-law's niece. Even if she didn't care about the monk, she still had to care about the Buddha. Wushuang shook her head, too lazy to say such meaningless words to the woman in front of her. Just as she was about to send her away, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Third sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law requests an audience. Chapter 57:22. The Lu matriarch angrily walked into the courtyard with several strong women. Yang immediately jumped out from his hiding place and pulled out his long sword to block the crowd. The Lu matriarch and the group of women were all shocked, and their attitudes softened. Yes, this was Princess Wushuang of the king of Jinyuan's residence, not the daughter of a small family. Princess Wushuang had truly experienced the battlefield and life and death. She was someone who could pull out her sword and kill at any time. When the Lu matriarch thought of this, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When she heard that the little bitch Bao had come to the princess to complain, she was so angry that she didn't have time to think too much and hurried over with her people. When she saw the situation in the courtyard, she calmed down. The Lu matriarch carefully bowed to the princess. Sister-in-law greets third sister-in-law. Princess Wushuang raised her eyes to look at her. The Lu matriarch's appearance was very coarse. She had a big face, a flat nose, and a pair of small eyes that weren't very decent. How could a playboy like Fourth Fu take a fancy to such an unattractive woman? However, the Lu matriarch wasn't a completely unscrupulous person. She didn't call her princess and instead called her third sister-in-law. That was telling her that they were only going to discuss family matters today. Since she was the Lu matriarch's third sister-in-law, she couldn't use her status as a princess to pressure her. However, from beginning to end, the princess had never thought of using her status to pressure the Lu matriarch. She also wouldn't go tit for tat with the Lu matriarch for concubine Bao, because it hadn't reached that stage yet, and concubine Bao wasn't anyone to her. She had only saved her last time. But now, in order to save concubine Bao, she had to implicate herself against the fourth branch and cause trouble for her husband. There was absolutely no need. Fourth sister-in-law, take her back. The Lu matriarch was slightly delighted when she saw the princess waving her hand in an extremely amiable manner. It seemed that the imperial daughter did not believe Madame Bao's one-sided words and insisted on standing up for Madame Bao against her. When concubine Bao heard the princess's words, it was as if the sky was about to collapse. She collapsed on the ground and cried and made a fuss. "Princess, you're really not going to save me. How can I survive when I go back? She will beat me to death." She was still hoping that the princess would take her to the general's residence. Wu Shuang looked at Madame Bao's hopeful eyes and immediately looked away in disgust. What a joke. Did Madame Bao still have some improper thoughts about Third Fu? Mrs. Lu immediately shouted fiercely. "You only have yourself to blame if I kill you. Hurry up and tie this little bitch back. Don't let her mess around in Third Master's court." Yes. A few old nannies immediately rolled up their sleeves to catch her. They had long been trained to catch people, especially when it came to catching a weak woman like concubine Bao. Every time he caught her, it was as if he was carrying a chicken as he dragged her out. Concubine Bao cried and screamed, kicking and throwing everywhere. "Help!" Mistress was so vicious that she wanted to kill him. "Your Highness, you're not going to save him." The head maidservant beside the princess immediately became angry. "What are you shouting about? Your Highness, I was wrong to save you." What a shameless thing. As a concubine, she didn't respect the mistress. No wonder the mistress made things difficult for her. Wu Shuang looked coldly at Bao Cuiping. "Don't let her continue to cause trouble at my place." Mrs. Lu nodded at the princess. "Your Highness, please don't laugh at us. She comes from a small family, so she's just like this. I will teach her a good lesson later so that she won't dare to bother you again." Princess Wu Shuang nodded indifferently. At this point, she had completely lost her patience with Bao Cuiping. Take her back. She didn't want to care about the fourth branch's matters. She didn't want to cause trouble for herself. Mrs. Lu gave a meaningful look to the other nannies and ordered them to gag Madame Bao's mouth and drag her out. At this time, someone stumbled into the room and shouted angrily at Mrs. Lu. "Mrs. Lu, what are you doing now? Fourth young master, you can't barge in. This is Third Master's courtyard. Get out of the way." Fourth Fu waved away his servant's hand and strode in. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Where's Third Fu? Third Fu, tell him to come out and see me." Third young Master Fu, who was practicing calligraphy with his son in his study, couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion outside getting louder. A guard hurriedly reported, "General, fourth young Master Fu has barged in and is shouting in the courtyard." Third Fu's face immediately turned cold. He carried his son and walked out. Fourth Fu dared to barge into his courtyard. He clearly didn't take him, the third young master, seriously. Little Fu Yun asked cutely, "Daddy, is that annoying uncle here again? Can I hit him?" Third Fu rubbed his son's head. "Fourth uncle is disobedient. Daddy will hit him." "All right, then I can only hit his son." The little boy nodded gloomily. "Does fourth uncle have a son?" "Not yet." Third Fu felt that his son's question was a bit funny. He didn't expect the child to say, "Then he won't be able to do it." When the guard at the side heard this, he almost burst out laughing. He nodded and praised, "Little young master is right." Third Fu's mouth twitched. He quickly walked into the courtyard and saw Wu Shuang holding a red horse whip and standing there with a cold look in her eyes. When he came out, he heard Wu Shuang say stiffly, "If you dare to take another step forward, I will break your legs." This was not a joke. The imperial princess had been on the battlefield for many years and had a dignified aura about her. Fourth Fu, a dissolute young master, couldn't help but feel a bit afraid when he saw the imperial princess. Of course, he didn't dare to take another step forward. He took a few steps back and muttered, I'm here to look for third brother. I'm not looking for you." What a fierce woman. Third brother definitely wouldn't be happy if he married such a wife. However, third brother's life was getting better and better than his. He was a general and trusted by His Majesty. Just thinking about it made him very jealous. If he had been the one who befriended the crown prince first back then, he would have been the great general now. The most hateful thing was that his mother was a second wife. Because of her status, no matter how hard he worked, he would always be suppressed by the legitimate son of the first wife. Fourth Fu was furious and looked at Third Fu angrily. "What are you doing here?" Third young master Fu asked coldly. He looked around and glanced at Madame Lu, who was standing behind him with her head lowered. "If you're here to look for fourth sister-in-law, you can take her away with you. Don't make trouble for me." Fourth young master Fu was furious. He flicked his sleeve and shouted, "Let's go." At this moment, Bao Cuiping, who was held down by the two old maids, used all her strength and finally broke free from the old maids. She cried and threw herself at Fourth Fu's feet. Cousin, cousin," Bao Cuiping cried and hugged Fourth Fu's legs. "You have to make a decision for me. Mistress humiliates and kicks me every day. I can't live anymore." Fourth Fu was shocked. He looked down and saw that it was Bao Cuiping. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. How had his cousin become so old and senile? There was even a strand of white hair on her temples. In the past, she had a charming face that made him happy and yearn for it. But now, this cousin seemed to have changed into another person. She was so ugly that he could hardly look at her. On the other hand, that rude and unreasonable princess Wu Shuang used to be heroic and walked like the wind. She looked like a tomboy. Now that she had given birth to a son, she showed a motherly glow. She looked heroic with a bit of gentleness. Her face also shone like pearls and jade. The more he looked at her, the more intriguing it was. In the past, he had thought that he had picked up a treasure by marrying his cousin. He didn't expect that the one who had picked up a treasure was Third Fu. After marrying the princess, Third Fu's career soared to the skies like a great rock, spreading its wings for thousands of miles. Now that the princess had given him a son, he was really lucky. He had a wife, a son, and a high position. Just thinking about it made him grit his teeth. "Go away." Fourth young master Fu kicked his cousin angrily and kicked her to the side. Third Fu wasn't the only one who was surprised. Princess Wu Shuang, who was beside him, was even more direct. Her mouth opened slightly in shock. Fourth Fu, Princess Wu Shuang couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Did you forget what you said before? Didn't you say that you would cherish your cousin forever? Why did you change your mind in just 3 years?" This was too exaggerated. If she hadn't seen Fourth Fu's performance with her own eyes, and Wu Shuang wouldn't have associated this person with the Fourth Fu from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Fourth Fu had been so affectionate and gentle to his cousin. What was going on? 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Everything was developing in a strange direction. Bao Cuiping sobbed. "Your Highness, did you see that? That heartless person has long forgotten our vows. Back then, it was the Empress Dowager who arranged my marriage to Fourth Young Master. Their family treated me like this and disregarded the Empress Dowager's imperial edict. Princess Wu Shuang didn't want to hurt this woman anymore. She felt that this person was a bit pitiful. But even pitiful people had their detestable sides. She could be considered as asking for it. Back then, Bai Wuxia had made an imperial edict to pair the two of them together. After that, he had long forgotten about this matter. How could he really support this Miss Bao? It was simply wishful thinking. Moreover, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor Emeritus were wandering around leisurely. They were rarely in the capital city. Even if Bao Cuiping really wanted to ask the Empress Dowager for help, she didn't know where to find her. The black-hearted Marquis, Ning's estate. Bao Cuiping covered her face and sobbed. They said they would cherish me for a lifetime, but in the end, it was all lies. Fourth Fu was very embarrassed. He kicked her and scolded. What are you blabbering about? Hurry and shut up. Why don't you take a look at your old appearance? Which man would cherish something like you? Moreover, in the first 2 years, when had he not treated his cousin well? When the Lu madam married into the family, Bao Tsuaping cried and begged him for help every day. When had he not stood up for her? But after many times, he was annoyed and didn't have the mood to be long-winded about Bao Tsuaping's matters. Later, the newly opened brothel added a few stunning beauties that charmed him. He often didn't return home at night and rarely went home. Who would have thought that when he came back half a year ago, Bao Tsuaping was so old that she looked like a haggard old woman? This frightened him. This kind of woman was not like his beautiful cousin. She was simply dirtying his eyes. Naturally, he had to keep a respectful distance. Bao Tsuaping sobbed and complained. I was tortured by the Lu madam until I was neither human nor ghost. If it weren't for your incompetence, I wouldn't have become like this. Even now, you still despise me. You're heartless, Fourth Fu. She hated this man to the core. This man had ruined her life. Fourth Fu looked embarrassed. He turned to the women and said, What are you waiting for? Hurry and take them away. Princess Wu Shuang shook her head. She couldn't help but sigh as she watched the 3 people pulling and swearing as they walked out. They're really a bunch of weirdos. Fourth Fu and the Lu madam quarreled all the way. Bao Tsuaping's cries could be heard from time to time. They were truly a resentful couple. Third Fu snorted. Close the courtyard door. Don't let these people in again. They're making so much noise that it's dirty to the eyes. After speaking, he took his wife's hand and lowered his head to ask, Shuang Shuang, what's wrong? She looked as if she was thinking about something. He reached out to touch his wife's face and called out to Shuang Shuang. Wu Shuang glanced at him. Your brother is always complaining that his cousin has become ugly. Are all men like this? After a woman's beauty has faded, they don't like her at all? I don't know about other people, but I'm not like this. Third Fu smiled at her. Besides, Fourth Fu himself deserved a lot of credit for his cousin becoming so ugly. Who else can he blame? To be able to make a woman become so ugly after being married to him for 3 years, he must be quite capable. A real good man, such as your husband, will only make his wife more beautiful and more confident. She'll be full of sunshine and radiant. When Wu Shuang heard this, she couldn't help but spit at him. This man was still so shameless. In the end, he couldn't help praising himself. But when she thought about it carefully, what this guy said was very reasonable. The kind of married life after marriage would make the kind of man and woman. Whether it was a match made in heaven or a resentful couple, it all depended on how they were. Wu Shuang couldn't help but purse her lips and secretly smile. Let's go back tomorrow. Okay. Third Fu nodded. He didn't want to stay in this foul place any longer. It was enough for him to stay here for 1 day. Let's go home and get ready. We're leaving for the sacred region. The couple looked at each other and smiled. Little Fu Yin couldn't help but come out from between the two of them. He said in a childish voice, Mother, Father, I want to eat a stick of candied haw on the way back. You little greedy cat. Wu Shuang pinched her son's little face and smiled gently. Chapter 57:23. In the gloomy and quiet forest. In an instant, it was disrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Qin Nitian, Xian Huang, and the others ran quickly. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, startling the birds on the branches and causing the grass and leaves to scatter. The wind howled in front of him, and strong gales rose in all directions. Nitian, Xian Huang, and the others slowly stopped and looked around in confusion. Only then did they realize that the road in front of them was blocked by several teams. 200 to 300 people slashed at the same time. Taking a closer look, there was a transparent mesh cover in front of them. It was like a glass bowl that was turned upside down on the ground. No matter how many air currents surged on the cover, they were all pushed back. It was safe and sound. However, the group of players who had exerted their strength were in a miserable state. Howls of anguish could be heard everywhere as everyone was flung away by the recoil and fell to the ground in all directions. Nitian, Xian Huang, and the others stood diagonally opposite them. They looked coldly at the people who were crazily slashing at the transparent mesh cover. When the crowd retreated a little, they realized that there was something in the mesh cover. To be exact, it was a little girl who was kneeling on the ground. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent. She looked like she was 7 years old. Her hands were tightly grasping a big sword that was even longer than her body. Her dark eyes were filled with mist. On her thin little face, they looked exceptionally large. Her hands seemed to be exerting all their strength, so much so that her whole body was trembling. Beside her, there was an animal that was covered in a faint white fluorescent light. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. It was shaped like a deer. Its 4 hooves were covered in white snow. In the middle of its forehead, there was a golden horn that had lost its original luster. Nitian's pupils suddenly shrank. Xian Huang looked into the distance and fell on the little girl in the glass cover. To be exact, it fell on the big sword that she was tightly grasping. Her eyes narrowed. What sword is that? It was so powerful that even from far away, one could feel a wave of vibrating power sweeping over. At this moment, the little girl in the glass cover slowly stood up. Her messy hair covered the tip of her forehead. On her almost transparent pale face, there was a pair of dead eyes and a small lip that was bitten to the point that it was bloodless. Not good. Xian Huang's expression changed. Without waiting for Nitian to speak, she had already shot forward. Retreat. Hundreds of people at the scene changed their expressions and quickly retreated. At the same time, the big sword in the little girl's hand instantly pierced through the glass cover and flew towards the nearest crowd. There was a soft, whooshing sound, and a buzzing vibration could be heard in the air. The bodies of the 7 people nearby had already been pierced through one by the giant sword. There was a bloody hole in the chest of the 7 people, and they fell to the ground dead on the spot. When the other people in the group saw this, they were all stunned. They retreated in panic and hurriedly scattered in all directions. It's the Fushi sword. There are records in the primordial records of the continent and the general history of the continent, but there are only a few words. The Fushi sword was a treasure formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the beginning of the chaos. However, this has always been a legend. The Fushi sword's immense power is beyond that child's control. Against the heaven's gaze followed Xian Huang closely, only to see her arrive in front of the glass cover in a flash. In the next instant, he had already entered the cover. He pressed down on the little girl's body with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. You're forcefully controlling a weapon that's tens of thousands of times stronger than you. Do you not want to live anymore?" Senior Sister's control of the power of space is getting purer and purer. The fastest speed in the world was teleportation. In a breath, one could travel thousands of miles. How carefree was that? However, as soon as Xian Huang finished speaking, the little girl suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her body trembled and swayed. Her entire little face became more transparent like a piece of paper. It was so thin that it seemed like it could break at any time. Xian Huang's hand was like lightning. In an instant, she had already stabbed several needles into the little girl's body. Her gaze was solemn as she said, "Quickly withdraw your sword. Quickly." This child simply did not want to live anymore. However, this stubbornness and unyielding character reminded her of when she had just arrived at an unfamiliar place and was surrounded by strong enemies. She had also walked with difficulty like this. Thinking of this, Xian Huang's gaze could not help but soften a little. The little girl fell down exhausted, but her body was firmly supported by Xian Huang's hand. The flying sword that was rampaging outside like cutting vegetables and melons, killing everyone it saw, turned back with a whoosh. On the other hand, Xian Huang half-squatted and hugged the little girl whose eyes were tightly shut. Xian Huang raised her eyes and coldly stared at the floating Fushi sword that was releasing a huge amount of energy and reeking of blood. "Quickly withdraw it." Xian Huang's face was cold as she checked the child's pulse. In the next second, a trace of astonishment flashed across her eyes. As if she did not believe it, she reached out to check the little girl's pulse again. Then, she retracted her hand and looked at the girl with a flicker in her eyes. There was no pulse. She looked at the child. The cold pond, the blue waves, and the watery eyes. That kind of clarity and coldness, that kind of darkness and solitude, and that kind of insight into the world. How bleak and sad her heart must be. This should also be a child with a story swoosh. The Fushi sword flashed in the air and disappeared immediately. Xian Huang walked forward and looked at the dying animal beside the little girl. Unfortunately, the golden horn on its forehead had completely lost its color. The fur on its body had also darkened. All of this indicated that this descendant of the white unicorn with the orthodox bloodline had been dead for a long time. No wonder the surrounding people went crazy and attacked the little girl and the unicorn without any regard for their lives. It was said that one could obtain the power of the white unicorn's bloodline by obtaining its blood. Even if it was just a legend, it could still make people go crazy. Xian Huang, and against the sky, swept their gazes across the people in front of them. They were inhumane. For a groundless legend and a cup of the white unicorn's blood, they despicably besieged such a young girl. At this moment, Xian Huang, who was inside the light shield, was about to reach out to touch the dead white unicorn. However, the little girl used all her strength to push it away. Her small body pounced on the white unicorn and hugged it tightly, not allowing anyone to touch it. Xian Huang smiled helplessly and raised her hand to rub the little girl's messy head. She said softly, "Silly child, if you don't move away, how can I cut out a child?" The little girl paused and suddenly turned to look at Xian Huang. Her eyes were filled with strong distrust and a trace of shock. After all, looking at the white unicorn's appearance, it was impossible to tell that it was pregnant with a little unicorn. Xian Huang smiled faintly at her and reached out to pull the little girl to the side. She patted her head. "If you don't feel well, you can close your eyes. Don't force yourself." Because the scene of being cut open was not that beautiful. However, the little girl watched from the side from beginning to end and did not even blink the entire time. Soon, a snow-white, curled-up unicorn the size of a cat with its eyes closed was placed in the hands of the little girl by the Dark Phoenix. Xian Huang squatted down and looked at the little girl. With a flip of her hand, a pure white little gourd was placed in the little girl's hand. "Let it drink after an hour." The little girl stared at Xian Huang cautiously. Then, she hugged the little unicorn and took a step back. The little girl hugged it tightly. Her pale lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes were slightly heavy. No expression could be seen on her face. "Why are you helping me?" The little girl did not speak, but her eyes revealed her intention. "Because you are worth it." Xian Huang laughed softly and raised her hand to rub her head.